Good morning. My name is Roberta Wedge, and I cannot tell you what a pleasure it is to welcome you to Newington Green Meeting House. I say I cannot, but I intend to attempt to. Welcome, friends. Welcome, fellow congregants of New Unity, as this organization is now known. Welcome, scholars. Welcome, amateurs and local enthusiasts of this most remarkable neighborhood. Some of you will remember our meeting for the 260th birthday party in 2019, which we celebrated at St. Pancras Old Church because this building was under reconstruction, of which more later. It was an atmospheric day 3 years ago. There was a gale blowing, and the sense of place was very vivid in that old church and that churchyard. Some of you will have gained a sense of place here by living here. Some of you will have dipped your toe in the water by listening to me ramble on the green in a little walking tour that doesn't involve much walking. I will be repeating that at 6:15 for those of you who missed it. It'll be more or less the same thing. Some of you will remember the celebrations for the 250th anniversary of the birth of Mary Wollstonecraft in 2009 here in this building. This organization, New Unity, or Newington Green Unitarian Church as it was then, was the only group of people anywhere in the world putting on a public program of events for Mary Wollstonecraft's quarter millennium. I choose each of those words carefully. There were other events and so on, but they weren't public or they weren't part of a large program. That's what Dr. Google told me, and that's how I became involved with Newington Green, because I looked for Wollstonecraft celebrations, and they seemed to be centered here, hurrah, including man-made cake with man-done washing up. And one of the people behind that was Guy Bentham. He was the driving force behind those 250th celebrations, and unfortunately he's died in the intervening years, but I'm very pleased to name-check him as I stand here in his place. I'll be name-checking a few people who aren't able to be here today particularly. So in what was, we believe, Mary Wollstonecraft's pew, I used to sit there every Sunday, pre-COVID and pre-renovations, because pilgrims would arrive every month or so. There would be somebody looking for the place associated with Wollstonecraft and realizing that the building was only open on Sunday mornings. They'd come along, ask at the door, does anybody know about Wollstonecraft? And they'd say, ask Roberta, and I'd get my claws into them. And one of these people was Chihiro Umegaki, who emailed me yesterday to say that her translation of A Vindication of the Rights of Woman with two of her colleagues has been released, and it will be cycling through the images here. She came to the 260th celebration for 3 days from Japan. So such is the dedication of Wollstonecraft scholars and enthusiasts. I'd like to, shall I close this door? Is the music bothering anybody? No? Okay. In terms of the main name recognition, which is, of course, Wollstonecraft. And I have this analogy that if we were walking down or standing on the typical high street of England with a clipboard and stopping 100 random passers-by, just indulge me as a thought experiment. 13 years ago, in other words, my impression dating from the beginning of my involvement with Wollstonecraft activism, if you stopped 100 people and you said, excuse me, have you heard of Mary Wollstonecraft? If they answered honestly, you would get 95 who would say, no, sorry, dear, never heard of her. You would get 4 who would say, oh yes, didn't she write Frankenstein? and you get one who knew who she was. And now I think after a dozen years of slogging away at the Wollstonecraft coalface, if you stop that metaphorical 100 people on the high street of an English town and asked them if they knew who Mary Wollstonecraft was, 90 of them would say, no, sorry, dear. 8 of them would say, yeah, didn't she write Frankenstein? And 2 of them would know who she was. So we've doubled her name recognition in a dozen years. And we have played our part in this. We have played our part in bigging up Wollstonecraft. As, of course, has Mary on the Green. And whatever you think of Maggie Hamling, she has certainly raised the profile of Wollstonecraft nationally and internationally. As too did Stewie, the stencil artist whose work appears more or less directly opposite the print of his stencil on the wall outside. That stencil first miraculously manifested on International Women's Day 2013, I believe, or it might have been earlier. And it was just at the point of time when people were going from having phones to smartphones. Nowadays, of course, we just call them phones. But there was this kind of tipping point when it wasn't just the 5 or 10% lead edge people, but it was like more and more, maybe half of everybody was carrying a mini computer in your pocket with a camera on it. And this wasn't completely widespread. It wasn't assumed that everybody would have a camera on them when that appeared. And so that made more people want to come. They trekked across London, perhaps further, to take a picture of themselves and to put it on this still relatively new thing called social media. And it raised the profile of the church, it raised the profile of Wollstonecraft, and it also, I'm very pleased to say, raised the profile of Stewie, and he has since gone on to more good things. I like these layers of goodness. The stencil had to disappear when the plaster was removed as part of the renovations of the chapel. But again, Stewie has been kind enough to make Mary re-manifest in time for today and for you all to visit and pay your respects with photographs in 2022. There's another rather extraordinary coincidence between art and money and activism and Wollstonecraft manifesting in the world. And this is to do with Mary on the Green, the day in which it was decided which of the shortlisted candidates would be chosen. That day was held in this building, in one of the upper rooms. And the artists had presented their maquettes, right? Their small images of what they thought that the full production would look like. So those maquettes were in the building on this date, which was a Monday. On the Tuesday, so that's Mary on the Green, a separate organization. And then on Tuesday, New Unity was having a rehearsal for arguably the most important day of its existence on the Wednesday, when we were pitching to the National Lottery Heritage Fund's London A-team. That's not my description, the A-team. Somebody else told me, these guys who are coming to check you out are the London A-team. So I was like, oh my goodness. And there were half a dozen of us. There was the minister, there was the chair of the trustees, there was the treasurer, there was the architect, and there was me as the Wollstonecraft enthusiast, because she is the most important person connected with this building. We will hear also today from people who've studied Richard Price and others connected with this building. But Wollstonecraft, in terms of her impact on the world, is number one, as far as I'm concerned. And we could not have organized that collision of dates. It's not possible, because the London A-team set their date months in advance. And we just said, yes, come when you want, we will be ready for you. And the Mary on the Green team made its date completely independently of that. So we were able to have the maquette, a very valuable object, sitting on the grand piano. And then it carefully went home to somebody's home in Newington Green overnight. And then I was able to call it back the following day, so that when I was pitching to the London A-team, these people with millions of pounds to sign checks for, I was able to gesture behind me and say, as you can see, Maggie Hamling's maquette has just been chosen to be a sculpture on the green. We will soon, Newington Green will be a site of international interest because of its Wollstonecraft connection. Please give us money to refurbish the chapel. And it happened. Well, that level of coincidence and serendipity could not have been planned, and I feel its impact even now. So we also, the joys of today that I can point out to you are the plaque, the large plaque over Wollstonecraft's pew. The wording of that plaque was hammered out in the Coffee House pub after the wonderful celebration 3 years ago. So we were all not tipsy, but merry, shall we say. And we agreed the exact wording and the punctuation and everything. All credit to Deborah Hinton, sitting in the pews here, who made that manifest. And it's the first substantial indoor plaque to Wollstonecraft that I know of anywhere in the world. There are plenty of outdoor plaques to her, but as I've said, not English heritage ones, because no building associated with her still stands. 3 days ago, we performed an Amazon Stepped Out on this stage to a plentiful audience in the pews and online, written, of course, by B. Rowlatt, sitting over there, from whom more later. The first production of it on the West End, one night only, was able to tip the balance to fund the sculpture. But 3 days ago, we had the world's first Amdram production. And again, I big up the power of amateurs and of lovers of something, people who put their passion and energy into it. And also, I big up the experts, because today really belongs to Emma Cleary and Amy Todd, respectively, for the Wollstonecraft side and for the Newington Green side. So a bit. One more point before we get on to the housekeeping. This is the day of Wollstonecraft and Dissent. So what does Dissent mean in her time, and what does it mean today? We'll be exploring those ideas and the legacy. Well, one thing it means is that this, where we are sitting, is now formally known as the Newington Green Meeting House. It was previously known as the Newington Green Unitarian Church, and it did a merger with the Unitarian Church in Islington, such that the organization as a whole is called New Unity. So you might hear those different terms bandied about. So Amy Todd is an employee of New Unity, right? The heritage project that is run by New Unity. That's kind of the structure of how it is. And we've had lots of ministers over the years in Richard Price's footsteps. And tomorrow, the congregation votes on its new minister. So we're that radical an organization that we can choose our own minister. And whoever is chosen will be taking forward a legacy of dissent and bringing that further into the 21st century. So, briefly, housekeeping. If you hear the fire alarm, it is because there is actually reason for there to be the fire alarm. It's not a practice. Please exit through the front door. You can go over to the green if you wish, or if you happen to be in the schoolhouse part already, then exit by the side doors there. There is, as most of you have discovered, I think, an accessible toilet on this level through the we call that the vestry sometimes, the choke point, basically, into the other building, the schoolhouse building. There's a toilet on the ground floor, and there are more in the basement. My favorite letter in the word toilet is S. Before the renovations, we had one. Now we have several. That's a great step forward. And photography. David Walter at the back will be taking photographs. If you object, then please just speak to him and he'll delete any that you appear in. And it is now my great pleasure to introduce Jan Todd. She has, it's tempting to say she needs no introduction, But that's not fair because some of you here are Newington Green people rather than Wollstonecraft people, and you may well not know how eminent she is and how much we owe her. So Jan Todd has taught at universities on basically every continent except Antarctica, as far as I can tell. And to crown her career, she was president of Lucy Cavendish College, Cambridge. She retired in 2015 to, as Tony Benn almost said, to retire from academia and devote herself to literature. As her international renown lies not just on her academic work, but now increasingly on her novels, but she's still best known for her non-fiction feminist works on women writers, so Wollstonecraft particularly, but also Jane Austen and Aphra Behn. Lots and lots of novels, A Man of Genius, Don't You Know There's a War On, Lady Susan Plays the Game, and her latest book is Jane Austen and Shelley in the Garden, a novel with pictures. But she's also edited more than 40 books herself, including the complete works of Mary Wollstonecraft with Marilyn Butler, and a general editor of the Cambridge edition of the works of Jane Austen. She's compiled encyclopedias. This is why I'm having to read this part, because it is so much to hold on to. Encyclopedias of women's writers, and written individual biographies: Mary Wollstonecraft, A Revolutionary Life, Rebel Daughters, Daughters of Ireland, Death and the Maidens, Fanny Wollstonecraft and the Shelley Circle, Jane Austen, Her Life, Her Times, Her Novels, Aphra Behn, A Secret Life, and Jane Austen's Sanditon. And for which she was very deservedly given an OBE for her services to higher education and scholarship. So it will be Jan Todd who is leading you into the next segment of today, and I will leap up if needed for MC duties, but aside from that you have Amy Todd for household matters of the day, and Emma if you have any Wollstonecraft queries in the meantime. So over to Jan.
As you can judge from all that, I'm very old. It really makes me tired to think of it all. But I just want to say, for those of you who, well, I'm sure most of you don't actually, can you hear me? Don't actually know me or know much of my work, because I am pre-digital and pre-grants and pre a lot of things that we now do. So I realize that old people reminiscing about their past is always terribly boring, so I'll try not to do too much, but I just wanted to say quickly before you get on to Dissent, is to back up what Roberta very generously said about me, how little Mary Wollstonecraft was known, to me, only a few years ago, but obviously to most of you quite a long time ago. But I wanted to, I think I've mentioned this to some people, I wanted to do, as it were, to write on Mary Wollstonecraft for a PhD thesis. I was in America, I couldn't find a job, so I thought I'd better become an academic. And I suggested her, because I'd read that wonderful book by the real pioneer of Jane Austen, can I do this anymore on the screen, of Mary Wollstonecraft, and that is Ralph Wardle, whose book came out in the 50s. And I was all steamed up about this and suggested her. And the committee said that she was far too obscure and there was no way I could write a thesis on her. And so they suggested John Clare, who was just as obscure, but at least a man, you know, just one step up. But I wanted to do it, so I started a thing called the Mary Wollstonecraft newsletter, which was cyclist-styled, and I had to type it and cyclist-style it and put it in an envelope and put a stamp on it and go to the post office. And it was quite ridiculous, but I got a few subscribers, and I do think my first subscriber, I'm not quite sure, but I think my first subscriber was Betty Rizzo. And I don't know if any of you know her work, but let me commend her to you as somebody who was a great pioneer in this area. And I think she was my first. Anyway, we were a small band, is what I'm trying to say, and in due course the thing morphed into women in literature. But I kept trying with Mary Wollstonecraft, and I couldn't find a publisher for the complete work, so I did some facsimiles of French Revolution and so on. I don't know how many people ever read them, but she just hadn't quite caught on. But I did write quite a lot about her when I was in the States. But at that point, feminism, as most of you will know, the buzzword, the fashionable thing was French theory. And all this sort of empirical stuff about a load of minor women was not entirely wanted. But by the end of my time in America, it was quite fashionable. And I returned to England, where it was totally unfashionable, utterly not wanted. And I only managed to get a job. This is all anecdotal, but I thought some of you might be interested in it, because the only way I got a job is by leaving off on my CV the feminist stuff and the stuff about Mary Wollstonecraft. And that's now 1980 or so. And then things started picking up. American Ways came to Britain, as they usually do. And Marilyn Butler and I managed to do the complete edition, which was Pickering and Chatto's first little toe-tipping into this area of big editions. So we're very grateful to them, although it introduced me to the Rees-Moggs, which I've always... That was perhaps a rather odd effect of it. But nonetheless, however you look at it, the Rees-Moggs are responsible for the first edition of Mary Wollstonecraft. Anyway, I won't go on any more about all that, but I have to say that when I was doing the letters, I did find that the area that was most interesting and least really documented is this area of Newington Green. We now know so much more about her as such a romantic person. You know, it's all this erotic life and all this disasters in love and so on. It's all very fascinating. But this area in which she really intellectually came of age, this period, when she turns from this rather austere writer of letters on education to the person who wrote The Vindication of the Rights of Men, it's here. But I did find, I mean, the letters are a little bit sparse in this period. They're nearly all to George Blood. And she doesn't talk about ideas in those in quite the way that she does later to other people she was writing to. So I'm always fascinated by this period and wanted to be able to know more about it. But without more letters and without all the work that you people are now going to do and are doing, I think it was difficult to know more. Anyway, without more ado, let me talk and introduce the next generation of all of you. It's sort of it's funny being not a pioneer, but just being slightly being very out of date, because pretty well all the work you did, now that there are databases and more time and more grants too, I have to note, people are doing pretty well all my work again and doing it with more nuance and more detail and more sophistication, basically. I'll just take one more remark about the past. After I'd finished with some of Mary Wollstonecraft, I thought I'd better do an encyclopedia of early women writers, to suggest there are more than Mary Wollstonecraft out there that you might all look at. And again, I couldn't really find many people to do this, so the wonderful Betty Rizzo and I clobbered together a lot of those entries. And I have to say, because I think the statute of limitations is now over, that we put a lot of false names on them. So they're not all written by quite such a large group as it looks. But the result of that is that a lot of them were done rather hurriedly. You know? And now, of course, people are doing a lot of these writers who were then so very unknown, and doing them with all the sophistication and nuance that you can all bring to it. And I've been to so many conferences, not so many now, but in the past, so many conferences where people have begun the lecture by saying, as Janet Todd erroneously suggested. And you think, here we go again. You know, you knew how long I took to write that. Anyway, off to the next generation. Here we are. I thought we would, everybody would talk, and then we would, you could ask questions and make comments to everybody generally and tie up the papers together. So you've all got it on here, but I'll just read them out. Alan Coffey from King's College, London, is talking on Richard Price, whose influence on Mary Wollstonecraft is certainly pivotal. before this, she really had very little knowledge, as far as I can see, of the public culture of dissent. So that's a really very interesting and necessary area. Mary Fairclough from the University of York is going to talk on Wollstonecraft and the boroughs of Newington Green, another hugely important influence, especially on her views on education. At least I think she pushed herself off. She bounced off them, shall we say. Charlotte May from the University of Nottingham is talking on the banker and poet Samuel Rogers, her paper being entitled, "My Constant Wish Has Been to Live with Those Who Are Eminent," how Newington Green forged Samuel Rogers' sociability. Never sure it should be Rogers's or Rogers. It's sort of a moot point, I think, there. And Laura Kirkley from Newcastle University is talking on the cosmopolitanism of Richard Price and Mary Wollstonecraft, a context we often ignore, I think, when we're writing off her primarily in an English tradition. So, over to you. You're starting your...
Yeah, if you can come up now.
Yes, well, hang on.
Oh, okay, well, I'm here now, so, okay, thank you very much, and thank you so much, Janet. Yes, we are very grateful for everything you did, and I also would like to endorse this idea that there are so many more women other than Mary Wollstonecraft who have written in the history of philosophy and political thought, and they are being now studied in far, far greater depth, but yeah, bringing that to our attention was a tremendous sort of blessing. Okay, well, it's a wonderful pleasure to be here to speak about one of my great heroes in his spiritual home, Richard Price, but not just that, to also do it in the context of a celebration of the life of another hero of mine, Mary Wollstonecraft. And the fact that it's a Wollstonecraft gathering is particularly gratifying. So the other day I was reading Roland Thomas's excellent biography of Price. It was written in 1924, and Thomas gives a comprehensive list of the illustrious people that Price was able to call friends, all of whom, he says, have achieved lasting fame. Although I had to look up a few of them, such as the father of military medicine, but it's a big achievement. But the list of people that I did know of is impressive. There is no slide of that, but you would see their faces. And basically, the faces look either like a list of illustrious luminaries or a collection of elderly, sort of balding white men. But it includes Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Marquis of Condorcet, James Necker, Jack Turgot, Joseph Priestley, of course, as well as David Hume, Adam Smith, Tom Paine. So the list goes on. But there was no mention of Mary Wollstonecraft in that list, or indeed in the whole book. This was an excellent book. It's meticulously researched. But it was written in 1924, so sort of echoing what Janet was saying, really. Times have indeed changed. So now, not only is Wollstonecraft, her name is now as prominent as any of those in that list, but to some extent, it's her reputation that is now helping to drive something of a revival in interest in Price's work. So the tables are somewhat turned. So I mentioned a revival in the study of Price. It's actually something of a travesty that his thought has kind of slipped into obscurity, perhaps not here, but in the sort of wider public sort of imagination and in the scholarly sort of annals as well. But he was a remarkable person. He was an extraordinary thinker, a significant mathematician. I think people know he was the founder of actuarial science and pensions. He's acknowledged by the Institute as one of their sort of leading figures. He was just a distinguished religious thinker and also, and this is my particular interest, an excellent philosopher. So his review of the principle of questions in morals is a genuine milestone in the history of moral philosophy. And it's one of the best worked out articulations of rational intuitionism. This is the view that moral truths are rationally discoverable without the need to introduce further argument or experience. And his rational intuitionism was in opposition to Hume's sentimental, David Hume that is, David Hume's sentimental intuitionism. And that holds that human beings perceive morals through a moral sense, that we perceive them just as humans have 5 sort of normal senses and we perceive the outside world, so we perceive morals in a similar sort of way. And so they had a very great difference on that. But Price was very generous about his difference with Hume. And so somewhat similarly to the way Kant, so Immanuel Kant famously said of Hume that Hume had awakened him from his dogmatic slumber. Such was his sort of perceptive and challenging sort of writing. And Price says something similar. He says, I owe much to the philosophical writings of Mr. Hume. Though an enemy to his skepticism, I have profited by it. By attacking with great ability every principle of truth and reason, he put me on examining the ground upon which I stood and taught me not hastily to take anything for granted. Which says something about, I think, his generosity of spirit and his kind of open mind and inquiring, sort of fair-minded way. Well, there was a slide with an interesting anecdote about, what I think an interesting anecdote about Hume and the famously paranoid and eccentric Rousseau that we get from Price. Price tells this little story. I left it on the slide and didn't actually put it in my notes. But it basically is an account of how when Rousseau he came over to England, he was staying with Hume, traveling with him. Rousseau was under the impression that he was being seduced over here to be poisoned, and he woke up in the middle of the night and he thought he heard Hume shouting in his sleep, I've got you, Rousseau, I've got you, at which point he sort of beetled off and tried to make a hasty escape. Hume stayed sort of faithful to his friend and acquired a pension for him, but Rousseau wasn't having any of it and refused it sort of angrily. But nevertheless, that quote isn't here. I think, although I got it from Price's biography, I think it ultimately comes from Samuel Rogers. I think our Samuel Rogers expert will tell you, maybe we'll even hear more about it later. But Price's was the best account of rational intuitionism to date. But such is the sort of capricious and sometimes cruel nature of the history of philosophy, his whole approach, more or less as he completed it, was eclipsed by Immanuel Kant's moral theory. It appeared just about the time when Price died. It changed the entire landscape of moral philosophy forever. So Price's kind of great achievement was kind of lost to posterity in that time. Later on, this intuitionism was revived in the 20th century. It is making a comeback today. But unfortunately, people today tend to look back to more recent philosophers, G.E. Moore, W.D. Ross, rather than to Price. Those who know about it are invariably very, very full of praise. So Robert Fogelin puts it this way. He says that Price's book is a work that is rarely read without praise, but still rarely read, which is a shame because it is fabulous. But his public reputation was built on his political philosophy. His influence on the American Revolution is comparable to, say, Thomas Paine, who's better remembered. But Price was not only offered American citizenship, but he was asked by the administration, the fledgling administration in America, to help establish the nation's finances. Obviously, finances was one of Price's key achievements in sort of Britain with his actuarial and insurance work. When Price died, the French National Assembly also held an official mourning for what they called the Friend of Humanity and the Apostle of Freedom. But here again, the memory of Price sadly died with him. He became more famous as the supposedly unfortunate butt of Edmund Burke's scathing remarks in the Reflections on the Revolution in France, even though, as a philosopher, I mean, Price is clearly the superior of the two. And once again, I think it's salutary to think that while Wollstonecraft was a junior figure in the list of great dissenting or at least sympathetic political radicals like Price, Priestley, Catherine Macaulay's another one that we don't often hear about today, towering reputations in their day. But all of their reputations died, sometimes completely, with their deaths in the 1790s. But once again, it's Wollstonecraft who's now the one best remembered, not just for her feminism, if that wasn't enough, but for her overall revolutionary political philosophy. So I'd like to say a little bit about how Price's political philosophy may have allowed Wollstonecraft to give shape to her own ideas and then to develop them in her own way. So Wollstonecraft and Price were, I think, intellectually and morally a very good fit from the start. On the smallest scale, they shared a love of horses. More generally, Price's concern for animal well-being, which was quite remarkable, would have chimed with Wollstonecraft's belief that the humane treatment of animals was a foundation for benevolence towards humans. So a little story about Price illustrates this, where he saw larks on his walks, larks caught in nets. He would cut them free, but then he would leave some money to compensate the unseen owners for their loss. Whether anyone else found the money, I don't know, but it was his thought. And another small story again, he once remembered when he got home from a long walk that he'd seen a beetle struggling on its back. So he walked several fields back to where he remembered having seen it. He'd been lost in thought at the time, sort of with his great theories, and forgotten to set the beetle right. He'd find it, put it back on its feet, and then come home again. But more significant, I think, for Wollstonecraft was the strength and nature of Price's religious conviction. So Wollstonecraft arrived in Newington Green as an Anglican with a deeply held faith. It's one that's normally characterized as being fairly conventional, though, in its content at that time. I'm not yet sure about that. I need to think more about it myself, but that seems to be the received opinion. But Price's faith would, I think, have appealed to her. Certainly the deep sense that Price had of the constant presence and providence of God was something that would have struck her. But more than that, it was the rational form that his faith took, one that Wollstonecraft certainly adopted at the time. Again, I don't know if it was entirely Price's doing, but it would have been congenial, certainly, and inspirational. And it allowed her to underpin her philosophy with theologically grounded principles. So reason was coextensive with virtue and the moral law, something that's always both right and in our best interest to follow. A conviction in human perfectibility and optimism that she says, as she says, all will be all right. So these principles formed the foundation of her work, but it was the framework in which she put them to use that is, to my mind, the most productive aspect of her intellectual development that began with her time here in Newington Green. So in her youth, Wollstonecraft had held certain values to be important, in particular independence, virtue, and equality. She mentions these repeatedly in her sort of letters. One of her earliest pieces of philosophical advice was to her friend Jane Arden, when Wollstonecraft had turned 22. And she says, struggle with any obstacle rather than go into a state of dependence. Now that is sound advice coming from anyone, but that principle would become the central pillar in her political framework. But Wollstonecraft needed a framework in order to make these ideas, independence, virtue, and equality, work for her. And again, she adopted a framework at her time here that was very, very similar to Price's. It was widely disseminated, but it has a lot of the hallmarks of Price's own stamp. So very briefly, freedom or independence, both thinkers use those terms interchangeably. It's a social ideal. It requires equality within the society or political community in which it applies. It also requires virtue, or the goodwill and good faith of these members to respect each other, to respect and obey the rules, and to debate with each other in seeking the collective or common good. So the basic logic here is that, one, God gives us reason. Secondly, reason is always in our best interest to obey. And thirdly, God's moral law is discoverable by reason. All human beings, in virtue of being created by God, with reason, are bound by this condition. So this applies to both sexes, as well as to all races and to members of other religions, and so on. But we can't just have God's moral law. We also need a human law that binds us together, gives us order and cohesion in our lives. So as long as we can come together rationally and virtuously, then as human beings we should be equipped to bring this about. All very well and good, but there's a catch. This isn't just an abstract logical or moral theory. It's also highly pragmatic and psychological. So the various parts that I've mentioned, independence, equality, and virtue, they sit together in a delicate, harmonious balance. Where this is disrupted, where there's dependence and inequality, then there's corruption of virtue. The delicate balance quickly unravels. If others are not behaving virtuously, then you may not have the luxury to do so yourself. You may have to act self-interestedly in the name of self-preservation. And this is one reason why Wollstonecraft often emphasizes the way that women behave either as manipulators or coquettes. It's not that they are especially unvirtuous that she singles them out. It is that they are especially dependent, especially oppressed. And that means that they have no control by any other means. So it's a rational and understandable response, but it's the opposite of what a virtuous society needs. And of course, it's not just women. Wollstonecraft repeatedly emphasizes how the whole of society, men and women together, are corrupted. So it's not just those who are dependent who have to manipulate. The oppressors themselves have to dominate and exert control. That's equally unvirtuous. Now, Price was aware of this, and he applied it, as most Republicans did then and do today, as a political analysis. He didn't seem to include women explicitly, but he did support the abolition of slavery, prison reform, religious freedom, and other applications. So Wollstonecraft developed that. But her contribution is not just to extend these principles to include women. That would have been relatively straightforward, not easy, but comparatively so. But what Wollstonecraft realized was that giving women rights wouldn't have made any difference at all, because the social conditions would have stifled any formal freedom that they gained. So she turned this framework, she used the same framework that Price did, made it her own, but she turned it into a tool of social analysis, and that sets her apart. This was original. It was very productive. To be sure, she built on others, not just Price, Rousseau, Catherine Macaulay in particular, but her contribution was unique. And, well, all the same, for all her uniqueness, it was, I think, her acquaintance with Price, which was very significant in helping her to do so. I've got no idea if I spoke for about 50 minutes. It's about time, is it? Okay, perfect. I'll stop there. Great.
Hi, everyone. I believe I do have some slides as well. I'll just hold on a second. That's Charlotte, who's next. Or maybe we're in order. You're supposed to be third, are you?
I think I've got after you, Mary.
I'm sure it's coming. Again, they're not super crucial, but here we are. Fab. And the clicker looks self-explanatory. Good. Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today and to talk to you today about the Burghs of Newington Green, who are the reason, of course, that we are here today, because they brought Wollstonecraft to Newington Green. So, in 1784, when Wollstonecraft set up a school with her sisters and Frances Blood, Mrs. Hannah Burgh sourced a house here. We've just been hearing about its site, just off Newington Green, even arranging lodgers to supplement Wollstonecraft's income. Such friendly, capable assistance seems to have been absolutely characteristic of Hannah Burgh, and for 4 years she was a crucial source of professional, emotional and financial support to Wollstonecraft. But Hannah was not the only Burgh to influence Wollstonecraft's life and work during her period at Newington Green. Hannah's husband, James, had died in 1775, 9 years before Wollstonecraft's arrival. But as Karen Green notes, Mrs. Burgh seems to have given Wollstonecraft access to her husband's considerable library, in which Wollstonecraft read important texts like Catherine Macaulay's History of England, and also James Burgh's own publications. So James Burgh was the author of a number of important political works. His Political Disquisitions, 1774, was an anthology of radical texts, ancient and modern, and it was hugely influential among revolutionists in America and reformers at home in Britain. But Burgh, as you might know, was also an educationalist. He'd run a very successful school in Newington Green for 21 years until his retirement, and his pedagogical publications were especially important for Wollstonecraft. So, G.J. Barker-Benfield discusses the influence of Burgh's Thoughts on Education, 1747, on Wollstonecraft's first book, Thoughts on the Education of Daughters. We'll think more about the connection between those titles. So, of course, Wollstonecraft's Thoughts was written while she was still living at Newington Green. And Barker-Benfield makes the case for the influence of this book on Wollstonecraft's vindication of the rights of women as well. I want to make the case today that James Burgh's influence continued even after Wollstonecraft left Newington Green, because his Art of Speaking, 1761, is an important book for Wollstonecraft. It's a theoretical guide to reading aloud and an anthology of text for reading. It was an important model for Wollstonecraft's own reading anthology, The Female Reader. So today I'll discuss the distinct and combined influence of Hannah and James Burke on Wollstonecraft's life and works between 1784 and 89. During the first part of this period, Hannah Burke was Wollstonecraft's most important mentor. When Wollstonecraft met Joseph Johnson in 1786, Mrs. Burke was gradually kind of supplanted by Johnson's new interests, but she continued her active concern in Wollstonecraft's life until her own death in 1788. So, William Godwin noted in his memoir of Wollstonecraft that Mrs. Burke was a woman universally well spoken of for the warmth and purity of her benevolence. Mary, whenever she had occasion to allude to her, to the last period of her life, paid tribute due to her virtues. So Wollstonecraft's letters track the day-to-day detail of the course of her relationship with Mrs. Burke, and they don't quite show the rosy picture that Godwin paints. The relationship is often quasi-parental. So Wollstonecraft notes to her sister Bess in 1786, this is a famous quotation, that Mrs. Burke has been as anxious about me as if I had been her daughter. Such parental concern expressed itself in finding jobs for Wollstonecraft and her sisters, including Wollstonecraft's position as governess to the Kingsboroughs in Ireland. It also extended to generous financial support. Mrs. Burke covered a range of Wollstonecraft's costs, including support for the Blood family, and she may have financed Wollstonecraft's journey to Lisbon to care for Francis Blood, though that may have been Richard Price. But Wollstonecraft also came to feel a bit burdened by her various debts to Mrs. Burke. She writes to her sister Everina from Dublin, I know she, Mrs. B, expected that I should make my fortune here, and to pecuniary considerations she thinks everything ought to give way. It's by no means pleasant to be under obligations to a person with whose opinions I can so seldom coincide. And in May 1787, Wollstonecraft even becomes reluctant to write to Mrs. Burke. She seems embarrassed by her debts, but also her letter seems to hint at a kind of gossipy community of Newington Green, of which Mrs. Burke seems to become a figurehead. So I'm not in a humour to write, and yet must try and fabricate a letter to Mrs. Burke, alias the Green. So we know that the Green was a really stimulating environment for Wollstonecraft. We've already heard, and we will hear, I'm sure, all day. And as she wrote her first book, Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, but the community, sometimes with Mrs. Burke at its head, seems to have also felt a bit confining. So on her return from Ireland, Wollstonecraft was able to clear some of her debt to Mrs. Burke, but a letter of 1787 records, I think, a decisive shift from the mentorship of Hannah Burke to that of Joseph Johnson, and from the community of Newington Green to that of Johnson's shop at St Paul's Churchyard, right in the centre of London. So she writes to Everina, a long quotation, I've sent Mrs. Burke £20 and was on every account sorry to part with it. I am, my dear girl, once more thrown on the world. I've left Lord Kingsborough's. I've not seen Mrs. Burke, but I've informed her of this circumstance and at the same time mentioned to her that I was determined not to see any of my friends till I am in a way to earn my own subsistence, and to this determination I will adhere. You can conceive how disagreeable pity and advice would be at this juncture. I have two other cogent reasons. Mr. Johnson, whose uncommon kindness I believe has saved me from despair, assures me that if I exert my talents in writing, I may support myself in a comfortable way. I am then going to be the first of a new genus, and I'm sure you know this letter. But the shift, even in this passage from Hannah Burke to Johnson, I think is significant. Mrs. Burke's patronage seems to have come in a form that was increasingly incompatible with Wollstonecraft's need for financial and intellectual independence, both of which Johnson seemed to offer. Wollstonecraft's letters do record further correspondence with Mrs. Burke and her continued assistance to the Blood family, but Wollstonecraft's life seems to have moved on. As Janet Todd notes, there's no recorded reaction in Wollstonecraft's letters to the news of Hannah Burke's death in 1788. But in the second half of this paper, I'd like to sort of push on this picture of Wollstonecraft's sharp transition from Mrs. Burke's mentorship to Joseph Johnson's. And here the importance of the other Burke of Newington Green comes more clearly into view, because through his publications, James Burke was a crucial interlocutor for Wollstonecraft during and also after her time in Newington Green. So Wollstonecraft wrote Thoughts on the Education of Daughters in the late spring and summer of 1786. The book engages with a strong tradition of dissenting writings on education and sociable reading inherent to the Green. Wollstonecraft pays particular tribute to Barbauld's hymns in prose, but Burke is another important interlocutor. So critics have been divided on the influence of Burke's thoughts on education on Wollstonecraft's texts. Lyndall Gordon notes it's highly unlikely that the Reverend Mr. Berg would have approved Wollstonecraft as his successor, but Vivian Jones and Barker Benfield again both note how Berg's focus on rationality serves as a model for Wollstonecraft. So Berg does sound quite close to Wollstonecraft when he notes that teachers succeed by treating young people in this manner as rational creatures and teaching them to exert their reason and to judge rightly of men and things as they are in themselves and as they were originally constituted by the Supreme Being. Berg only includes 5 pages on female education in a massive book, but like Wollstonecraft, he notes that to speak French, to scrawl, to write with a needle, to come into a room genteelly, to dress neatly, to sing or touch a spinet skillfully and to dance gracefully is not a suitable education. Rather, women should endeavour after those accomplishments of the mind, which will hold out and preserve the esteem of her friends and the affection of her husband. Barker Benfield notes somewhat confusingly that in his focus on a rational marital partnership, Berg provided Wollstonecraft with the nub of her first book, The Female Reader. Yeah, that's there. Because Wollstonecraft's first book was Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, as we've been discussing. But I do agree with Barker Benfield that Berg's work was also an important model for The Female Reader, which is a text that Wollstonecraft produced in collaboration with Joseph Johnson in 1789. So The Female Reader demonstrates the influence of the Bergs even after Wollstonecraft had left Newington Green and moved on from Mrs. Berg's direct patronage. So Berg's The Art of Speaking, 1761, was actually his best-selling work, going into 8 editions in England and 10 in America. And both its pedagogy and its commercial success seem to have been important models for Wollstonecraft's own Female Reader. Wollstonecraft seemed to have been planning a reading anthology for some time because in the summer of 1788 she writes to Johnson, "Send me the Speaker and Mary, for I'm trying to brace my nerves that I may be industrious." So William Enfield's The Speaker is another best-selling reading anthology. So in her Female Reader, Wollstonecraft clearly drew on such models, but she also sets her anthology apart. So Berg's introductory essay on the art of speaking frames its readers as young men, prospective public speakers. But though he writes for male readers, he does allow some space for domestic reading. So suppose a youth to have no prospect either of sitting in Parliament or pleading at the bar, of appearing on the stage or in the pulpit. Does it follow that he need bestow no pains in learning to speak properly his native language? Will he never have occasion to read in a company of friends a copy of verses, a passage of a book or a newspaper? So you could almost supplement youth for a young lady. Wollstonecraft takes up Berg's suggestions for domestic reading and develops them into a considered programme for female education. The foundation of good reading for Berg is natural delivery. He says art is but nature improved upon and refined. He also stresses the importance of feeling in the interpretation and delivery of text, decrying the common total want of energy in expressing pathetic language. But Berg's methods for eliciting naturalness and feeling in his readers is, in fact, highly artificial. So I'm not going to go into loads of detail here, but he presents a glossary of emotions for instructions about how to express each emotion through voice and gesture. And he lists at least 55 emotions which can be considered in combination to produce more. So this is the entry for joy, in which you have to clap your hands, raise your voice very high. It's quite strange. And then the rest of the art of speaking comprises extracts, reading extracts with the appropriate emotion for the reader to perform listed in the margin. So this is from Colley Cibber, but they're not only dramatic texts, there's a variety of texts. So Wollstonecraft doesn't do this in The Female Reader. She expresses the importance of naturalness and feeling, and her Female Reader is also an anthology like Berg's, but she doesn't merely aim to drill her readers in correct delivery. Rather than focus on the mechanics of elocution, Wollstonecraft sets out a broader manifesto. She says, "The main object of this work is to imprint some useful lessons on the mind and cultivate the taste at the same time by presenting natural and touching descriptions from the scriptures, Shakespeare, etc. Simplicity and sincerity generally go hand in hand as both proceed from a love of truth." So instead of delivery, Wollstonecraft engages with a broader discussion of aesthetic taste and improvement, an educational aspiration which goes far beyond superficial accomplishment to produce an intellectual and moral education. And this is enabled by the structure of her anthology with texts carefully disposed in a series that tends to make them illustrate each other. That's Wollstonecraft. So as Kirsten Hanley explains, through her careful organisation, Wollstonecraft invites her readers to take ownership of the challenging experience her textbook offers, and in a more sustained and systematic programme than Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, or I'd say The Art of Speaking, she encourages the female reader to call into question and grapple with the traditional representations of ideas of domesticity and a woman's proper sphere. So I haven't got loads of time to talk about the female reader. I'm wrapping up, I promise. This is the full contents page. It's a huge document, and it's an exciting text, I think. It's been dismissed as hack work at worst, or at best, evidence of Johnson's determination to create paying work for his protege. But careful attention to Wollstonecraft's textual strategies and pedagogical aims reveals a continuity with the work of James Berg, and the model he provided, and a celebration of the dissenting community that she found here at Newington Green. While she may have outgrown the need for Hannah Berg's direct support, the Bergs of Newington Green helped form Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, the female reader, and by extension, Wollstonecraft's later vindications of female education and rights. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you so much. It's absolutely brilliant to be here, actually, to be in the place that I'm going to talk about. I haven't written a paper like I normally would. I thought I would try something a bit different and see if I can actually take you on a bit of a journey with Samuel Rogers. So my background with Samuel Rogers is I've edited thousands, let's say hundreds, it makes me feel better, of his letters. Now, for those of you who've edited letters of any individuals before, it's a bit like having a bad housemate. They keep going on. You can try and correct them as much as you like, but it doesn't matter. And there's also a lot of clutter and ephemera. So when you look at letters, it's not just looking at a text that's right in front of you. In fact, it's a much more material practice in many ways. So I feel that the Rogers I know and the Rogers I'm hopefully going to present to you today is one who feels very familiar, one who is very relevant and contemporary, and one who can be seen in the light of not just his fellow colleagues and friends in Newington Green, but one who we can actually start to reclaim and have a look at his current position as a non-canonical author. So Samuel Rogers was one of the best-selling authors of the 19th century. You will find him everywhere. And it's not a threat, it's a promise. He is in every book, he is indexed, and I think the wonderful stories we've heard today about the people of Newington Green, I would love to trace back to this individual man. So Rogers was born in 1763 here in Newington Green. He was one of 8, and I think he sat over here in this pew. It's a slightly larger one. I've got the most authoritative texts about Samuel Rogers are by Peter William Claydon. Claydon's papers, and in fact a lot of the collections relating to Rogers and his biography are in, sorry, I'm just going to make sure I stay on time. I could talk about Rogers forever. Are at UCL, which is a fabulous resource for myself. But Claydon actually collected a lot of the anecdotes, and he writes here in the 1887 edition of The Early Life of Samuel Rogers, which covers 1763 to 1805. Claydon writes about how, let's find the exact, in the next pew to them at Newington Chapel sat Mary Wollstonecraft, then a girl, and the pulpit was filled by Dr. Towers in the morning and by Dr. Price in the afternoon. So we know that he was here. We know that through Thomas Rogers, his father, he had a very strict upbringing. He attended church often, but, and this is a very consistent thing with Samuel Rogers, he's inconsistent. It's actually very hard for me to offer you a theological study of his thoughts, his feelings, and his religious convictions, if any. Rogers was a chameleon. Rogers was someone who had many supportive elements to him, and indeed, particularly for women in the 1830s and 40s, he was seen as someone who you could go to and you would get publishing advice, and you would be a real advocate, or at least advocated for, with Rogers and his many, many acquaintances. However, and a bit of a content warning here as well, I will go on to discuss the child abuse that is pretty well evidenced by scholars at this point. We are aware that Rogers was a very powerful and influential figure. And actually what has been extremely interesting is over the last 10, 15 years, seeing how people have responded to case studies where we're looking at historic individuals who were so embedded in the establishment that actually they kind of hid in plain sight. Rogers does appear to me to be one of these. So just a bit of a content warning. I won't go into too much detail about it, but it's a really important thing to be aware of as we go on. Before I head to the next slide, however, this is one of the Rogers once said in a letter that he told a publisher not to fix his ugly, unmeaning face to any of his publications because it might instantly stop the sales. And indeed, I think it's proven to be true if we look at the cadaverous appearance that many of his colleagues, such as Thomas More and Lord Byron, gave to him. And in fact, this portrait by Thomas Phillips is from about 1817. I've been through Phillips's books and his account ledgers. I can't find much trace for the history of it, which is an anomaly, and might suggest that Rogers didn't find it particularly flattering. But it's very similar to Phillips's portrait of William Blake, where you have the attention paid to the light on the forehead with the powers of imagination and memory particularly highlighted here. So this is what I want to move on and talk about. Next slide, please. Sorry, it's very Chris Whitty, isn't it? Thank you, Stephen. So who was Samuel Rogers? If you leave today, hopefully this is the legacy I can leave you with. We can put him back in the historical narrative he belongs to. It's really important, and he suffered from popularity, which sounds bizarre, but he was very out of fashion by the turn of the 20th century. So actually, when we think of the non-canonical authors, we might think of people who were sidelined. Well, with the exception of Walter Scott and Byron, Rogers was one of the best-selling poets of the Romantic period, so 1780 to 1830. And I play a fantastic game, which is called Let's Find Rogers in any National Trust library. You can find him, I promise, because actually his longevity also added to this ubiquity. He lived from 1763 to 1855, and if you edit his letters like I do, the reality is he just won't die. He gets run over by a carriage in the 1840s, his bank gets broken into. He's a really difficult character to finish off. But here's some of the caricatures throughout Rogers's lifetime. There's the caricature bust, which is actually at Castle Stewart, in Ireland. You've got the Samuel Rogers after Daniel Maclise. This is seen as one of the more favourable images. And also the fabulous Edwin Landseer, who has a bit of an obsession with drawing people staring at monkeys. It's not just me who's noticed this. Maureen McHugh from Bangor and I had a bit of a discussion. But you can see him having a wash and him in a slipper tub as well. Why am I showing you these images? Well, it's this idea of actually taking apart the historical reputation of an individual. Caricature is a really strong asset when we're looking at how people were perceived and represented in their own era by their contemporaries. And also, these caricatures that are drawn by Landseer were only privately circulated. So it's almost like Rogers's reputation is a bit of an in-joke. In a way, people know what he's like. They know that he's sort of I hate to say it so ambivalently, but a bit of a creepy older man. And actually, they draw representations of him that really echo this. So with Samuel Rogers, I'm looking at someone who's a chameleon. I'm looking at someone who knows everyone. And one of the things that I really want to pitch at the result of this talk is that his ability to adapt to different people, to diverse crowds, to mimic the interests of his colleagues comes from his time here in Newington Green, because actually for him it was a training ground. From children's parties with Barbauld ran a few, his parents, Thomas and Mary Rogers, did, and as I will go on, from his relationship with Dr. Price, actually the skills to talk to people, to converse, to pitch yourself as an intellectual, and to really embrace the diversity of professionalism that was happening in the Romantic period is something we see here at Newington Green. It was a place where people came with their own individual interests. The other way that we talk about Rogers is as a banker poet. Now, this is really important because surely there aren't two more paradoxical words than banker and poet. But actually, Rogers's father established the bank Rogers and Welch in 1766 when they were living here in Newington Green. So Rogers would have been 3 at the time. And actually, Rogers came to inherit that bank, but spent a lot of his time running the bank remotely, living off, we think, a salary of about £10,000 a year. And actually being able to indulge his lifestyle as a collector of art, books, and as a poet. So it's really, really mis-selling in a way for me to tell you that Samuel Rogers was a banker poet, because he's sort of banker, poet, philanthropist, art collector, art dealer, general man about town, and also some more, I think, difficult to articulate phenomenons as well, which he managed to inhabit in terms of the spaces available to him in society in the Romantic period. Next slide. Now, this is another caricature by John Doyle. So this relates to the more difficult part of Rogers's character. So what happened, and this was very much represented in news articles as well in the 1840s, was that there were a group of women who were following Rogers around, and they were blackmailing him and asking for money. What actually happened was the women were prosecuted for harassing Rogers, when in fact it turned out that the money was the result of, well, Samuel Rogers was paying the women because of their youthful discretions to hide any slander or possible stories that they might reveal. It was very difficult in the court case for the women to actually talk about this. In fact, one of them says when she's in the box at the court, she says, "Pray save me from having to divulge my youthful indiscretions," with the idea of the woman here being the one who cannot talk about what happened to her. So with Rogers, again, this is sort of a funny scene, but it's really not. So we've got this constant undercurrent of what's really occurring in Rogers's life and in the narrative of society. But we've got depictions like this and this idea that he's fighting them off with his umbrella almost farcically. Dickens was well aware of this side of Rogers, so there has been scholarship done. Geoffrey Vale, 2011, Samuel Rogers and Little Girls is probably one of the best sources to go to for this. And I will be honest as well and say it's quite a difficult thing when you are editing someone's letters, which are so personal and which involve so many references to things you don't understand, and anyone who edits letters will never fully understand the complete context. It's actually quite a difficult thing to study and look at as well. So something that I think is really important to articulate and acknowledge here is how when we do historical evaluations and we try and evidence historical narratives, actually they're really problematic and they can take a bit of a toll on your well-being as well. So if you are particularly looking at this, just saying look after yourselves is an important statement. So back to Rogers then, Rogers's daily practice. So Rogers, when he was at Newington Green, knew everyone, and in fact, I will read briefly again another passage. This is what studying Rogers is like. So we have a weekly supping club was established. This is in the 1780s, which met at the houses of Dr. Price, Thomas Rogers, and Mr. Berg, who we've just heard about. These three, with Mr. Thorsby, the liberal and learned rector, were the chief members. Dr. Price and Dr. Priestley introduced each other with Dr. Benson. Then Mr. Berg came in. This is what it is like. There is these constant references to individuals coming and going. And that's probably the thing that hit me quickest when I was looking at Newington Green without having come here, is it's a thriving space. It's one where people are moving in and out very quickly. And that, again, gave Samuel Rogers the experience and skills to really network with anyone he wanted to. So I really do think this training ground of Newington Green was an essential component of Rogers's poetic life and his professional identity. What I will say is, with regards to the bank manager part, Harriet Martineau, in her 1856 obituary of Rogers, says that the banker is the character he kept out of sight the most. So it's almost like with Rogers, you have this constant realization that he is supporting himself financially through this professional career, but actually when we talk about Rogers and identify Rogers, he wanted us to assimilate him with the great and the good and the poetic and the literary, not with the bankers. So he himself is very much trading off this idea that banking perhaps is not the greatest of and the most ethical of disciplines to belong to in terms of professional identity, but nonetheless, it's really important to know where people's money came from. So just a note for that. Publication chronology then. So when we're thinking about Rogers, we're thinking about someone who spent 12 to 15 years on publications if he could. So Robert Southey wrote to his wife in 1798 that Rogers was writing on an epic, and Southey says this as he does a bit sort of bashfully, hoping that Southey can finish his epic before Rogers does. But that doesn't come out until 1810 with the Voyage of Columbus, and that was privately out in 1808. So there's constantly revisions, there's constantly drafting, although not many of these manuscripts survive at all. So Samuel Rogers was a perfectionist. He would write something and then he would destroy it. And this is a really common theme throughout his life. So again, I've got to deal with the reputation of someone who censored his own archive. And that's a really important component to bring into all of this. And actually, the more I kind of think about Wollstonecraft and the way that Wollstonecraft has been revised and kind of brought back and uncensored, actually that's a very aspirational thing that I would love to do with Rogers. But in terms of the genetic texts, actually very little exists. In terms of writing, his correspondence style is also chiefly performative. Most of his letters start with the phrase, "many, many thanks." It acknowledges another letter as a social contract, and it is very performative, and it starts this idea of letters actually as not a cathartic or truthful space, but as a deeply inauthentic one in which Rogers can just reinforce the views of his correspondent. I sound very negative and cynical. I must get back to the poetry. Sorry, everyone. So 1786 is Ode to Superstition. This is one of his lesser known works. I tried to teach it to undergraduates once and promised never to do so again. I wouldn't. 1792, The Pleasures of Memory, is one of his best-selling works. I mean, this is what Phillips alludes to with the light on the forehead. It goes by the Hartleyan theory of association, and I really do think that when we think about Hartley, Priestley did study Hartley, and I'm currently looking and unpicking themes in there, which is often what it's like when we're retracing organic influences on writers. The Pleasures of Memory reached 19 editions by 1816, so again, it's a hugely popular work. You can pick one up from eBay for like 20 quid, but if you keep doing that, they become more expensive for me, so yeah. 1810, Voyage of Columbus, so that's an epic. Again, you know, maybe you have a bit of gin before that one. 1814, now this is a particularly interested literary maneuver. Thank you. So this is where Byron's Lara is published with Rogers' Jacqueline, so this idea of poetry as a social contract. And I'd be really interested as well to think of the idea of collaboration from his time in Newington Green and how he witnessed writers collaborating and responding with each other too. So I'm very much at the moment at the point where I'm looking back at these threads and trying to unravel actually what Newington Green meant to Rogers, because he is very much a performative writer, as I said, and it's really hard to untangle these. The most important one is Italy, 1830, which contained illustrations by Turner and Stoddard, which Rogers himself commissioned. Rogers was highly aware of the fact that actually he could make poetry marketable, and that's why there are so many editions of his works available at actually good prices now, let alone at the time. If I could move on, I'm just going to wrap up. Thank you. This is just an image that you can find online. So the only reason I wanted to bring it up is in the spirit of Mary Wollstonecraft. Women did exist in the 19th century. This is an imagined scene of which women are completely absent. This idea of Rogers' professional identity as cultivated by male-only society is 100% mythical. Mary Shelley, for example, and Rogers corresponded a lot in the 1830s, and once an article has been peer-reviewed, should hopefully see that information appear somewhere. And next slide. So I want to finish with this then. So this is an autobiographical fragment that survives at UCL in the Sharp papers. It is one indeed that has been transcribed by Rogers' most recent biographer, Martin Bloxage, in 2013. And I hope it actually gives you a good idea as to what Rogers identifies Newington Green as meaning to him. Although whether truthful, in fact there is a MS before this which has been scratched out, I doubt. So the really important things, I was born not in a great town, but there is this idea of the fact that he had dreams that made amends for all. So he's pitching himself as this writer who was aspirational, who dreamed of writing. The next really interesting part is, from the first I learned to do something that might give me a name. So the idea of writing and poetry as leaving a sustainable legacy reminds me of Byron's early works, my epitaph shall be my name alone. And then this quotation, my constant wish has been to live with those who were eminent. And actually, this quotation in and of itself is one that, if you think about how people use sociability to cultivate poetic identity, it tells us about what Newington Green meant. Knowing these individuals he admired, working and living with them, what impact did this have on Rogers as he cultivated his identity as a poet later in life? And I think I'll just finish here. Whether he's telling the truth or not, I still don't know. The greatest resource and consolation of my life has been my turn for verses. This idea that he wants us to leave with the memory of him as being an individual inspired and motivated by poetry, by writing. And I do think that this idea of writing as inspirational does come from Richard Price, which is a book in itself. So thank you very much for indulging my whimsical journey through Samuel Rogers.
So I'm so happy to be here at this celebration. Thank you so much to Emma and the organisers at the Meeting House. This is such a pleasure. And I'm starting with a shameless plug, I'm afraid. This paper is taken from my book, Mary Wollstonecraft, Cosmopolitan. It's coming out with Edinburgh UP in July, and in it I argue that Wollstonecraft's works are shaped by her close engagement with foreign literatures and her experiences of travel and expatriation. She had her fair share of Anglo-Saxon prejudices. She's very rude about the French. But by the end of her career, she had explicitly rejected national allegiances. I define her work as cosmopolitan as opposed to, say, transnational, because cosmopolitanism typically has an ethical dimension. And Wollstonecraft engages consistently with the moral questions raised by our shared membership of the human family. At the heart of her cosmopolitan ethic are a belief in universal justice, irrespective of origins or affiliations, and a moral imperative to practice philanthropy in its root sense of love of humankind. In her first published work, Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, she sets a cosmopolitan standard for benevolence, insisting that goodwill to all the human race should dwell in our bosoms. Now, in this context, it means practicing charity impartially, suppressing your deep-rooted affections to fulfill a moral duty to promote equality. So don't just give your money to your family, spread it around, is what she's arguing there. The context is quite narrow. She's talking to young women about being charitable to others, but the implication is significant. Justice for Wollstonecraft should have no borders. In A Vindication of the Rights of Men, she declares that all feelings are false and spurious, that do not rest on justice as their foundation and are not consented by universal love. In A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, she describes her feminism as the outgrowth of affection for the whole human race. And in An Historical and Moral View of the French Revolution, she argues for a more enlightened moral love of mankind. In this paper, I want to connect these constant injunctions to universal benevolence and universal love with the mentorship of Richard Price. He's not her only major cosmopolitan influence, but he is an important one. Their beliefs aren't identical, but I've only got 15 minutes, so I'm going to dwell more on the similarities than the differences. Specifically, I'm going to identify resonances between Price's discourse on the love of our country, delivered to the Revolution Society in 1789, and Wollstonecraft's Vindications, where she defines patriotism in cosmopolitan terms as a principled allegiance compatible with affection for the whole human race. So why am I calling Price's discourse on love of country cosmopolitan? It's because Price thought the best kind of patriot was also a world citizen. In his discourse, he declares that our first concern as lovers of our country must be to enlighten it. And I'm identifying quite strongly with him, actually, at the moment. A cosmopolitan patriot is clear-sighted. They balance partiality for their native land with rational principles of justice. Price advocates universal benevolence, which he calls an unspeakably nobler principle than any partial affections. In the context of the American and the French revolutions, this benevolence means promoting human rights within and beyond the borders of the nation. Price acknowledges the naturalness of personal and local attachments, but he argues that love of our nearest and dearest should not amount to partisanship. Ultimately, living a moral life demands that a narrower interest ought always to give way to a more extensive interest. In pursuing particularly the interest of our country, we ought to carry our views beyond it. We should love it ardently, but not exclusively. We ought to seek its good by all the means our different circumstances and abilities will allow, but at the same time, we ought to consider ourselves as citizens of the world and take care to maintain a just regard to the rights of other countries. A moral love of country entails an active duty to demand that one's homeland stand for universal justice and benevolence. Without these guiding principles, national loyalties can suppress human fellowship, stoking a tyrannical desire to possess or dominate foreign places and peoples. As Price points out, history records far too many self-interested and acquisitive forms of patriotism. As most of the evils which have taken place in private life and among individuals have been occasioned by the desire of private interest overcoming the public affections, so most of the evils which have taken place among bodies of men have been occasioned by the desire of their own interest overcoming the principle of universal benevolence and leading them to attack one another's territories, to encroach on one another's rights, and to endeavour to build their own advancement on the degradation of all within the reach of their power. The human tendency to privilege oneself and one's own manifests internationally in imperial conquest, seizures of power, and the enslavement of all those not identified with the home nation. But for Price, a truly patriotic community is duty-bound to rebuke any government, including its own, that contravenes the human rights to freedom and equality. It's one thing to state that justice should have a universal reach, though, and quite another to envisage people adopting a global perspective at the expense of local loyalties and personal attachments. Price enjoins us to love our country ardently, but not exclusively. But his injunction begs the question whether people in the grip of intense feeling are capable of such even-handedness. Cosmopolitanism is frequently criticized for disregarding human psychology, the fact that affection often depends on affinity, identification with the self. We only have to look at the ongoing controversy in this country over refugees and asylum seekers to grasp that people often struggle to empathize with distant and unknown others and to give them the care they expect for their loved ones and compatriots. An abstraction like universal benevolence can't compete with the bonds of intimacy and kinship, tribe and nation. That's part of what bothered Edmund Burke about Price's discourse, which he famously denounced in his reflections on the revolution in France. According to Burke, Price and his ilk ignored the emotional textures of lived experience, the naturalness of local and particular attachments. They viewed human actions and human concerns in all the nakedness and solitude of metaphysical abstraction. Burke goes on to connect their outlook with the cosmopolitan tenets of the Enlightenment philosophe, suggested by clubs composed of a monstrous medley of all conditions, tongues, and nations. He saw in Price's enthusiasm for the revolution a natural immunity to sentiments liable to move the average Briton, an immunity which led to his rejection of ordinary patriotism in favour of a more abstract love of humankind. In Rights of Men, Wollstonecraft dismisses Burke's moral outrage as the disquiet of power under threat. Incensed by the attack on Price, she depicts his claims to patriotism as a front for acquisitive and proprietary passions, evident in his emphasis on property rights as a cornerstone of British liberty. In one section, she connects his obsession with the property of the church with misplaced national pride, situating patriots like Burke within a moral universe that punishes their hubris. The tithes are safe. We will not say forever, because the time may come when the traveller may ask where proud London stood, when its temples, its laws, and its trade may be buried in one common ruin, and only serve as a byword to point a moral or furnish senators who wage a wordy war on the other side of the Atlantic, with tropes to swell their thundering bursts of eloquence. She didn't know, obviously, at that point there'd be a plaque erected to her in London. Her image of proud London in one common ruin depicts a tragic fall from greatness, a noble nation destroyed by its own flaws. In this case, political, social, and economic inequalities rooted in the self-interest of the privileged classes. The perpetuation of property in our families is one of the privileges you most warmly contend for. Yet it would not be very difficult to prove that the mind must have a very limited range that thus confines its benevolence to such a narrow circle, which with great propriety may be included in the sordid calculations of blind self-love. In short, Burke's emphasis on family property and inheritance narrows the reach of his sympathy to those he can identify with his own selfhood. Wollstonecraft then extends and internationalizes the scope of her argument, reaching beyond the French Revolution to a sweeping indictment of tyranny and its roots in the selfish passions. She argues that if Burke objects to the human rights enshrined in the Déclaration des Droits, he might just as well have endorsed slavery. Allowing his servile reverence for antiquity and prudent attention to self-interest to have the force which he insists on, the slave trade ought never to be abolished. And because our ignorant forefathers, not understanding the native dignity of man, sanctioned a traffic that outrages every suggestion of reason and religion, we are to submit to the inhuman custom and term an atrocious insult to humanity the love of our country and a proper submission to the laws by which our property is secured. Slavery made Britain a prosperous nation and a dominant world power, but Wollstonecraft argues that no true patriot could sanction its laying waste to human rights and deadening of fellow feeling. In her eyes, the slave trade demonstrates how individual liberty, supposedly an English birthright, falls prey to avarice and narrow patriotism intent on enriching the mother country. Training her eye on domestic laws and practices, she identifies a similar pattern in the elevation of property over the lives of petty criminals and in the press gang's disregard for individual freedom. Our penal laws punish with death the thief who steals a few pounds, but to take by violence or trepan a man is no such heinous offence, for who shall dare to complain of the venerable vestige of the law that rendered the life of a deer more sacred than that of a man? From this perspective, the much vaunted English liberty is economic individualism with a gloss of national pride. And to this selfish principle, every nobler one is sacrificed. The Briton takes place of the man, and the image of God is lost in the citizen. For Wollstonecraft, the image of God represents a horizon of possibility, a divine standard to which imperfect human beings can aspire. Overweening national pride lowers that horizon, so that serving the state becomes the greatest aspiration imaginable. If the image of God should obscure the nation, so the worldwide community of human beings should overshadow one's little platoon. In a review of Rabot Saint-Étienne's address to the English nation, Wollstonecraft links counter-revolutionary sentiments with English national pride, a misplaced loyalty that leads an ignorant mechanic to give the sweat of his brow to support armaments that pamper placemen, all for the good of old England. Her ironic appropriation of English nationalist discourse counters the popular image of Britain upholding rational principles in the face of French barbarity. John Bull has hitherto argued with a high hand, and we have not now any reason to suppose that he will calmly weigh arguments that place Frenchmen on a level with Englishmen. Wollstonecraft's comments call attention to the common humanity of the British and French people, and she demands that revolutionary politics be judged from the impartial perspective of world citizenship rather than blinkered national loyalties. 1 year later, Wollstonecraft would declare in Rights of Woman, "It is time to separate unchangeable morals from local manners." Here she acknowledges the threat posed to moral truth and consequently political justice by a too localized perspective. And she repeatedly portrays women as prone to narrow or exclusive affections, which she attributes to their stunted intellects and underdeveloped pedestrian imaginations. In her unflattering portrayal, women will sacrifice right-minded principles to the interests of their own children, Rebeccas, she calls them scornfully. But this maternal affection arises from their egoistic perception of these children, not as autonomous subjects, but as extensions of themselves. And they're ultimately too self-absorbed to give them constant care and attention. Wollstonecraft draws an explicit analogy between these maternal failures and patriots who elevate their homeland at the expense of other nations. The exclusive affections of women seem indeed to resemble Cato's unjust love for his country. He wished to crush Carthage, not to save Rome, but to promote its vain glory. And in general, it is to similar principles that humanity is sacrificed for genuine duties support each other. This allusion to Cato, who was convinced that Roman supremacy necessitated the destruction of Carthage, describes women's narrow affections as reminiscent and even symptomatic of an inward-looking, chauvinistic love of country. In both cases, sympathy is confined to perceived extensions of the self, while others are regarded as a means to self-glorification, rather than independent moral agents deserving of humanity, another word for benevolence in Wollstonecraft's lexicon. Wollstonecraft argues that the mother of future citizens must be a patriot, because the love of mankind, from which an orderly train of virtues spring, can only be produced by considering the moral and civil interest of mankind. Mothers must understand and be able to explain the philosophy of rights and its instantiation in the Revolution in order to instill in their children the true principle of patriotism, which for Wollstonecraft is synonymous with affection for the whole human race. Once they grasp these philanthropic principles, they will not only fulfill their maternal duties, they will also be moved to extend their caregiving beyond the family to a borderless imagined community. To cultivate this universal benevolence in young women, education should develop their reason. This is the God-given faculty that will help them to understand how and why general principles of liberty and equality trump the demands and expectations of their immediate circle. Working in tandem with the imagination, reason will also refine their instinctive feelings into principled moral sentiments, nurturing the compassion or humanity that gives emotional traction to the principle of benevolence. Inspired by Price, Wollstonecraft develops a vision of patriotic femininity that incorporates world citizenship, and it reflects the model for love of country present in all her works. Expansive, outward-looking, and conceptually ambitious, this love of country dissents, I got it in, from the flag-waving aggression prevalent in Britain in her lifetime and ours. From her time in Newington Green, Wollstonecraft gained a truly global perspective. Thanks.
Thank you all for those really wonderful and sparkling papers, I think. I enjoyed every one of them. They were fantastic. And I think a lot of them go together as well, and quite usefully. So we don't have an enormous amount of time, but perhaps we could go a little into the break. Could we? Would that be okay?
In principle, yes. We start again at 12. Yes. And in principle, we have questions from people online as well as in the audience. But in practice, we don't have any yet from online, so it's all over to the audience.
Well, I'm sure there will be many. So take a moment to think and leave your hands up. You can, of course, also ask each other, which is, you've done the most thinking about the topic. So if there's anything perhaps you'd like to start, actually, there. Is there anything you'd like to comment across? I don't mean to put you on the spot in this rude way.
I'm actually very interested in do I need to get back?
Yeah.
I was interested in the relationship actually between the Bergs and Price, which I've not looked into that much. Could you say a bit more about that?
I don't know that much, I'm afraid, Laura, but
okay,
and I'm sure there are
now.
probably others who are much more expert in the room, and if anyone wants to come in. But yeah, that's because it's going back before Wollstonecraft's time that James Berg was alive, but they were really important friends and collaborators. I nearly said colleagues, but I don't know much of the detail.
Oh, yes. Yes, sorry.
Thank you all for your wonderful talks. I have a question for Laura about Wollstonecraft seems not to make feministism very much, right? There's feminism for arguing, but how do you think that influenced her relationship with members of the French Revolution? How do you think it influenced her view of the French Revolution in general?
So I'm not actually arguing that she didn't like patriotism. I'm arguing that for her, patriotism had to have a cosmopolitan component. So what I find very interesting in her historical and moral view of the French Revolution is the amount of times she condemns mock or false patriots. And for her, those are often described, and she brings in a fair amount of xenophobic rhetoric along the way, which is its own interesting contradiction. But she tends to depict those mock patriots as being vainglorious, as being self-interested. And so for her, they haven't grasped what patriotism is. It's extending beyond yourself to think about the rest of the nation. And as soon as you've done that, you could extend it even further beyond the borders of the nation. It's about thinking about liberty and equality for everyone, not bettering your own interests and those around you. So she has a lot of images of theatricality, men declaiming in the National Assembly, these dazzling speeches, and then nothing comes of it. The heat goes out of it, and they just all back off, and they don't consolidate the principles that she had signed up to. As far as I can tell, her connections with the Girondist revolutionaries were pretty strong, positive, and where she saw patriotism comprehending this idea of affection for the whole human race and the betterment of all citizens, she was an enthusiastic proponent of it, but it had to have that Pricean aspect.
We have a question now online. We have had lots of comments online, by the way, from South Africa, from Ireland, and so on. So there's plenty of people with us in the ether. But one specific question, also to Laura. Since women used to be a kind of foreigners in their own country, do you think that looking at Wollstonecraft's works in a cosmopolitan way strengthens her claim for women's rights because of their lack of rights?
Yeah, I do. I don't know who said that, but I think they're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, I think you see it in Wrongs of Women, I think, particularly, where she describes women as outlaws of the world. So they're not at home anywhere. And so that frees them up. And Virginia Woolf picks this up in 3 Guineas, that if you're not being protected by your own nation, it frees you from what she calls the unreal loyalties to your nation, and you can turn your attention to the whole world instead. Your country can be the whole world. And I think that is part of Wollstonecraft's cosmopolitanism. And she really dreaded coming back to Britain after she lived in France. She missed Imlay terribly, and she sends him these missives saying, why are you staying away so long? But when he suggests she come back to Britain, she's not sure about it, because she's living in France where, admittedly, there's been a lot of bloodshed, but she's also seen some progress towards rights for women, albeit in small ways, so sort of protection, the evidence of trying to protect illegitimate children of single mothers, for instance. At this point, she herself has an illegitimate daughter, and she says, brought up here, my girl would be freer. So she develops this critical perspective on her own nation, which, it moves her to a much more cosmopolitan perspective.
There's a question there. Yes.
It's a question for you, Janet, not least because your work is the forerunner of so many people's work here. It's a kind of standing back question. Will people be writing books about Mary Wollstonecraft forever?
I may be old, but I'm not prophetic. I think they probably will now, but it really depends on the way the world goes, and it's at the moment not terribly promising. But she will always stand for a kind of enlightenment, won't she? And the Enlightenment is being quite fiercely under attack at the moment, from all sorts of angles. So who quite knows? So I know, obviously I don't know, but I have a feeling that she will. But I, again, after quite a long sort of life, I've seen how reputations come and go quite extraordinarily. When I think of the people who I had to learn in college, which is, late 50s, early 60s. I mean, completely different from everything now. Certain people will stay, and I hope she is one of them, but nothing is ever secure. Can I thank you for that, but can I ask you a sort of general question for all of you? We're all talking about human benevolence, whether it's Price or St. Rogers or whether it's Mary Wollstonecraft. How much do these ideas depend on a belief in a supreme being? Anybody?
I've been talking
Anybody? I mean, Price, I suppose, yes, but
Starting at this end. Is it on? I don't know. I mean, I have got... I don't really know. I wouldn't say they depend on that belief, but they're grounded in it and rooted in it very strongly. And certainly Wollstonecraft, Price, the ones that I spoke about, but I think it was common amongst this group of intellectuals, that their rational principles were grounded in the belief in a benevolent God that made reason and human interest the same part of the same thing. And people of faith today would endorse the spirit of that, but I don't think anyone really holds the same kind of natural law kind of view that that they held in those days. I think Eileen sometimes says that Catholics do in her university, but I still think it's a different tone from the 18th century view that is no longer really widely spread today. So in developing and reappropriating the same kinds of ideas, and I'm very keen, someone once said, a very eminent scholar, Silvana Tomaselli, mentioned that there are no people who describe themselves as Wollstonecraftians. You get Lockeans, you get Kantians, you get Cartesians, but no Wollstonecraftians. And I thought that was rather a shame, because I would define myself as a Wollstonecraftian.
I think it's because of the name. It's too long.
It is unwieldy. It is. Yes, I agree.
Try to put it on a book.
But in sort of, well, yeah, I agree. It doesn't trip off the tongue. But in making a Wollstonecraftianism for today, I think it is possible to secularize it. You can keep the spirit of faith going, but you can underpin it or ground it in a kind of secular reason that will make it work. So I don't think it's necessary, but it's certainly part of what motivated them. That's my personal view. So.
Yes, well, my question is about not just the theology of the Newington Green Church, which Price and Wollstonecraft and others were attending at the time, but the use of scripture in that church, and also Wollstonecraft's understanding of the Anglican tradition's use of scripture in the Book of Common Prayer, and to what extent biblical imagery is undergirding what you've identified as her rationalism or cosmopolitanism, her general ethos of love towards all humanity. Obviously, those are Christian themes, love of humanity, right? So I guess I'd like to push the conversation towards a consideration of not just Wollstonecraft as a philosopher, but Wollstonecraft as someone who was deeply influenced by religion in the time period, and how it was actually practiced liturgically.
Shall I come in? I don't think your question was really to me, Eileen, but so I'll let others come in. But just it rang a bell for thinking about preaching and the elocutionary text I was talking about. And for Berg, it's so important that young men can deliver scripture appropriately. But he doesn't include any scriptural text in his reading anthology, because I don't know, he seems that as not appropriate material for a textbook perhaps, but Wollstonecraft does. There's a whole section in the Female Reader of devotional pieces, and she wants, and they're not just kind of reading exercises. It connects to that idea of the anthologies being also an educational text and promoting devotional feeling, almost on the lines of Barbauld or someone like that. So there is a place for scripture in Wollstonecraft's anthology.
So I'm out of my comfort zone when it comes to scripture, but I will say one of the things I have noticed is that in both the discourse and in her vindication, is it the vindication? Wollstonecraft and Price both quote that very famous idea of doing unto others as you would have them do unto you. And it is the recognition, I think, there that each of us is a child of God, that we all have this common humanity, this common capacity to reason, this common capacity to feel, I think, which is also an element of Wollstonecraft's works that I didn't touch on as much there. But yeah, just the according of each human soul with the same rights and the same importance, I think, is kind of critical to this idea of love of humanity. But also, I think one of the other things that dominates Wollstonecraft's works, and I think certainly comes from Exodus, is this idea of the fact she's in exile, a sojourner in a strange land. And later, she kind of gives it a Rousseauvian twist when she talks about herself as a solitary walker. But the notion that from this exile can come a kind of redemption, that it can inform the way you think, that for me runs through all of her works and has a scriptural foundation.
Thank you. As a member of the audience, I would love this conversation to continue for a lot longer. These were fantastic talks and a really great discussion as well. I'm glad that we turned to religion at the end of it. As the organizer, I think possibly we need a little break now before we get on to the next stage. But I just wanted to come back to Mary's point about this transition
For those on Zoom, we're reconvening at 12 o'clock. Hello again to those online and those in the building. You're welcome to keep drinking your tea, especially if you're at home, but even if you're in the building, drink your tea. What a fabulous first session. We're now moving on to the next. And a quick moment of housekeeping in that the Radical Tea Towel Company is going to be gracing us with a commercial visit in the Price Room. So if you are short of Radical tea towels in your household, please be aware that some will be for sale. They're actually out on the green, so you may choose to spend your lunchtime out on the green as well, but they'll be visiting in the back. And now over to our next step. Here we go, Emma.
Thank you very much, Roberta. I definitely think I need a few Radical tea towels. So, my name is Emma Cleary, and I am delighted to be here introducing our next speaker, Daisy Hay, who has just published the most marvelous new book, Dinner with Joseph Johnson, Books and Friendship in a Revolutionary Age. It's just come out with Penguin, and we do have some copies here, which can be purchased in the entry, in the lunchtime break. But for now, Daisy's going to tell us a little bit about how she conceived this project, this extraordinary group biography of the world in which Mary Wollstonecraft moved so vitally. So over to you, Daisy.
Thank you very much, Emma. Is the mic picking me up? Are we good? Apologies for sitting down. I'm recovering from a balance issue, which means I can't stand up, and also means I'm a bit more on script than I'd like to be, so apologies if I'm not looking at you the whole way through. But it's such a pleasure to be here in this building, particularly since this event was first thought of over 2 years ago. So I think I speak for everyone when I say that to be able to come together is just a kind of, it means more than ever. So thank you, Emma, for bringing us all together. Given our theme is dissent today, both in relation to the community who gathered here at Newington Green during Wollstonecraft's lifetime, and more broadly as an aspect of her thinking and the legacy we're celebrating, I'm going to focus my talk today on dissent as it relates particularly to the men and women who gathered alongside Wollstonecraft at the house of her publisher Joseph Johnson for dinner. And thank you, Mary, for setting me up so elegantly. Wollstonecraft met Johnson through John Hewlett, another resident of Newington Green, in 1786, and became very friendly with him in ways which were really important for her in 1788. Because my assumption is that Wollstonecraft's story is quite well known to lots of you, I want to focus a bit more today on Johnson himself and on some of the kind of figures who gathered around him who Wollstonecraft would have met, and to explore the stories of some of the individuals whose stories in quite particular ways shaped the communal experiences of dissent at Johnson's table. But first of all, a bit of context. So this book is part group biography, part cultural history of the generation of writers, artists, scientists, doctors, theologians, and natural philosophers who found their voices through Joseph Johnson and who met in shifting constellations at his house between the years 1760 and 1809. So just to start off, I'm going to sketch in the shape of the book by reading a short passage from the introduction that brings its cast together imaginatively in one place. And while I read, if we could have the next slide, which is an image of Henry Fuseli's Nightmare. Fuseli was one of Johnson's greatest friends, and a version of the Nightmare hung on the wall of Johnson's dining room at 72 St Paul's Churchyard. So while you listen, this is what his guests would have dined under. Let us imagine for a moment that the men and women who dined with Joseph Johnson are gathered around the table once again, according to the centrality in Johnson's story, rather than the realities of time and place. Gradually, a picture of the community he created becomes visible beneath the painting of the Nightmare. Seated at Johnson's right hand, monopolising the attention of the host, is the artist responsible for this image of incubus and sleeper, Henry Fuseli. Fuseli himself acknowledges that once he starts drinking, he finds it hard to control his tongue. A few glasses of wine cause his spirits to run away with him, and he always repents of his extravagance in conversation, reports one witness to his table manners. Fuseli's chief sparring partner at dinner is a mathematician called John Bonnycastle. During working hours, Bonnycastle teaches maths to trainee soldiers at the Woolwich Military Academy. During his leisure, he writes books designed to reveal the beauties of mathematics to general readers. He is not an elegant eater. According to the testimony of one young guest, he has an unfortunate tendency to goggle over his plate like a horse. When he laughs, his teeth are exposed at the sides, and in Fuseli's presence, he laughs and shouts in equal measure. Sitting apart from the squabbles of Fuseli and Bonnycastle in this imagined gathering is Joseph Priestley. Priestley is at once a philosopher, chemist, theologian, teacher, and more. There is barely an aspect of human existence to which he's not given some thought. At his own table, Priestley has to be dissuaded from reading while he eats. But at Johnson's house, there is too much pleasure to be had in the company of others for Priestley to be distracted by books. Chief among his friends at the table are Benjamin Franklin, a fellow chemist increasingly distracted by the deterioration in relations between Britain and his native America, and the Unitarian minister Theophilus Lindsay. His chapel at Essex Street, further down the Strand, is another gathering place for many of Johnson's friends. Also clustered around Priestley are Richard Lovell Edgeworth and his brilliant novelist daughter Maria, Erasmus Darwin, a doctor and poet whose girth is barely contained by his waistcoat, and from the younger generation, the quiet figure of another doctor, John Aitken, and John's sister, the writer Anna Barbauld. Barbauld is usually accompanied on her visits to St. Paul's Churchyard by her husband, a Suffolk schoolmaster eclipsed by his brilliant wife. In letters to friends, Barbauld writes of the intensity of her pleasure in the conversation to be found at Johnson's, although sometimes, like Fuseli, she writes the morning after dinner with wine-sodden wisdom of the perils of a late night on a tender head. There are more men than there are women at dinner with Joseph Johnson, but Barbauld and Maria Edgeworth are by no means the only representatives in the dining room of their sex. Sometimes the company is joined by the white-capped figure of Sarah Trimmer, a children's writer and devout Anglican who has little in common with Johnson's more radical guests. Also present, when the boundaries of time and place are collapsed, is the poet Charlotte Smith, who finds refuge in Johnson's list on the final years of her life. His nieces, Hester and Elizabeth, form part of the family unit at St. Paul's Churchyard, alongside their younger brother Roland, a pupil at the Barbauld School who will become first Johnson's apprentice and later one of his heirs. But of all the women who gather for dinner, it is the voice of Mary Wollstonecraft that can be heard most clearly across the table. It's the early opinion of another dinner guest, the philosopher William Godwin, that Wollstonecraft has a good deal too much to say for herself. But even Godwin's attention is snagged by the clarity with which Wollstonecraft makes her views known. At the end of the table, this end of the table, Godwin would prefer to hear from Thomas Paine, whose political writings have caused a stir in both America and Britain. He is to be disappointed since Paine, as Godwin will later acknowledge, is no great talker. Another guest is also disappointed in Paine, although for different reasons. An aspiring poet called James Hurdis, who seriously overestimates the extent of his own literary talent, finds Paine's appearance as objectionable as his views. In a letter to a friend, Hurdis complains that Paine's face is red and somewhat resembling in the inequality of its surface the coat of a Seville orange. Paine's hair is as bad, thin, carelessly frizzled, and untidily held back with a slip of ribbon. Jostling for space at the table alongside the men and women who come to dinner most regularly are other figures eager to make their voices heard. Amongst a group of young men trying to carve space in the conversation is the poet William Wordsworth, down on his luck after being forced by political crisis to leave France. Alongside Wordsworth in this outer group is his friend Samuel Taylor Coleridge. Some of the older guests have nursed the hope that Coleridge might channel his genius with words as a minister in the Unitarian Church, but their wishes will not be fulfilled. Also anxious for a place at the table is another chemist, Humphrey Davy, who, the gossips report, sometimes runs to dinner straight from his workshop without stopping to change his shirt, and William Hazlitt, a follower of Godwin who has turned his back on the religion of Johnson and Priestley. Hazlitt wants to paint Johnson, but he cannot persuade the bookseller to sit still enough to have his likeness taken. Johnson is more interested in listening to others than he is in his own image. As the candles flicker, illuminating both the animated faces around the table and this strange image on the wall, he remains still. When the wine glasses have been drained and the guests at this phantasm of a dinner disappear down the stairs and into the night, he's left alone in the crooked dining room. There are servants to clear the dirty crockery, their presence barely registered in the historical record. There's work to be set in train for the morning and manuscripts to be read. The business of making and selling books is unrelenting, and with a few hours the candles guttering in the dining room, the shutters protecting the shop front will be thrown back. And into 72 St Paul's Churchyard will come once again the procession of authors, tradesmen and friends, for whom dinner with Joseph Johnson offers the prospect of sustenance, conversation and safety. Now, it's probably apparent from this passage, this opening passage, that although Johnson's guests came from many contrasting walks of life, many of them, although importantly not all, shared the experience of being dissenters in a country which was unfriendly to those who were not prepared to conform. Among this crowd of people in the dining room, though, two men in particular exemplified both the ideas and the experience of dissent in both their persons and their stories. The first was Theophilus Lindsay, the father of Unitarianism. The second was Joseph Priestley. Lindsay appeared in the dining room as a modern-day dissenting martyr who had voluntarily relinquished his home when he resigned as vicar of the Yorkshire parish of Catterick because he could no longer square his conscience with signature of the 39 Articles. For several years after leaving Yorkshire, Lindsay and his wife Hannah camped in cramped lodgings in Holborn, where their friend Catherine Capp described piles of books serving for chairs, until they were able to move into domestic quarters adjacent to the Unitarian chapel Johnson helped them open at Essex Street off the Strand. I'm going to read a short section from the book about the opening of the Essex Street chapel, from one chapel to another, because it illustrates something of the pressure under which dissenters operated, as well as the geographical contours of Johnson's corner of dissenting London. So while I do, if we can move on to the next slide, here's the only image that survives of Theophilus Lindsay over here, along with the only picture that survives of Johnson himself above me. As news of his impending resignation spread in the autumn of 1773, Lindsay was offered the ministry of a dissenting chapel in Leeds. He refused. His intention was to try to gather together a group of Unitarians drawn from the Church of England, rather than to lead the worship of those who had already dissented. He planned to open a new church where he would conduct services using a rewritten version of the Anglican liturgy. It was an enterprise which presented more of a threat to the unity of the established church than did the existence of disparate groups of grudgingly tolerated dissenters. In his inaugural sermon he drafted for his church, he chose as his text a verse from Ephesians, endeavouring to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. No text, protested one of his many detractors, could be less appropriate. And how does he himself endeavour it? Why, by endeavouring to draw the good people from their national church the proper pace of worship, to hear his vain babbling in an unconsecrated auction room. That unconsecrated auction room was in Essex House on Essex Street, just off the Strand. Lindsay was offered a lease on the room thanks to the efforts of one old friend, Joseph Priestley, and two new friends in London, Benjamin Franklin and Johnson. Franklin sent encouraging news of distinguished people who stood ready to support the foundation of the new chapel through their presence in the congregation, and Johnson went to work to bring the project to fruition. At this point, Essex House was in the possession of Johnson's friend and author Samuel Patterson, who was sympathetic to the Unitarian cause. Patterson's auction business was doing badly, in part because he had a very unfortunate tendency to read rather than sell his stock. And Johnson knew him to be urgently in need of money. Sympathetic Unitarians in London and beyond donated funds to support Lindsay and raised £200 to rent the room for 2 years. Much of the money came from strangers, and Lindsay reported most of them dissenters. But he continued, I am now a dissenter myself. He concluded, happy in it. Nay, I would say to you, I glory in it. As Lindsay moved steadily further away from the established church, he experienced some of the insidious ways in which the state constrained the activities of dissenters. 2 MPs summoned him for meetings in which they warned him that any remaining public sympathy would turn to hostility if he pressed ahead with his plans. Johnson went forth to do battle with the authorities for a licence for the chapel, but at every stage, legal obstacles were thrown in his way. At the beginning of April, building work in Essex Street was finished, and the liturgy worked on by Priestley and Johnson and Lindsay at St Paul's Churchyard was printed and ready, but the licence all dissenters needed to worship legally had not been granted. Johnson ran all over Westminster and the city, pushed from pillar to post by magistrates who found a multitude of reasons to withhold permission for the chapel to open. Eventually, Johnson and Lindsay managed to talk their way into the chambers of the Chief Justice Lord Mansfield, who was outraged that petty functionaries were subverting the legal framework of religious toleration. He came like a lion, Lindsay told a supporter, but we have not succeeded without striking with the great hammer. On Sunday, the April 17th, 1774, Lindsay preached his first sermon in Essex Street. Johnson was in the congregation, along with Priestley and Franklin. For all four men, as well as for Lindsay and Hannah, it was a defining moment in the battle for dissenting rights. John Lee, the lawyer who advised Johnson during his battle for the licence, reported there were 10 coaches at the door, and that somewhere between 200 and 300 well-to-do strangers had appeared to hear Lindsay preach. The Dukes of Norfolk and Richmond were among the crowd, so were 3 clergymen, a handful of barristers, and a government spy. Everything passed very well, Lindsay wrote the day afterwards. Some disturbance was apprehended, but not the least movement of any kind. Many of those present commented on the difference between the experience of being in Essex Street and being in an Anglican church. I should have blushed, Lindsay wrote, to have appeared in a white garment. After a few weeks, the government spy melted away, rather to the amusement of those in the congregation who'd been unconvinced by his professed religiosity. Within a week of the first service, Johnson had rushed Lindsay's inaugural sermon into print, and the ability to read the words preached at Essex Street inspired some of Lindsay's more outspoken opponents to take up their pen once more. One author of one pamphlet termed his sermon poison. Another implied that a little persecution might be just what Lindsay and his fellow dissenters needed. Too much toleration, he argued, put true Christians at risk. If these Unitarians should ever gain an establishment, which I trust they never will, I very much doubt whether we should meet with a like indulgence. Essex Street offered a geographical, intellectual and spiritual contrast to St Paul's Cathedral at the other end of the Strand. The cathedral was visible for miles around, the hierarchies of the Anglican Church represented in stone within its walls. The centrality of the Church of England to the political and religious life of the capital and the nation was mirrored by the way the cathedral's scale dominated the surrounding streets. St Paul's represented centuries of tradition and stability, as well as the demand that its congregation should acquiesce in the structures of belief represented in its services and architecture. Essex Street, by contrast, was a hastily fitted-out room, barely tolerated by those with the power to rule in its legality. Lindsay presented himself not as father of his congregation, marked out as different by clerical robes, but as a fellow inquirer who read in the scriptures that to believe was to ask questions of power. Only a handful of the thousands who passed along the Strand each day were aware of Essex Street's existence, while the presence of St Paul's on the streetscape of the thoroughfare was inescapable. The conflict between cathedral and chapel was asymmetric from the outset, and Johnson saw the truth of this every week as he walked from east to west to worship. But the print pulpit he offered Lindsay went some way to addressing this balance, as sermons taking place in an overlooked London auction house reverberated on paper across the country. Essex Street became a second fixed point in Johnson's compass, the spiritual counterpoint to his domestic and commercial moorings at home. So Lindsay's a really important figure in my story of dissenting London and in Johnson and dissent, because his case illustrates both the limitations and the possibility of dissent. In June 1780, so 6 years after the chapel was opened, when the Gordon riots made the gutters of London streets run with gin and blood, the symbolic importance of Essex Street and its community of dissenters became more apparent than ever. And as the riots worsened and as the violence built, Lindsay received information that the chapel was going to be targeted. So this is what happened. Instead of revealing to the rioters that he feared them, Lindsay orchestrated the removal of papers and valuables. On the night of June the 7th, he and Hannah took refuge with friends, leaving, he told one correspondent, a person or two in the house, whose safety by implication was of less concern. The violence abated and Essex House remained unharmed, but the fear the riots had instilled in Lindsay's congregation took longer to quell. I received several applications from members of our society and anonymous letters from others to blot their names out of the prayer books in the chapel, lest they should be made use of to their prejudice, he told a friend, as this had been the way in which the associators had come to the knowledge of many of the unfortunate Roman Catholics. I think of all the images that arise from the Gordon riots. For me, it's not the storming of Newgate. It's the image of a minister having to go through prayer books, obscuring the names of worshippers, which really gets me, that kind of level of fear during those days in June. And today, historians often tend to read the Gordon riots as a result less of straightforward anti-Catholicism, than as a proto-revolutionary uprising against power, an expression of anger by a hungry and disenfranchised population. And of course, it's definitely the case that the cause for which Gordon's petitioners marched on June the 2nd was then seized on by a much broader array of individuals and groups. However, the attack on religious diversity that initially sparked the riots remained a central feature of the days of June for those who had to fight for their right for religious independence. Of course, many dissenters shared the anti-Catholic sentiments of their Church of England counterparts, and they were not above attacking Catholicism's idols and hierarchies with ferocity. But others recognised it was a logical fallacy to demand toleration for themselves while denying it to others. And Priestley led the way in this. He was personally deeply suspicious of Catholics, but he insisted that a reformed state would allow them to worship freely, and indeed that religious freedom might actually work to prevent the secret spread of idolatrous beliefs. Lindsay also detested Catholicism, which he viewed as antithetical to individual religious freedom, but he also believed that the Gordon riots were the products of state-sponsored religious prejudice that was poisoning the nation. And in the meantime, when a city the size of London could be engulfed in a conflagration of flames and fear, only the closest and most loyal friends were to be trusted. I cannot but look on our country in the name of Englishmen disgraced by the spirit of cruel bigotry which is now showing itself. I add no more at present, only that we do not mention their intentions against us, but to particular friends for obvious reasons. So I hope what you can see in this is that the Gordon riots made real the anxieties of those who felt themselves to be marginalised in and unprotected by their country. In the aftermath of the violence, as shops began to reopen, Johnson published a sermon by an R. Harrison entitled The Catholic Protestant, which argued that intolerance towards other religious practices was a fundamentally anti-Christian position. Yet Harrison also argued for the existence of what he termed sinless anger, anger that was fully justified by circumstance. Sinless anger would become a touchstone of dissenting politics, the phrase encompassing both the right of self-defence and the responsibility of marginalised patriots to argue and write their way towards national reformation. The Gordon riots brought the fears of those excluded in the name of toleration into focus and demonstrated conclusively that it was no longer possible for Unitarians and other nonconformists to hold themselves aloof from the institutions of the state. Now, as I pieced together my version of Dissent in London for this book, that phrase, sinless anger, was one to which I kept returning. The Gordon riots took place 7 years before Wollstonecraft got off the stagecoach on her return from Ireland and then Bristol and made her way to St Paul's Churchyard to stay with Johnson as she embarked on her journey to become, in that famous phrase, the first of a new genus. But events like the riots and Lindsay's experience of voluntary homelessness and internal exile had left their mark on the circle she joined at dinner. She saw at first hand the efforts made by both men and above all by Johnson's friend and frequent visitor Joseph Priestley to mount a pressure campaign for the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts. And she was a regular visitor at dinner in the second half of 1791, when Priestley took sanctuary at St Paul's Churchyard following the destruction of his house and laboratory during the Birmingham riots. Now, I suspect that this crucial episode in the story of how Johnson's circle experienced dissent will be well known and outlined to many people here. So I'm going to pick up my narrative of it a couple of days in, after the Loyalist mob in Birmingham have already destroyed 2 meeting houses and several private residences of upstanding nonconformist citizens, the Priestleys among them. And while I read, I'm going to show you on the slide, if we could have the next slide, please, an image from the publication Johnson issued to mark the riots. This is from Views of the Ruins of Birmingham, which shows Priestley's house as a blackened shell. This is an extraordinary book with 8 aquatint pages and then with a brief text written in both French and English showing the Birmingham buildings after the riots. And it looks like a kind of picturesque handbook. It's got crowds of tourists, although in fact these 2 over here are drunk. And at first glance, some of the buildings appear intact, but then you realise that their windows have blown out. And it's a real example of the fact that sometimes Johnson understood that images just speak louder than words. This testimony to the destruction wrought in Birmingham. So here's a little bit about what happened. Priestley kept moving. By this point, he's been on the run for 2 days, desperately attempting to outrun his pursuers. As the crowd drew near Moseley Green, he got back into the borrowed chaise alongside his wife Mary and travelled 5 miles out of town to his daughter Sarah's house at Heath Forge. There they were greeted by news that their house, Fair Hill, had been completely destroyed. 3 more messages arrived by express, warning Priestley that the rioters were making their way to Heath Forge and that nothing less than his life would satisfy them. This time he made his escape on horseback, leaving Mary behind with her son-in-law and heavily pregnant daughter. Everywhere he went, over the course of 3 exhausting days and nights during which he hardly slept, he heard news that his attackers remained active and dangerous. Exhausted, he made his way to Worcester, where he caught the London coach. At 6 in the morning on Monday, July the 18th, he arrived in London and sought shelter at Lindsay's house in Essex Street. The anonymity of the capital offered some protection, but Priestley still worried that his presence put his hosts in danger. So he shuttled back and forth between Essex Street and St Paul's Churchyard, watching over his shoulder as he did so. In the Midlands, the stunned victims of the riots began to count their losses. As the violence abated, Martha Russell is the daughter of William Russell, and in an essay she published as an old lady, she described on the night that the Russells realised their house was going to fall, fleeing with a group of women, carrying children wrapped in blankets. And she describes hiding in a hedge, hearing men on horseback calling for the head of her father, saying, "I hear there's a damned Presbyterian nearby, we'll have his head." And it's just terrifying to read these accounts. And she went back to find the child at home, the smouldering ruin, and the nursery windows, the trees which had stood by the nursery windows for hundreds of years had gone. William Hutton, who awoke the morning of the riots as one of the most upstanding and prominent men in Birmingham, recounted the disorientation of finding himself on the evening of July the 17th, leaning on a milestone upon Sutton Coldfield, without a home, without money, and what's the last resort of the wretched, without hope. In London, Lindsay sent letters to friends with the news that Priestley was safe and in good spirits. But information coming out of Birmingham was patchy, and Priestley was racked with anxiety about the fate of his wife and the impact of the violence on their pregnant daughter. For 4 days, the crowd ran riot through Birmingham and its surrounding towns and villages. 4 dissenting chapels were damaged or destroyed, along with 27 private houses. Although many of those who joined in the violence were drunk and out of control, it's clear that a core of approximately 30 men moved soberly and systematically across the city, acting according to a premeditated plan. By the time troops arrived to quell the violence on July 17th, the ringleaders had melted into the background and most of the rioters had disbanded. The Birmingham magistrates refused to arrest those responsible and ordered the release of a handful of men captured by troops or special constables. William Russell made his way to London to demand redress from the state, and Priestley began to make an inventory of all he'd lost. His house was gone, along with his household goods, his books, his manuscripts, and all his scientific equipment. Pitt's government and government-supporting newspapers treated the riots as a natural result of the loyalism of patriotic men pushed beyond endurance by revolution inciting Christ-denying troublemakers. William Russell's attempts to secure compensation and justice was met with official intransigence, and the authorities in Birmingham made it clear to Priestley that he was neither welcome nor safe in their city. At the end of July, Priestley dined with Charles Fox's friend and ally, Richard Brinsley Sheridan. Fox himself stayed away from the dinner, perhaps fearing the consequences of an overt association with Priestley. Instead, he sent a message via his friend. They conceived that the encouragement given by the court to the High Church party was intended to crush Mr. Fox and those who took our part and to intimidate both them and us. Priestley himself, though, was wary of this approach and of Fox's sympathy. Any acknowledgement that the violence had been politically motivated risked supporting the slanders of the Times and of other establishment newspapers, in which the riots were presented as a consequence of political factionalism between 2 warring parties. Priestley countered this narrative with an insistence that the Dissenters of Birmingham were victims of religious persecution, which was in every way contrary to the spirit of Britain's unwritten constitution. I therefore differ from most of our friends here and wish with you to show no distrust of government. Our tribunal is our country and the world. Within 6 weeks of arriving in London, Priestley had sped his own account of the riots to Johnson, and on August 4, 1791, he watched the printers set the early pages of his narrative in type as he scribbled letters on scraps of paper gleaned from the workshop floor. Meanwhile, William Russell had made his way back to Birmingham and was training his servants to use firearms in his shell of a house. When Russell left his grounds, he carried pistols in his pocket, and he wrote that more riots seemed inevitable. It was quite impossible for Priestley to return, and even in London he feared for his safety. Johnson published Priestley's appeal to the public on the subject of the riots at Birmingham at the end of the summer. The volume consisted of a narrative account of the circumstances that had bred religious tension in Birmingham in the years before the riots, and of the days of the riots themselves, and a reflection of the consequences of the violence. And Johnson bound this together with lots of other things, so appendices in which Priestley reprinted his own letters to the papers in the days following the violence, copies of some of the anti-dissenting handbills that had circulated beforehand, supportive addresses from groups of dissenters all over the country, and letters from Priestley's homeless congregation at the new meeting in Birmingham. And this is a narrative that documented losses that he felt very personally, but in which he had more to say about the losses the country had incurred as a result of a government decision to allow the disorder to continue. It's something extraordinary that persons used to a state of law and government should be not struck with the impropriety of making a mob both the judges and executioners of law, and that in a state of intoxication when they are not capable of hearing any reason. And he made the point that had he been guilty of the crimes he was charged with, which was to have drunk a toast to no church, no king, at a place where he was not present and where no such toasts were drunk, he would still have been allowed a fair trial in a court, but might have been sentenced to a fine or imprisonment. But the state had permitted the mob to carry out its own punishment of destroying his entire life. And he repeated the idea again and again that the dangers to the country of such vigilante justice were enormous. If there is to be a revolution in this country, similar to that which has taken place in France, attempts to deter men by illegal violence from doing what the law does not forbid will, I'm confident, bring it on in half the time. Men who do not like to be insulted will at length be prepared to resist violence by violence, and from such accidental, inconsiderate sparks as these, a civil war may be lighted up, and consequences may follow which the wisest among us cannot foresee. Priestley framed his account of the riots as an attack on a religious minority by an intolerant church establishment that made ignorant drunkards its tools. The consequences for the character and the security of both church and nation of so doing were severe. For Johnson and his fellow dissenters, the riots represented the final failure of the fiction of toleration under which they'd suffered for a century. And Priestley presented his own case as proof positive that to be a dissenter was to be persecuted. Just as the dissenting ministers of Black Bartholomew's Day of 1662 been forced from their homes by a vengeful establishment, so had Priestley and the dissenters of Birmingham, like Lindsay before them, been rendered homeless as a result of religious beliefs. The events of July 1791 were not a fair fight between political opponents, Priestley insisted. They were a state-sanctioned attack on a religious minority and a stain on the soul of the nation. So, in this world then, where to dissent was to be vulnerable to attack, to homelessness, to slander and more, the sanctuary offered by safe spaces and communities of sympathy mattered more than ever. And that's the context in which Johnson's dining room became such a crucial place for the men and women he published in the 1790s, Wollstonecraft included. And this is where I want to conclude by thinking about what home meant for Johnson's circle in those dark days following the Birmingham riots. I finished work on this book during the period when, for so many of us, the boundary between home and work collapsed, and when we all had to stay at home whether we wanted to or not. And that experience sharpened my sense of the importance of home and the privilege of home during times of threat and uncertainty. And in trying to kind of write that importance into the book, I took my lead from Anna Barbauld, whose plaque I was thrilled to see in the pews, and John Aitken's co-written book, Evenings at Home, in which I was sort of tracing the way in their work they invited readers into their own houses, giving the illusion of familiar immediacy through a fictional conceit. And of course, home carried great significance for both Barbauld and Aitken, because they'd been brought up at Warrington in a schoolhouse which was at once private and professional, a space where friends and colleagues and students ran in and out the door. So in that world of Warrington of the 1760s, home didn't mean shutting out the world or battening down the hatches, but rather in sharing its pleasures and security with friends and fellow travellers. But in the summer of 1791, home was revealed as a concept that the dissenters couldn't take for granted. And of course, the Lindsays had long known the reality of that truth. But now, in Priestley's plight, a new generation of religious and political dissidents saw the fragility of their own existence writ large. Evenings of Home, which came out in the early 1790s, was in part an elegy for the Warrington of the 1760s, for a period before good men were driven out of their houses by doctrine and flame. But it was also a proclamation of the Dissenters' continued ability to make their private spaces matter in the world, to celebrate their houses, their schools, and their chapels as places where friendship, virtue, and learning could be found. And at St. Paul's Churchyard, Johnson offered his writers and friends the freedom of his house and a proxy hearth. And in the 1790s, his dining room became a haven for men and women who were prevented by religion or politics or circumstance from claiming a sanctuary of their own. Simultaneously, in the aftermath of the Birmingham riots, the stories of Johnson's guests became ever more intertwined as they gathered around his table. In the streets beyond his walls, an increasingly sophisticated apparatus of state surveillance trained its attention on the activities of all those suspected of unpatriotic disloyalty. Events in Birmingham had shown that the protections of the law were limited for those who questioned the new nationalist orthodoxy. In response, Johnson made his home into a writer's house, in the most generous sense of that phrase, a refuge for all who needed to think and talk and be, and who were prepared to share the results of their thinking with the world via the medium of paper. So now I'm going to wrap up by thinking a bit about paper, with what I hope I've given as a sense of the emotional and intellectual and geographical landscape that Wollstonecraft navigated when she joined that circle around Johnson's table. Dispossession, both threatened and remembered, shaped that landscape, but so did places that were real and substantial, meeting houses like this, Lindsay's Chapel, the dining room. To be a dissenter in London in the final decades of the 18th century was to live with uncertainty and precarity and all the dangers attendant on marginalisation, but it was also to be part of a community characterised by refusal to lessen the ambition of its thinking in response to external threat. So to illustrate this, I'm going to end with a very short passage from the book, which is about paper, and it comes courtesy of Barbauld and Evenings at Home. Paper, Barbauld wrote, is a delicate and beautiful substance, made from the meanest and most disgusting materials, from old rags which have passed from one person to another, and at length have perhaps dropped in tatters from the child of the beggar. The effort and ingenuity necessary to reanimate these scraps should, she insisted, never be forgotten. For the invention of paper has been of almost equal consequence to literature as that of printing itself, and shows how the arts and sciences, like children of the same family, mutually assist and bring forward each other. Barbauld's imagery is really striking. She represents paper and printing, along with the arts and sciences, like siblings, part of a mutually supportive family made strong by number and contrast. To work and live alongside each other on this account is akin to binding individual sheets of paper into a book. Each sheet is fragile and easily torn, but bound together, paper, like people, holds firm. Thank you very much indeed.
That account of what it was to be a dissenter in the late 18th century in Wollstonecraft's period is an absolute tour de force. And I'm sure it's going to inspire a lot of people to turn to your book. It's absolutely stunning work. So I now invite the audience here or virtually to put some questions. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So we'll take maybe 10 minutes or so to... yeah. Question. But we don't have the microphone, so...
I can repeat the question.
Yeah, you can repeat the question, that's fine.
Do you think the traditions that came from the Dissenters has been lost over time? Because I mentioned what's going on in the United States and the desire to stop people from learning or reading other authors who are dissenting against what went on previously under the last president.
So the question, for those who didn't hear, was about whether the tradition started by the Dissenters have continued over time, particularly in America. I think I might park half of it because I know it's going to be talked about a bit later. I would say, though, that in the period where I have expertise and knowledge, this model of trying to work out how you can be someone who is both, in the case of Priestley, deeply religious, but deeply committed to an idea of religiosity, which is that to show your belief in God, you push at the boundaries of the known world. That, you know, the most beautiful things are not the mysteries of creation, but the sinews of blood vessels in a hand. That's one of Priestley's images that he recurs. That idea is something which I think you can see the tradition of kind of working right through into the 19th century and beyond. When just very early on when I started this work, I had a long conversation about the book I wanted to write with Jenny Uglow, whose Lunar Men was sort of my Bible. And she said, you've got to remember how people lived and breathed their religion and their religious adherence in this period. And I think the fact that that becomes such a dangerous thing to live means that there are things about this period at the end of the 18th century which are particular to it. But you know, if you think about the kind of way in which the legacy of that gets taken on, I mean, we often talk about Catholic emancipation, but we don't talk about the fact that, you know, the work of Lindsay's life came to fruition in 1828 with the repeal of the Test and Corporation Acts, with the fact that that then kind of enabled the kind of political progress of the 19th century. So I don't know about contemporary America, but I do know that even not in kind of precise ways, this legacy of ways in which you can think and believe simultaneously is profoundly important right through the 19th century.
Is there a question? Yeah.
I've had comments online that of enjoyment and pleasure in this, which I'll flatter you with later, but no questions directly, except there has been a comment online that it's difficult to leave questions. Some people don't have access to the YouTube channel, and so we're giving them my email address. Okay. Oh, here's another one. Okay, right. Okay. Yeah, you've heard of double. This is triple going now. Question for Daisy Hay. So first of all, for anybody online who wants to send a question, please send it to Amy Todd, whose address is in the Eventbrite invite, or if you can't find that, to me, Roberta Wedge at gmail.com. It does work to comment.
Some people are used to doing it.
Right, okay. We would far prefer for online ticket holders to comment in the YouTube channel and make questions in the YouTube channel chat ahead of time, if possible, so we get time to answer everybody's questions. Okay. Oh, God. Amy. Amy, it's timed out. Help. There we go. Okay, here we go. Question for Daisy Hay. Thank you for a most interesting talk. What years did Richard Lovell Edgeworth and Maria Edgeworth meet Johnson? How did they meet? What years did Johnson start publishing their books? And did Johnson ever visit them at their home in Edwardstown, Ireland? Did you find any concrete evidence of Benjamin Franklin and Richard Lovell Edgeworth or Maria Edgeworth meeting or corresponding? Is there any evidence that William Cowper and Maria Edgeworth ever met or corresponded?
Okay.
I think that's the end of it. It's timed out again.
It's
there
like
you
a
go.
quiz on my book with dates.
I will pull privilege, or whatever the expression is, and I will also ask you for any particular links between Richard Price and the formation of the Essex Street Chapel. So that's the second question.
So on the Edgeworth, they meet Johnson through Erasmus Darwin, who is introduced to Johnson by Fuseli. Johnson never goes to Edgeworthstown, but Maria Edgeworth wrote that Johnson was Richard Lovell Edgeworth's most frequent correspondent. So there was clearly a kind of massive correspondence between the two men, which we think has been lost. I couldn't find it, neither could Valerie Pakenham, who is the editor of the Edgeworth letters. I can't remember all the details of the question, but essentially Johnson starts off by publishing Maria's work, and he publishes the Edgeworth co-written work on the education of children. And what's really interesting with the story of the Edgeworth and Johnson in particular is the kind of complicatedness of class position in their relationship. You know, the Edgeworth write of Johnson as, you know, Richard Lovell Edgeworth wrote of him as, you know, he wrote the poem about him as, you know, the bookseller who was a gentleman. But there's always a note of class condescension in their correspondence about him. You know, that he is so extraordinarily good in spite of the fact he is a tradesman. They almost comment on his generosity. So they're clearly very fond of him. Maria Edgeworth gets frustrated with him when he brings her books out in editions which she doesn't think are kind of sufficiently elegant. And that's another tension, because Johnson's commitment to editions which are kind of radical and accessible and affordable will sometimes be at odds with his author's editions to have handsome editions made of their book. So it's a relationship which primarily dates from the late 1790s. The Edgeworths are people who visit Johnson in prison, but it's a relationship which is, although very friendly, is sort of complicated around a business relationship. And what I find fascinating about Johnson is the way that so many of his relationships have these different kind of tentacles. As far as Richard Price goes and the Lindsays, in Lindsay's correspondence edited by Grace and Ditchfield, I haven't found that I can remember direct chains of connection, apart from just to say that this kind of swirl of talk and thinking. So the Lindsays are furious with what happens to Price, and they're among a group of people who kind of essentially blame Burke for his death. Who say that, if it hadn't been for Burke, he wouldn't have caught a cold. And so there's a kind of networks of sympathy, I would say, rather than direct connection. Lindsay's kind of core group are much more people like Thomas Belsham, who take his legacy forward. So, yeah, chains of connection rather than kind of overtly professional collaborative chains, I would say.
Thanks for a wonderful. My question is, I would love to hear more about the legacy of the nightmare painting that was hanging over Johnson's table for the Romantics, particularly for Mary Shelley, Wollstonecraft's daughter.
So there's a bit of confusion about this, because it's Blake's biographer, William Gilchrist, who situates the nightmare in the dining room, and there are other sources that do so too. But it's almost certainly not the version which is exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1781, because we know that. But if you look at the catalogue raisonné for Fuseli, there are 4 or 5 different versions of the nightmare, some of which the provenance is known and some of which are lost. And Fuseli was Johnson's lodger in the 1760s. They lodged together in Paternoster Row, and when Johnson's lodgings and first business premises were destroyed by fire, Fuseli lost everything, and he left England at that point. So my sense is that he worked on versions of The Nightmare at St Paul's Churchyard, and that it was probably preparatory sketches or one of the other versions that decorated the walls. The other images on the walls were Fuseli's portrait of Priestley, the one where he looks very ghostly and his hands are all wrong, and then later John Opie's portrait of Priestley, which was painted after the riots in the dining room. So it's one of the things that Priestley did in those sort of terrified, dislocated days. He sat for his portrait to Opie. So, but yes, you're quite right. This painting, The Nightmare, becomes a kind of instantiation of kind of romantic visions of the untrammeled power of the Gothic romantic imagination. Darwin writes an amazing bit about it in the Botanic Garden, where he writes, about how it represents the kind of prospect and possibility of the artistic imagination, which in his account is a kind of celebration which goes alongside Wedgwood's pots or the invention of steam. So for Johnson's contemporaries in particular, what they see is this picture as sort of one of the many ways in which the people around the table are pushing at the boundaries of the possible to kind of to break new ground in art or in science or in medicine or in literature.
I'm conscious that we've overstepped the session by about 10 minutes, so I don't know. Are there any very quick comments, questions? Bea, do you want to come on in this?
Geopolitical terms and faith terms, such as Johnson. What can you tell us briefly about his private family life and how that motivated his courage being here?
I'll repeat the question, it's fine.
Thanks.
So the question was about Johnson's family life and about his personal life. It's a fascinating question, I'll try and be quick. He is often been presented as a kind of lonely figure, as a figure who is sort of on his own after everyone leaves. And one of the things I came to feel at Whiteman's book, that just wasn't quite right, that actually surrounding him are not necessarily a family as we might understand it anachronistically, but a kind of network of kin. So the nephews and the nieces who are part of his sprawling Liverpool family, who come and live with him. Priestley's can be seen paying compliments to Miss Hunter, who are there obviously keeping house. the nephews who he educates, who he brings up, who then become very important as he ages, but also, above all, Fuseli, with whom he has a relationship which, in order to conceptualize, I had to return to the work of Alan Bray in The Friend and thinking about early modern male friendship, a relationship which defies our kind of the labels we might put on it, but which is clearly the closest and most sustaining relationship of Johnson's life. And as an old man, it is essentially Fuseli who is his carer, who looks after him in the house he rents in Fulham, and to whom he acts as a proxy family. So what I kept finding was not a family in kind of traditional terms, but this network of kin where the bonds of friendship matter more than the bonds of blood. And I found that actually deeply moving.
Well, that seems a wonderful place to end, actually, on that note. And thank you again for introducing us to your fascinating research. Thank you. So we're going to break for lunch until 2:15. I think, Daisy, you're available for a few minutes still. If anyone would like to purchase a copy of the book, it's on sale at the entrance, and I think Daisy will be available to sign copies if you'd like to. But thanks very much, everyone, for your involvement this morning, and look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, friends, colleagues, experts and enthusiasts. May I draw you back to our meeting room and to our online presence. I would like to share a lovely message we received from Japan. All the talks were stimulating. I'm looking forward to the afternoon session, for me, late night session. The UK seems to be back to normal, as most people do not wear masks. I hope I can see the statue of Wollstonecraft in the near future. It's a sculpture to Wollstonecraft, but we'll let that pass. And very much of enjoyment. And other comments have said from South Africa, from Ireland, from Germany, from Canada, the paper's inspiring, relevant, dissent and safe spaces, so very important today, and so on. And comments are continuing. So for those of you online, please add your comments to the YouTube channel or email them to us if you have questions. Try to get them in good time so that we can allow time for the speakers to respond to them. We have a session now after which we have a break and birthday cake. More about that later. You will have digested your lunch by then. And in terms of wordplay, somebody earlier mentioned Wollstonecraftians. Well, one of the things which the Heritage Lottery money has paid for is midterm activities which do involve, I think the terminology is Wollstonecraftivism. So it's all up there for grabs, as indeed was the banner presented on the front of the church when the minister who's about to retire was newly in post. 2008 was the tercentenary of the building of this church, and there was a big banner out front that said 300 years of dissent. And the local Church of England vicar came by, very good relationship, of course, and said, sometimes I do envy you dissenters. It just wouldn't be the same if I put out a banner in front of my church saying 2,000 years of conformity. So with that, I'm happy to hand over to Laura Kirkley and her panel.
Hi again, everyone. So you've met me before, so I won't introduce myself properly again. I'm Laura Kirkley, I'm from Newcastle University, and I'm delighted to be chairing this panel on Wollstonecraft's dissenting legacy. So we've got 4 great speakers. I'll introduce them one by one. They'll give their papers, and then we'll take questions at the end. The first speaker is Susan Manley. She is a reader in English at the University of St Andrews and the author of Language, Custom and Nation in the 1790s, Locke, Tooke, Wordsworth, Edgeworth. She is currently finishing a political biography of the Irish writer Maria Edgeworth, which should be out sometime in 2023, and has produced scholarly editions of a wide range of Edgeworth's works. She's also published a number of essays about radical Romantic era writing for children. And her paper today is called To a Little Invisible Being Who is Soon to Become Visible, The Unfolding of Daughters' Powers in Barbauld and Wollstonecraft.
Thank you very much. We're looking here at an unfinished book written by Mary Wollstonecraft entitled Lessons, first published in her posthumous works in 1798. You can see here Wollstonecraft's subtitle, the first book of a series which I intended to have written for my unfortunate girl. And Godwin's editorial note at the bottom of the page dates the lessons as having been written, conceived and written in October 1795, a period of desperation for Wollstonecraft, as Godwin puts it. And those references to the unfortunate girl and the period of desperation would, of course, have made complete sense to readers of the posthumous works, as they were privy to Wollstonecraft's desperate letters as she was losing Imlay as her lover and the father of her daughter. So when Imlay left Wollstonecraft in September 1794, never to return, their daughter Fanny was only 4 months old, and she must have been about 17 months old at the time that the lessons were conceived and written. And as you can see, like most primers, right up to today, Wollstonecraft begins with single words: cat, dog, cow, horse. And then we have man, boy, girl, child. The word woman doesn't appear. It's missing, invisible. Is it as yet unknown, unseen? This is a suggestive absence connected to, I'm going to argue, the revolutionary aspects of Wollstonecraft's writing for her own daughter and for daughters in general. The idea of a primer like this was not in itself new or revolutionary. Oops, not managing to move that forward. I don't know if you can... Am I pointing the wrong way?
If you push the big button at the top, do you want slide number 4 or 5?
Should we slide 4?
4.
There we are. That was it. Lessons for children, but not this lessons, the next one. That's it. Perfect. Thank you. So this is a title page of Anna Letitia Barbauld's hugely successful, pioneering 4-book series. And clearly, when Godwin talks about the series that Wollstonecraft intended to have written, you know, it was clearly related to this series by Barbauld. So Barbauld's series was Lessons for Children, and it ran for children from 2 to 4 years old. And Frances Burney described this series as starting a new walk in children's books when it first appeared in the late 1770s. Both Barbauld's and Wollstonecraft's lessons firstly introduce individual words, then short sentences, and finally stories, all centering on a child who is at the same time the hero and the reader of the book. Both are narrated by a mother teacher, but Wollstonecraft's primer, unlike Barbauld's, is addressed to a girl. She's never named, but she's fully evoked as an individual in the making, playing, making mistakes, thinking aloud. And the other major work of the period, centering on a young child's subjectivity and growth in independent thinking powers, was Rousseau's Émile. Barbauld's child hero in her lessons was a boy because she was writing primarily for her adopted son. Rousseau had ideological convictions underlying his focus on the boy. Girls, in his view, were designed from the outset to be women, to fulfill their sexual and biological function. So only boys had a future that could be said to be free. The cultivation of the mind and the nurturing of thinking powers, phrases crucial to Wollstonecraft's feminist philosophy and fiction, were, Rousseau decreed, largely wasted on girls. Rousseau instead emphasizes a state of dependence that he regards as natural for girls. And it was precisely this denial in Rousseau's Émile of girls' ambitions and this exclusive focus on female biological function that Wollstonecraft argued against in The Vindication of the Rights of Woman, working to show that a revolution in female manners, in female self-perception, behavior, educational opportunities and aspiration could transform both the concept of woman and society as a whole, creating a new and better world. Unlike Wollstonecraft, Barbauld didn't explicitly connect her educational writings for young children with revolutionary feminism. But other works by Barbauld besides her lessons have striking correspondences with Wollstonecraft's thinking about daughters' powers. Barbauld's Hymns in Prose for Children, originally published in 1781 and expanded later, I think probably in the 1790s, I may be wrong about that, is an important source for Wollstonecraft's focus on the observant, imaginative and relational intelligence that she nurtures in the child of her lessons. Barbauld's own child of reason, as she calls the child that she addresses in the hymns, and she addresses the child by a number of different epithets, child of immortality being the final one. But her child of reason in the hymns is also essentially a progressive being, able to grow and learn as it observes and reflects. And strikingly, this is represented by Barbauld as a natural human characteristic. Barbauld's writings always stress the embryonic yet godlike powers of infancy. In her poem, A Summer Evening's Meditation, Barbauld writes of the mind holding an embryo god, a spark of fire divine, enabling humans through acts of meditation and mental exploration to travel out imaginatively to solitudes of vast unpeopled space, the deserts of creation wide and wild, where embryo systems and unkindled suns sleep in the womb of chaos. So this word embryonic seems to be really important and meaningful for Barbauld. And for her, the human mind echoes God's mind, able to conceive of and to people space that is as yet uncreated. This potential to envision what the universe is and might be, to move outward and upward from sense experience, is folded for Barbauld within the infant, ready to be fed and to grow. Barbauld touches on these ideas in her audacious 1796 poem, To a Little Invisible Being Who's Expected Soon to Become Visible. And here, the unborn and ungendered infant that she addresses is immediately evoked as a being with powers expanding slow, awaiting liberation into the earthly and human world, where these powers can reach what Barbauld calls their full perfection. And I kind of read a sort of Godwinian type sort of faith in perfectibility, in the perfectibility of the human being, in that idea of perfection. Until birth, Barbauld writes, these powers lie folded, senses from objects locked, and mind from thought. Once emerging into the world of objects, of sense experiences, the child's lofty claim to grasp at all the worlds the Almighty wrought is ready to unfold. And I'm struck by the rhyming of that phrase, evoking God's world-making powers with the child's thoughts, so being brought together in the rhyme there. Similarly, in hymn 10 of Barbauld's revised version of Hymns in Prose, which I think may have been written in the mid-1790s, the child is compared to an acorn, physically tiny, yet embodying sublime powers implanted by nature. And this is her description. And she holds this acorn up to the child as a kind of image of the child's own being and powers. Such an acorn, whose cup can only contain a drop or two of dew, contained the whole oak. All its massy trunk, all its knotted branches, all its multitude of leaves were in that acorn. It grew, it spread, it unfolded itself by degrees. It received nourishment from the rains and the dews and the well-adapted soil, but it was all there. Just as the acorn is able to unfold through its increasing contact with rain, dew, and soil, the child is nourished by instruction, which, Barbauld writes, feeds the mind and makes it unfold its hidden powers. These powers of mind, of thought, and of imagination are to be venerated, and she ends that hymn with the words, "Respect in the infant the future man, destroy not in the man the rudiments of an angel." And I feel strongly that Barbauld here is not using the word man in a gendered sense, but very much as Wollstonecraft does in her vindication of the rights of men, using it to mean human. Barbauld's point is that the child's mind naturally connects it to the divine presence through its inborn powers of progressive growth and creativity. But the respect that she urges also links her child of reason to the revolutionary language of universal rights, rights for girls and women as well as boys and men. Wollstonecraft, too, sees the nurturing of mental powers in girls and women as natural, a return to nature and equality. And this vision of unfolding imaginative and intellectual powers capable of producing new worlds is as evident in Wollstonecraft's writings for children as it is in her vindication of the rights of woman and her posthumous novel, Maria, or The Wrongs of Woman. And those are the two works that in Godwin's editing of the posthumous works bookends the lessons. I'm quite interested in that placing in the posthumous works. Godwin claims in his editor's preface to the posthumous works that all of the fragments in the posthumous works are, and I quote, capable of producing important effects. And in another phrase, he describes them as sketches that would perhaps have given a new impulse to the manners of a world. And as I say, he inserts Wollstonecraft's lessons between Maria, much of which is a mother's letter to a lost infant daughter, supposed murdered through her father's neglect, and Wollstonecraft's passionate letters to Gilbert Imlay, her former lover and the absent father of her first daughter. The juxtaposition of these three texts is suggestive. What Godwin was placing before readers was a record of this extraordinary woman's struggle to imagine and to bring into being the family of father, mother, and cherished daughter, in which she located a source of hope for future women. In place of the absent, uncaring fathers of Maria and the Imlay letters, Lessons presents us with an idealized family scene in which the father and the mother lovingly and playfully work together to elicit the potential of their little daughter. Even at the moment of conception and writing, as Wollstonecraft herself lost hope for a viable future for that family in October 1795, the lessons show her mapping out the means by which her daughter might empower herself and walk forward into a new future, chiefly by learning to see herself as an active thinker, not as a passive inferior. She becomes visible to herself as a being with powers, capable of full perfection. I don't have time today to do more than glance at the lessons, but I'm just going to take one passage to illustrate how Wollstonecraft intends her daughter's powers to unfold. And you notice that Barbauld uses that word unfold a lot, as Wollstonecraft does in her letters to Imlay when she writes about little Fanny. It's a word that is repeated. I can't go into that now, but it's there. So the lessons are progressive. You saw the first page and you saw that those single words with which it begins. And each of the lessons seems to be made to accompany another phase of the child's progress. So that from naming individual objects, those first sense experiences for the child, animals and actions, very, very familiar, sort of close at hand things, gradually the conversations move outwards and develop into extended conversations. Again, I think this echoes Barbauld's poem To a Little Invisible Being, in which the infant needs the contact between its inborn senses and objects in order for its mind to be freed into connected thought. The little girl is encouraged throughout to see herself as constantly growing in power, gently and warmly assured of her capacity to progress. Gender difference is not one of the lessons. Instead of being early accustomed to restraint, as Rousseau had advised for girls as a preparation for unquestioned lifelong submission, Wollstonecraft's little girl is granted a rational explanation for her parents' propensity while she's tiny to tell her what to do, whilst also being informed that this authority is temporary, to be replaced by her own independent powers of thought as she becomes her parents' friend and equal. In the final extant lesson, she's assured of her progress towards becoming a thinking being capable of forming moral ideas through the use of her imagination and her reason. Wollstonecraft's maternal narrator affectionately shows her child how far she's already progressed towards self-awareness and consideration for others. You say that you do not know how to think. Yes, you do a little. The other day, Papa was tired. He'd been walking about all the morning. After dinner, he fell asleep on the sofa. I did not bid you be quiet, but you thought of what Papa said to you when my head ached. This made you think that you ought not to make a noise when Papa was resting himself. So you came to me and said to me very softly, "Pray, reach me my ball, and I will go and play in the garden till Papa awakes." You were going out, but thinking again, you came back to me on your tiptoes. Whisper, whisper. "Pray, Mamma, call me when Papa awakes, for I shall be afraid to open the door to see, lest I should disturb him." Away you went, creep, creep, and shut the door as softly as I could have done myself. That was thinking. When a child does wrong at first, she does not know any better. But after she's been told that she must not disturb Mamma when poor Mamma is unwell, she thinks herself that she must not wake Papa when he is tired. Another day, we will see if you can think about anything else. Strikingly, this is the first time in the lessons that the fictional girl is given her own voice. With the power to think, the word is repeated 6 times and thought once, and to form a plan of action founded on this independent thought, she unfolds as a character. She is made visible to herself as a thinker, her own moral philosopher. And the fragments ending here, on the promise of another day, suggestively sketches for her a new future of intense promise. Wollstonecraft thus designs a set of early experiences and conversations intended to raise a daughter's ambitions. So then, going back to the sequence of words with which I began this talk, the invisible woman in the catalogue, man, boy, girl, child, removes an overdetermined term from the picture, allowing the girl to reach beyond the constraints of existing cultural constructions of female maturity, to envision herself as a new creature, a sexless child, free to continue to develop, unfinished, perfectible.
Thank you so much, Susan. That was fantastic. Our next speaker is Sandrine Bergès. She's a professor of philosophy at Bilkent University in Turkey. She works on women in the history of philosophy. She is the author of the Routledge Guidebook to Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Women and co-editor of Social and Political Philosophy of Mary Wollstonecraft with Alan Coffey and of The Wollstonecraftian Mind with Eileen Hunt and Alan Coffey. Her work on the women philosophers of the French Revolution, Liberty in Their Names, is coming out with Bloomsbury in November, and she's currently working on a manuscript about women philosophers' perspectives on domesticity, the home of philosophical project with OUP. Her paper today is Dissent Gironde Style, Mary Wollstonecraft and the Revolution.
Oops, there.
Okay, so when Wollstonecraft went to Paris, she didn't live from here. She'd moved on by then to Bloomsbury, but she was still carrying with her to Paris a lot of the ideals and philosophy that she'd learned right here, in particular her views on the education of women. So when she arrived in Paris, it was the end of 1792. She was a well-known author, and she had reason to hope that she would find there fertile grounds for the sort of reforms that she thought were needed. So she was right. She was absolutely right. She met the right people. She was offered the right opportunities. Unfortunately, everything went south during the terror. Everyone died or went to prison. The projects were abandoned. So this is basically the story of how Wollstonecraft nearly brought educational reforms for women to revolutionary France. So she arrived in Paris then in the winter 92, just before the terror struck during the trial of King Louis XVI. She made friends with people who were from the Girondin faction or their sympathizers. So she met Helen Maria Williams, the radical poetess, who had a salon where she saw Thomas Paine, and she met there Brissot, Condorcet, and also Madame Roland, and Thomas Christie, Thomas Paine, and a few others. So the Girondins were basically the ideal audience for the kind of work she was doing, because they were Republicans like her, they were abolitionists like her, and they also included women in their political debates. But unfortunately, in the autumn of the next year, most of her friends were either dead or in prison. So let's take a quick step back to have a think about the kind of views that she brought with her to Paris from her dissenting background. And the most obvious place to look, of course, is James Burke's thoughts on education. Now, he made a few points. He wrote about 5 pages on the education of women, but he didn't want to write more because he was worried about swelling his little volume unnecessarily. So clearly, us were unnecessary. But if you look at the first 2 points in particular on the slide, it's quite clear that Wollstonecraft could get behind this and did get behind this. So what was the state of educational reform in France around the time that she went there? So we know already that she had some links with the Marquis de Talleyrand, and Talleyrand had been put in charge of the first set of educational reform in France after the Revolution. He'd been asked to draft a report on national education, and that's why she dedicated her second vindication to him, hoping that it would influence him. But whereas he kind of joked that he would provide the same education for women as for men, at the end of the day, he said that women needed to focus on learning domestic skills, that anything else would make them like men, and that it would be bad for them. Now, when he submitted his report in the fall 99, then the Constitutive Assembly kind of switched over to the Legislative Assembly, and that had a set of elected members, and they decided to wipe the slate clean. And that meant, amongst other things, that they nominated a different committee on public instruction, and Condorcet this time was in charge. Now, Condorcet, we know, was very sympathetic to women's rights. He'd already written a paper where he advocated women's full citizenship in 1790. And it's quite clear from the draft of the report he submitted in 92 that he at least intended to be more inclusive than Talleyrand. He talks significantly about all human beings, not all men. So did Wollstonecraft have anything to do with any of this? Well, Janet Todd actually discovered that probably she was invited to collaborate in this, and so Wollstonecraft wrote a letter to a friend, Ruth Barlow, in the winter 93, where she told her that although things were getting a bit dicey in Paris, she didn't want to leave just yet because she was involved in preparing a report on public instructions. And Janet suggests that maybe she'd been invited by Condorcet through the intermediary of Thomas Paine, and that's very, very likely, in fact. So Unfortunately, what happened was that Condorcet's committee was taken over by Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety in the summer '93, and the whole project was basically shelved onto Robespierre's death, and by then Wollstonecraft was no longer in Paris. So that's another way in which she might have influenced the course of things in France, but unfortunately didn't. So another way in which she would have been potentially very influential was through her book, The Vindication of the Rights of Women, which had been translated before she arrived in Paris and reviewed favorably in several newspapers. And the Girondins were, in particular, very fond of it. Now, there's been some very exciting new work on this, on the translation by Isabelle Bourg, who has very good evidence that the translation was basically done by the Brissot couple, Félicité and Jacques Pierre. Now, whereas the translation is actually, I found the translation very good. There's a few typos, it was done in a hurry, I mean, it was a revolution, so it's not surprising. But the annotation isn't really as faithful to the text as the translation is. And Isabelle Bourg suggests that while Félicité Brissot must have done the translation, it's quite likely that her husband, Jacques Pierre, did the annotation. And there's an example of a footnote that really goes against the spirit of what Wollstonecraft was trying to do, and in fact contradicts some of the things that she says. What Brissot is suggested in a footnote to chapter 11, which is about female education mostly, is that women should be educated mostly because they are mothers, and so it's helpful for for young children to have educated mothers, whereas Wollstonecraft certainly believed that that was not the only reason why she thought women ought to be educated. In fact, she didn't think that women had to be mothers. And the second thing is that he says that it's quite clear that women shouldn't have political rights because nature denied it them. So this is definitely not what Wollstonecraft thought. In fact, if you look at this passage from The Vindication, she thinks that women are political animals just in the same way as men, and that denying them the opportunity to be political openly will just mean that they'll kind of meddle with things that they don't understand and generally create a big mess. So she disagrees with the annotator of her translation, very much so. Oops, losing my papers, sorry. Right. So another way in which Wollstonecraft may have influenced the French, the way France was going during the Revolution, is through the Girondin women. So I want to look very briefly at three of them and the ways in which these women could or couldn't have taken in what Wollstonecraft was saying into their own lives and works. The first of these women is Louise Kiraillot, later Louise Kiraillot-Robert. She was a historian. She'd written a book about Elizabeth of England. She was also a printer. She'd put together a collection of volumes of writings by French women, including Héloïse of Argenteuil, Christine de Pizan. And as soon as the revolution started, she started her own newspaper. So she was writing it, she was editing it, she was managing it and printing it and arranging for its distribution. And she did all that more or less by herself with some help from her father and later from her husband, François Robert, but she was the brains and the muscle behind the journal. Now, given her life, given her work before the revolution, it seems, as a recoverer of French women's texts, it seems that Kiraillot would be a feminist of the sort that Wollstonecraft describes, but Kiraillot was at the same time really fond of the idea that women were first and foremost domestic creatures who ought to stay at home. This is an excerpt from a letter that she wrote to Brissot criticizing one of her articles, and it is very clear that she doesn't want women to be as publicly politically active as men. But she does also think that women are politically active, that they can be so from the home. So it's a very odd mixture of feminism and anti-feminism, and hopefully someday someone will crack this mystery of Kirailio. So the second woman I want to look at is Marie-Jeanne Flippon-Roland, also known as Manon Roland or Madame Roland, famous for her prison memoirs. And she's, although she's also like Kirailio of the Rousseau school, which believes that women are by nature domestic. She was also, like Kirailio, like Wollstonecraft, a Republican, and she was herself very politically active through writing letters, writing speeches for her husband when he was a minister under the Girondin government. And this is an example of how she tried to accommodate some ideas about education and mother's roles together with a Rousseauian, I'm not sure, perspective on all this. And what she found was that people who wrote about education, and in particular Rousseau, thought of parents, and here she says parents, fathers and mothers, as full-time parents without thinking of any other job that they might have to do. And so she's taking the perspective of the academic couple, the academic parent, who has to find a way of parenting their child successfully while continuing on with their research. All right, so my last Girondin woman is the unfortunate Félicité Brissot. Unfortunate because she didn't get to fulfill her promise as a thinker, as a writer. She started off very brightly. She went to study in England, possibly in Hannah More's sister's school. She knew English and other languages, including ancient languages. She read physics, she read literature, she read philosophy. She worked as a governess under Madame de Genlis, and then she married Brissot. She gave everything up, basically, to support all his ventures, whether financial, business, or philosophical, academic, or later political. And she basically probably never wrote anything after she translated The Vindication of the Rights of Women. That was probably her last cry for independence. After his death, she ended up in poverty, raising their children alone, and probably the only thing that she wrote were begging letters for money to help raise her children. So basically, the Girondins would probably have been a great public for Wollstonecraft work. They could have put into practice a lot of the things that she proposed, but they all died. Everything changed, nothing lasted, and that was it. So that's it.
Thank you, Sandrine. That was such a fantastic tour through those early days of revolutionary France before it all went so horribly wrong. Our next speaker is Candice Sharon. She is a postdoctoral researcher on theatronomics, the business of theatre, 1782 to 1809 at the National University of Ireland, Galway. She is the lead editor of the Women's Print History Project, a bibliographical database of women's contributions to print during the long 18th century. Her publications have appeared in the European Romantic Review, Huntington Library Quarterly, Digital Studies, Le Champ Numérique, and 18th Century Studies, and another one is forthcoming in Review of English Studies. Her current book project, Politics, Paratexts, and Transatlantic Fiction, 1790 to 1840, historicizes features of the book related to marketing, design, and circulation within the context of the political turmoil of the period, to explore how the marketing of fiction contributed to and complicated the circulation of gendered and nationalist ideologies in a transatlantic marketplace. Her paper today is The Circulation of Wollstonecraft's Works in the Early 19th Century.
Thank you. Is it? I think so. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to be jumping forward in time a little bit from what we've been focusing on this panel so far, to talk about Mary Wollstonecraft after her death. So following her sudden death due to complications after childbirth in 1797, her husband and fellow radical writer, William Godwin, prepared a biography and her remaining manuscript material for publication. In the separately published memoirs of the author of The Vindication of the Rights of Woman and posthumous works of the author of The Vindication of the Rights of Woman in 1798, the grieving Godwin made public many of the details of Wollstonecraft's highly unconventional life, including her extramarital affair, the illegitimacy of her first daughter, and her multiple suicide attempts. The backlash was swift and brutal. The conservative Anti-Jacobin Review launched the fiercest attack, using this new biographical information from Godwin to indict Wollstonecraft's ideas, laying the groundwork for a narrative that would dominate public discussions of Wollstonecraft's life and works for decades following her death. However, attacks on Wollstonecraft went beyond reviews. She became encoded in the stock figure of the female philosopher who crops up in fiction, poetry, all kinds of works in those years. And Michelle Levy summarizes how this backlash has been understood when she says, "The social repudiation of Wollstonecraft was so complete that in the decades after the memoirs appeared, the only republications of her work were a few editions of original stories in London, Dublin, and France, and one further edition of her letters from Norway in 1802. But was the effect as totalizing as it seemed? The reviews were certainly virulent, but this was a period when books rarely went beyond a first or second edition. And despite the harsh reviews, Godwin's memoirs did reach a second within a year. Moreover, this dearth of new editions does not necessarily mean that Wollstonecraft remained unread. Although William Sinclair concludes that Wollstonecraft's writing had little impact, noting with only a few thousand copies of the book manufactured during the whole of the first century after publication, it would have been difficult and unusual for anyone, woman or man, to find and read the book. Barbara Taylor has pointed to extracts from Wollstonecraft's writing in periodicals, while Harriet Guest has explored surviving positive responses to Godwin's memoirs by women writers. The UK Reading Experience database also includes records of women writers who read Wollstonecraft in the decades following her death. In 1809, Lady Caroline Lamb, the future novelist and subject of her own scandal due to her very public affair with Lord Byron, wrote in a letter to the Marquis of Hartington, perhaps facetiously, "I have read The Rights of Woman and become a convert, think dissipation great folly, and shall remain the whole year discreetly and quietly in the country." While reminiscing on her youthful reading to her husband Robert Browning, Elizabeth Barrett Browning also references encountering Wollstonecraft's writing sometime around 1818, and lists Wollstonecraft as a member of the radical canon that she claims shaped her thinking. Papa used to say, "Don't read Gibbon's history, it's not a proper book. Don't read Tom Jones, and none of the books on this side mind." So I was very obedient and never touched the books on that side, and only read instead Tom Paine's Age of Reason, and Voltaire's Philosophical Dictionary, and Hume's Essays, and Werther, and Rousseau, and Mary Wollstonecraft, books which I was never suspected of looking towards, and which were not on that side, certainly, but which did as well. As Barrett Browning's letter indicates, these women likely encountered Wollstonecraft's works in private libraries, offering a tantalizing glimpse into a reading history that remains under-theorized. However, their comments on reading Wollstonecraft demonstrate that her books continued to be read well after they had ceased to be reprinted. And my own research into the holdings of circulating libraries during the early decades of the 19th century indicates that Wollstonecraft's writing remained widely available outside of the context of private collections. Clearly, Wollstonecraft's books continued to circulate even when they had ceased to be reprinted. Systematically tracing the reception history of Wollstonecraft's writing during the 40-year period in which her works were not reprinted, through their appearance in circulating library catalogs, records of auction sales, the provenance of those copies that do survive, and where available, records of private reading like these, offers an opportunity to question the conventional narratives of Wollstonecraft's reception history, as well as pointing to new avenues of inquiry for understanding the circulation of radical politics in Britain during a deeply conservative historical moment. So in the rest of the talk, I'm going to begin to address some of these questions by offering some preliminary findings about Wollstonecraft's presence in circulating library catalogs in the decades after her death, before turning to a case study of one copy of The Vindication of the Rights of Woman to ask what it might tell us about the afterlife of Wollstonecraft in the form of the material objects she was involved in producing, her books. This copy, which contains marks of ownership from both a circulating library and an individual, highlights the movement of books beyond their initial purchase and offers insight into how Wollstonecraft's works might have been handled and interpreted, as well as where readers might have encountered them, and how it might matter that a reader such as Barrett Browning encountered Wollstonecraft in one side of the library rather than the other. So, who's ready for some charts? An initial survey of circulating and subscription library catalogs held by the British Library has suggested some places to begin. To date, I have examined 30 catalogs dated between 1799, so 2 years after Wollstonecraft's death, and the first republication of The Vindication of the Rights of Woman in 1842, which represent the holdings of 27 libraries. So for 3 of the libraries, I was able to consult 2 surviving catalogs, which are each from different years, and more on that in a couple minutes. In this sample, 13 catalogs did not list any works by Wollstonecraft, so you can see those are the ones with no bars. The other 17 have at least one, but frequently more, of Wollstonecraft's works. Given the popularity of circulating libraries in the early 19th century, this is admittedly a small sample, and without circulation figures, the conclusions we can draw are limited. So simply having copies of a book does not necessarily mean that people would take it out of the library or read it. This also works the other way around, though. So Susan Chevalier notes a Vindication of the Rights of Woman's initial success, that circulating libraries, such as Hookham's in London, ordered dozens of copies for lending. But whether the entry for Vindication in the 1829 Hookham's catalog on this chart represents a single copy or dozens remains uncertain. The further we get from a book's date of publication, the less likely it is to kind of remain in a library's holding. So while it may not be surprising that the 1805 catalog for the Hull Subscription Library lists Wollstonecraft's Letters from Sweden, A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, and an historical and moral view of the origin and progress of the French Revolution, it might be more significant that the 1829 catalog for Hookham's in London includes those same 3 titles, along with Godwin's memoirs. Either through inertia or active selection, Wollstonecraft's works remained on the library shelves for over 30 years after her death, belying Sinclair's claim that Vindication of the Rights of Woman had disappeared from the catalogs of such circulating libraries as had taken it before the turn of the century. So, these libraries' holdings also offer insight into which works may have retained currency in the decades after Wollstonecraft's death. To us, as to her contemporaries, it will hardly seem surprising that 13 of the 17 catalogs that had a work by Wollstonecraft listed a copy of Vindication of the Rights of Woman. The next most commonly held book, which was listed in 9 of the catalogs, representing the holdings of 8 libraries, so there's one duplicate in there, was Letters Written During a Short Residence in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, the travel memoir that caused Godwin to write of Wollstonecraft. If ever there was a book calculated to make a man in love with its author, this appears to me to be the book. Godwin was not alone in his response to the letters. Christine Chaney has described it as Wollstonecraft's most popular work during her lifetime, and a striking and perhaps unique example of a travel text that prompted a Werther-like personal reaction from readers. Not coincidentally, it was the only work of Wollstonecraft's to be published in a new edition in the years immediately following her death. And I'd like to note that at least one of the library copies of this work, that of the Hull Circulating Library, looks like it was probably the second 1802 edition, which also suggests that even though there's this critical backlash against Wollstonecraft, it didn't necessarily prevent libraries from buying new copies of her books. This isn't just kind of like inertia of these books are just on the shelves, so we're going to keep them. Otherwise, 6 catalogs list the memoirs, 5 catalogs list an historical and moral view of the origins of the French Revolution, 4 catalogs list the posthumous works, 3 catalogs list thoughts on the education of daughters, 2 catalogs list Mary, and Vindication of the Rights of Man and Wollstonecraft's translation of Christian Gotthilf Salzmann's Elements of Morality each appear in one catalog. Those 3 libraries, for which multiple catalogs survive, do indicate a gradual pruning process, whether to make space for newer titles or because the books went missing or fell apart. There's no way to tell. While the Macclesfield Subscription Library lists Vindication of the Rights of Woman in both the 1799 and 1823 catalogs, the other 2 libraries show evidence of selection. So in 1816, Ebers's British and Foreign Library listed copies of Vindication of the Rights of Woman, Godwin's Memoirs, and Wollstonecraft's posthumous works. In 1826, they only list Vindication of the Rights of Women and posthumous works, although it's possible that the memoirs and posthumous works ended up kind of being grouped together in a single catalog entry, which does sometimes seem to happen. In 1802, the Whitby Circulating Library held copies of Mary Affliction and Letters from Sweden, and in 1830, they only still list Letters from Sweden. However, just because a book left the shelves of a circulating library does not necessarily mean it stopped circulating. So while examining all of the copies of Wollstonecraft's works held by the British Library, I noticed that their copy of the 3rd edition of The Vindication of the Rights of Woman, published by Joseph Johnson in 1796, includes a pasted-in notice from the Inverness Circulating Library, and it advertises their goods available for purchase as well as their bookbinding services, and it also has a number in it that tells you kind of what catalog number it was. So this was their library copy. However, this is not the only mark of ownership in the book. On the flyleaf opposite, the circulating library notice is an inscription that reads L. Rose, Kilrock, 1812, marking this book out as one owned by one Baroness Elizabeth Rose of Kilrock, who was born in 1747 and became chief of Clan Rose following the death of her father, brother, and husband in short succession in 1788. So based on the evidence in the book, we also learn that she must have acquired it secondhand in 1812, about 15 years after Wollstonecraft's death, possibly directly from the Inverness Circulating Library, which was only about 12 miles away from her seat at Kilrock Castle. And I just want to pause to note here that figuring this much out is pretty lucky. First, that I just happened to be at the library that had this book and was looking at it. Second, that Elizabeth Rose wrote her name in the book at all. And finally, that she was a high-profile enough person that I could easily find her. So the distinctiveness of the word Kilrock was extremely fortunate because I could just Google it and get to her fairly quickly. It also saved me from misreading her name as Ross. So you can kind of see like Rose and Ross. What would you think that says? So a final layer of good fortune is that Rose was notable as someone engaged in literary culture. So although she did not publish any of her writing, she was a regular correspondent of Henry Mackenzie, the novelist, as well as a prolific reader who tracked her reading in notebooks filled with extracts, which helped her interpret what she was reading and offered pieces of moral guidance. She began her final of the 10 surviving notebooks in 1806, which was also the year her first granddaughter was born, and in it she transcribes passages that focus primarily on female conduct. Mark Tousey has interpreted this final collection as an act of guidance specifically for her granddaughters. He writes, Elizabeth Rose's notebooks can themselves be considered as a form of literary composition intended to be passed down to her granddaughters as a compilation of safely virtuous and devotional readings pre-censured by their devoted grandmother for their edification and proper moral development. Rose's acquisition of Vindication of the Rights of Woman in 1812, 3 years before her own death in 1815, might be read in similar terms. However, although Vindication's focus on the education of women aligns with Rose's interest in educating her granddaughters, the specter of Wollstonecraft's biography complicates what Tousey interprets as Rose's attempt to promote the conservative virtues that Elizabeth herself favored. Rose's acquisition of the Vindication also provides an interesting counterpoint to the one other book that I have been able to determine she definitely owned, a copy of Mary Robinson's Letter to the Women of England on the Injustice of Mental Subordination, published in 1799. The British Library also, amazingly, holds Rose's copy of this work, which includes a number of annotations, mainly to Robinson's list of British female literary characters, where she added the titles of specific works by the authors listed, as well as the names of a number of writers, including Hester Chapone, Maria Edgeworth, Amelia Opie, and Robinson's own pseudonym for this work, which was Anne Frances Randall. Based on this annotation, the editors of the digital edition of this book on romantic circles note that it is likely Rose did not know the author's true identity. Nevertheless, the presence of two women writers whose lives were marked by public scandal on Rose's shelves complicates the conservative image produced by only looking at Rose's extracts. As Melanie Beigold reminds us, the formation of a library is a creative and cultural act that has significant implications both epistemologically and discursively. In Rose's case, the act of library formation is potentially in tension with her habits of extraction. At the very least, it highlights how her extractions are only one element of a wider reading practice. Unfortunately, Rose's copy of Vindication doesn't have any annotations quite as detailed as that of Robinson's book. There is, however, evidence that someone at some point in the book's history read it with a pen in hand, both because there are some random ink blots, which you can see on the left, and because there are occasional markings of a passage. So you can see there's a line alongside a paragraph, one talking about women's virtue, in fact. So it's a lot more difficult to tell who drew a line than who signed their name to a book, but it opens up a number of questions that I would like to follow up on in the future. Do any of Wollstonecraft's works turn up in Rose's extracts in ways that would tell us whether and when Rose read her works? Is there any evidence of what happened to Rose's library after her death? Does the British Library hold more books from Elizabeth Rose's library? And if so, what kinds of strategies could be used to locate them? I'm mindful, too, that the movement of this specific copy from a circulating library into a private collection means that it became accessible to fewer readers, even if, paradoxically, it probably secured the actual book's survival. Nevertheless, it provides a striking counterpoint to Barrett Browning, who framed her encounter with Wollstonecraft on her father's shelves as a subversive or even dissenting act. If Rose's descendants encountered Wollstonecraft in the family library, it would not have been by chance, but through active collection. Thanks.
Thank you, Candace. Another fascinating paper there. Our final speaker is Catherine Packham. She is a reader in English at the University of Sussex, where she teaches a final year undergraduate module focused on Mary Wollstonecraft. She's written a number of journal articles on Wollstonecraft's work and has recently completed a book manuscript on Mary Wollstonecraft and political economy, which considers Wollstonecraft's work in the context of debates over political economy in the late 18th century. And her paper today is Forms of Dissent in Wollstonecraft.
Thank you very much, Laura. I want to start by, as others have, thanking Emma for organising today, also Roberta and Amy on the ground. As the last panel speaker, I want to thank the other panellists who we've heard from today. I've learned a huge amount. I'm also aware that my paper overlaps and picks up with, in various interesting ways, with some of the themes that we've heard already today. I'm aware there's going to be echoes in particular of things that Mary has said and Laura, and even a quote that Candice has also just given us. So you can play the game while you're listening to me of spotting, you know, who I've plagiarized unintentionally. It seems to me that we're in a really wonderful moment in Wollstonecraft studies in terms of the richness of work and activity which is going on Wollstonecraft, both within universities and beyond. And a lot of this work is focused on addressing how Wollstonecraft's dissenting legacy might be extended to concerns that face us today, especially, for instance, in thinking about how we can take her work on feminism forward and also in terms of thinking about human rights. All of this seems to me to be quite right. We need Wollstonecraft today as much as ever. But I want to take a slightly different direction in what I want to talk to you about myself. And I want to focus instead about the question of form. I want to ask about the form in and through which dissenting critique takes place in Wollstonecraft, and how that illuminates the possibilities and also the obstacles faced by political critique today. So by form, I mean to address the types of cultural spaces occupied and also created by Wollstonecraftian dissent. By created, I want to reference the often varied and experimental world of late 18th century print culture. And we've heard from Daisy earlier how central Joseph Johnson was to creating this experimental print culture, which was so crucial to Wollstonecraft's career. As we know, Wollstonecraft participated in late 18th century print culture through a variety of different forms. This included the periodical, Joseph Johnson's Analytical Review, political and philosophical treatises, historical writing and travel writing, as well as fictional writing. The generic variety of this list immediately raises a question about the relationship of genre to dissent. Perhaps it raises the question of the genre of dissent. So thinking about genre also brings with it issues of voice, persona, language, and style. It enables us to ask questions then about the relationship between the human personality and the textual expression or enactment of dissent. As any reader of any of her texts knows, Wollstonecraft's voice is both characteristic and direct. The authorial persona is always powerfully present, playing through a range of different rhetorical modes, from persuasive to contemplative, from bitter sarcasm to visionary meditation, from philosophical debate to political critique. So there's a way here in which the kind of textuality of Wollstonecraft's text also operates orally and rhetorically. Godwin famously commentated that it was difficult for any reader of Wollstonecraft's letters from Sweden, Norway, and Denmark not to fall in love with their author, as we've just heard. And whilst in many ways falling in love with her was the very last thing which Wollstonecraft wanted her readers to do with her texts, the remark points to the effectiveness of the persona which is mobilized by Wollstonecraft's writing and how she sought to use writing to address the reading subject in a relationship which ideally would contribute to the enactment of reform. So we can tell then that she thought deeply about textuality as the vehicle and condition of dissent, as a political tool of critique, and also about the complexities of the reader's relationship with the text as a means to, and perhaps also as an obstacle blocking, the social, moral, and political reform to which she was so dedicated. So there's plenty of evidence in her work of Wollstonecraft thinking hard about the nature and limits of the textual forms and spaces of late 18th century print culture. One such moment occurs in the first vindication, where she reflects on the limited powers of the reasoned word when faced with the inbuilt beliefs, call them prejudices, of readers. So it's a long quote. When we read a book that supports our favourite opinions, how eagerly do we suck in the doctrines and suffer our minds placidly to reflect the images that illustrate the tenets we have previously embraced. We indolently acquiesce in the conclusion. Our spirit animates and corrects the various subjects. But when, on the contrary, we peruse a skillful writer with whom we do not coincide in opinion, how attentive is the mind to detect fallacy? And this suspicious coolness often prevents our being carried away by a stream of natural eloquence, which the prejudiced mind terms declamation, a pomp of words. We never allow ourselves to be warmed, and after contending with the writer, are more confirmed in our opinion, as much perhaps from a spirit of contradiction as from reason. A lively imagination is ever in danger of being betrayed into error by favourite opinions, which it almost personifies, the more effectively to intoxicate the understanding. Always tending to extremes, truth is left behind in the heat of the chase, and things are viewed as positively good or bad, although they wear an equivocal face. As depicted here, the scene of reading, or scenes, as the moment can play out in different ways, is a kind of emotional drama, as Wollstonecraft's language, operating almost as directions on a play script, indicate. And this is the same quote, but with certain phrases highlighted, which seem to point to the kind of emotional direction and Wollstonecraft's interest in how emotion is involved in reading. And here, I think, are kind of echoes of the text that Mary was talking about earlier, James Berg's Art of Speaking, all about the kind of the relationship between speaking and orality and emotion and acting. In particular, and worryingly for Wollstonecraft, this reading drama, this drama of reading, is a drama about the obstacles faced by print culture in its bid to change minds, to uproot prejudice and bring about reform. The enemies here are prejudice and its emotional expressions, both the eagerness with which we suck in doctrines which we've already embraced, and the suspicion with which we resist the natural eloquence of those with whom we disagree. Given the role played by our emotions, we might conclude from this that affect itself is the problem. After all, a lively imagination, which might sound like a good thing, precisely what Wollstonecraft might want in her reader, is itself a danger, a potential source of intoxication for the understanding, by personifying its favourite opinions. To personify an opinion is an unusual and striking expression. And it suggests that for Wollstonecraft, opinions, beliefs, and prejudices are almost like friends and family, familiar figures with whom we surround ourselves, amongst whom or which we feel at home, who reflect us and make us who we are, and in whom we invest meaning and love to some degree or other. Amongst all the emotional heat and action of what we might then see as the family drama of reading, truth is left out in the cold. Its equivocal nature isn't powerful enough to withstand the compelling and seemingly necessary heat of such readerly passions. The problem of combating what she calls moss-covered prejudice, whether in print or in the conversational exchanges which print often mimics and replicates, recurs in the Vindication of the Rights of Woman, where the difficulty of mobilizing reason against prejudice is exemplified by patterns of so-called female reasoning. A prejudice is a fond, obstinate persuasion for which we can give no reason. For the moment a reason can be given for an opinion, it ceases to be a prejudice, although it may be an error in judgment. And are we then advised to cherish opinions only to set reason at defiance? This method of arguing, if arguing it may be called, reminds me of what is vulgarly called a woman's reason. For women sometimes declare that they love or believe certain things because they love or believe them. So here the problem of deep-seated prejudice is gendered. Believing certain things simply because you believe them or even love them is woman's reason. This moment in the Vindication is part of Wollstonecraft's argument about the need for female education. It demonstrates how a lack of education effectively excludes women from participation in civil society. But it equally makes clear Wollstonecraft's perception that the proper functioning of civil society is at stake in this world where prejudice, emotionally invested belief, impedes reason. And given that today's theme is dissent, we might note that this capacity for narrow sectarian prejudice links women with the dissenting community in general. As she says at the end of the Vindication, the same narrow prejudice for their sect, which women have for their families, prevailed in the dissenting part of the community. This comparison enables Wollstonecraft to show how, in both cases, such sectarian or self-favouring prejudice is part of a coping strategy to resist oppressive power. It's a cunning art, which is the direct consequence of the failure to allow these groups to be free in a physical, moral, and civil sense. So the larger lesson here is that oppressive power warps personality. It corrupts and corrodes feeling. It pushes emotions into narrow and self-defensive formations. It fosters prejudice, and it impedes reason. It thus makes dissent at once more necessary and more difficult. Such concerns, of course, are not confined to Wollstonecraft's historical moment, and her analysis of the problems of prejudice, as she continues in The Vindication, might also echo for us today, in our own age of fake news, misinformation, and conspiracy theories, which are strongly associated with our own new experimental communication modes and spaces in digital media and social media, where, again, reason often appears to flail weakly in a world where tempers flare and passions rule. It's impossible to converse with people to any purpose who in this style only use affirmatives and negatives. Before you can bring them to a point to start fairly from, you must go back to the simple principles that were antecedent to the prejudices broached by power. And it's 10 to 1, but you are stopped by the philosophical assertion that certain principles are as practically false as they are abstractly true. Nay, it may be inferred that reason has whispered some doubts, for it generally happens that people assert their own opinions with the greatest heat when they begin to waver, striving to drive out their own doubts by convincing their opponent. They grow angry when those gnawing doubts are thrown back to prey on themselves. In this account of the impossibility of finding common ground or simple principles to start from, Wollstonecraft here might almost be expressing the frustrations of those taking on the anti-vaxxers, the fake news followers, or other conspiracy theorists of today's world, such as any of these. Birds aren't real is both a conspiracy theory and an anti-conspiracy theory. It started out as a kind of satire on conspiracy theories, and then people started to believe it. So it took life. People believe that birds aren't real, whilst birds aren't real is supposed to be satirizing the people who believe these kinds of things. So it's folded in on itself. This is the world of the self-fulfilling prophecy, in which it's almost enough to believe something to make it true. A world which, as conspiracy theorists or purveyors of fake news understand, exploits the fertile possibilities of what imagination wants to believe, of what perhaps simply feels true, and which bypasses the interrogation of reason. Here again, then, is another scene where reason is exiled and where emotionally invested belief is used to reinforce a self which at some level feels oppressed by larger forces of political power. Given the way that her analysis unfolds in each of these moments, it's difficult not to feel as though, for Wollstonecraft, unruly affect is the problem, for which the discipline of reason is the answer, despite, or perhaps because, reason is so embattled in each of these scenarios. But when Wollstonecraft states her own communicational method, it's markedly emotional. Its persuasive aims address the emotions, and through them, the understanding. And this is a very famous bit at the beginning of The Vindication of the Rights of Women. I wish to persuade women to endeavour to acquire strength, both of mind and body. This is a rough sketch of my plan, and should I express my conviction with the energetic emotions that I feel whenever I think of the subject, the dictates of experience and reflection will be felt by some of my readers. Animated by this important object, I shall disdain to cull my phrases or polish my style. I aim at being useful, and sincerity will render me unaffected. For wishing rather to persuade by the force of my arguments than dazzle by the eloquence of my language, I shall not waste my time in rounding periods, nor in fabricating the turgid bombast of artificial feelings, which, coming from the head, never reach the heart. Wollstonecraft's textual and hence political strategy is that authentic felt emotion, communicated through unaffected language, will communicate itself effectively to her audience. Her faith is that forceful expression of what she elsewhere calls natural emotion is an adequate basis for generating understanding and hence reform. The question, of course, immediately follows of what natural emotion might be, how it might be secured or found, and how it's distinguished from the artificial or false feeling with which she repeatedly contrasts it throughout her writing career. And this is the problem which she leaves her readers in her last published work, which appeared in April of the year of her death, the essay on poetry published in Monthly Magazine in April 1797, where corrupted feeling emerges as a dominant characteristic of modernity itself. Modernity, it appears, is a time in which books are hotbeds in which artificial fruits are produced. Luxury has made calm sensations unsatisfying, even for the moderate pursuer of artificial pleasures. Gross minds are only to be moved by forcible representations, and the thoughtless must be roused by objects calculated to produce tumultuous emotion. The conditions of commercial modernity itself operate to corrupt feeling and debase taste. And if Wollstonecraft's observations about culture's tendency to cater to jaded feeling by offering increasingly extreme and sensationalized productions resonates at all today, it follows that to some extent, the age that she describes is one which we still inhabit. So what then is the fate or strategy of dissent in this context? How can natural emotion flourish when so much works against it? The answer, I think, is not less, but more writing. Not the suppression of emotion by reason, but the empowering of authentic feeling by its textual expression. It seems to me that we have no better lesson for how this works than in Wollstonecraft's own account of her formal entry into the world of print culture, which she gives in the advertisement which preface her vindication of the rights of men. So not her first published work, but her first major work, I suppose. And the preface to this narrates how her writing originated in her exasperated and outraged reading of Edmund Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution. Mr. Burke's reflections on the French Revolution first engaged my attention as the transient topic of the day. Reading it more for amusement than information, my indignation was roused by the sophistical argument that every moment crossed me in the questionable shape of natural feelings and common sense. Dissent begins not in reason, but in reading, in inhabiting a culture, surveying its amusements, and critiquing the questionable shape of what it thinks to be natural feelings. Here, it seems, Wollstonecraft's work began, and so too today must ours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Catherine. I think that's, just one more example, isn't it, of just how relevant Wollstonecraft still is today. That was a fantastic paper. I realised that I've made a bit of a mistake as chair in that I've worn one of those watches without any numbers on it, but I think that we have about 15 minutes left for questions. So I'd like to invite questions from the audience. I don't know if we have any online yet. We've got 2 from online as well, but plenty from the audience as well. Lady in the front row.
Yes, could I ask Annalisa, thank you very much for your talk about the libraries, which was really, it sounds like your research was really fun. Do you know whether the books were included in the libraries because people asked for them to be included, or was it because they were popular books at the time that the libraries thought should be there? So was it a particular request?
I mean, I haven't come across any direct evidence for why circulating library proprietors might choose to include some books, but I think generally it would just be what was being reviewed, what seemed like it would be popular. It was often a system where there was like a fee per borrow, like for each volume you borrowed. So like choosing books that were popular meant that the library would make more money. I'm sure sometimes there were specific requests as well, but yeah.
Shall we intervene online?
Oh, yes, we can have an online intervention. That's absolutely fine.
We'll do one and one, I think. So the first question is, was Wollstonecraft supportive of Olympe de Gouges' political activism? Did her support of rights extend to challenging directly through activism, or was that a step too far?
Thanks for the question. I don't know, and somebody asked me that recently, I think maybe you, Roberta, someone on Twitter asked that question. There's no evidence that she met Olympe de Gouges. It's quite likely that she would have read her tract, the Declaration of the Rights of Women, because it was very popular and pasted all over Paris. But that's about it. And as to activism, well, she was a political award journalist. I think that's quite as active as it gets for an English woman to travel to Paris during the Terror. And that's it.
Lady.
Thank you very much to all speakers. It's been another excellent session. I've also got a question for Candice and the research on the subscription libraries. I'm really in sympathy with your argument that Wollstonecraft was circulating much more widely. Found evidence in the private correspondence of early Victorian feminists to show that clearly they knew her works. On the libraries, could I ask if there's evidence of women being subscribers of these libraries? Could they borrow as easily as men? Of course, they could circulate around the family too.
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of evidence of women. Some libraries were exclusively restricted to men. So there's a lot of different, I didn't get into it in this talk, but there's a lot of different gradations of libraries. Some libraries, it's like as long as you can pay the fee, you can do that. Sometimes libraries are more like a bit of a club where you have to join and be a member, and they're more restrictive. There's some work by Timothy Whalen on Mary Hayes's engagement with circulating libraries that's really interesting, and he kind of traces how she accessed a lot of works that she used to write her female biography in that. So that's one place to kind of look for more specific information. But also Elizabeth Rose, who I talked about, was a subscriber in, I don't think there's specific evidence of her being a subscriber of the Inverness library that the book I was looking at came from, but there were a couple other libraries nearby where there is evidence that she was a subscriber. So yeah, women absolutely could access, as long as they had enough money to pay for it. So they are, you know, restricted to women of a higher class, but definitely they could. Thank you.
Another online intervention, I think.
Dr. Susan Manley, the focus on children and their development and the important role of education is so up to date. How can we get people to understand the importance of language and education?
I'm not really sure I'm qualified to answer that question. It's such a big kind of question. I mean, I think that just to kind of come at it a different way. If you look at other Romantic period writers, they're also really interested in this idea of children really grasping words and not kind of using, not being kind of, I mean, drawing on Rousseau really, not kind of using words simply in a kind of parrot fashion, but really understanding words. So beginning simply. I agree that it's still a current issue, and it relates closely to the subject matter of the last paper, I think. It's this kind of question of how one communicates, how one argues, how one converses and connects. And I think that's clearly something that Wollstonecraft was trying to equip her fictional child to do. How we can do it, I'm not really sure, but it's certainly important.
Take some pointers from Wollstonecraft. Eileen's had her hand up twice now, I think.
Yes, this is also a question for Candace. Thank you for a great paper on the circulating libraries in England. One thing I was curious to hear you talk more about is why these northern towns and cities in England seem to have taken up Wollstonecraft, and even competing with London, it seems. And secondly, I was wondering if you have plans to look at this comparatively from an international perspective, because in my work, I've seen that in the United States, for example, from a very early time period after the American Revolution, Wollstonecraft is being read widely. And there's at least one article, I think published in 1976 in American Quarterly, that makes the point that Wollstonecraft's Rights of Woman was more available in American private libraries than Paine's Rights of Man. And then globally, I've seen evidence of Wollstonecraft's Rights of Woman in a Bombay circulating library in the late 19th century. And then there's been recent work on the Dutch translation of The Rights of Woman, which came out in 1796. But then was lost over time. But there are early 19th century entries in libraries in Holland that show that it was available, but it goes missing. And then that leads me to my final question for you, which is, do you see evidence of these books being taken from the shelves, as it were? I mean, they're available in these circulating libraries, but people pilfer them and take them home. And then they circulate in other ways. In the United States, for example, Lucretia Mott is said to have kept a copy of The Rights of Woman on her coffee table, and that's how Sarah and Angelina Grimke got a hold of it. So anyway, I'd like you to think more about circulation in a broader sense, and even how the libraries themselves become sites for its dissemination elsewhere.
Yeah, that's definitely something. I think the next step in how I'm thinking about this is looking just beyond. Basically, it was partly just a question of access. The form this particular talk is taken at this point, because I was mostly looking at circulating library catalogs that were in the British Library because that's where I was. So it was a bit restrictive, but. In terms of thinking about the transnational circulation, Laura, I think you have a database.
I don't have an extensive database at this point. I have begun a digital project tracking Wollstonecraft's transnational reception and looking at all the mentions and reviews and so on and so forth. And I can confirm, although I don't think Heidi needs me to, that there's plenty of international reception. And I mean, Shelley, actually, Percy Shelley, that is, the other one, comments that, when he goes to Italy, that, people are reading Wollstonecraft in Europe, and he does seem to think that she's persona non grata in England, as it were, but comments that, actually, people are really enthusiastic about her on the continent. I think probably the real truth is mixed, as you say, that people were reading her. Perhaps some people felt they couldn't talk about her, and so, but her legacy was enduring,
and in terms of the United States reception as well, she was wildly popular in the 1790s, but a similar thing happened to what happened in Britain, in that Godwin published the memoirs, and she became, at least in public discourse, a bit of a untouchable. Although again, it's the same thing as what I was talking about in this talk. She's still available. People are definitely still engaging with her. Yeah.
We have a couple of minutes left. We've got one more from this lady's had her hand up a couple of times. I'm going to invite her to ask her question next.
Oh, thank you for wonderful papers. That was such a great panel. And I had a question for Susan. I loved your talk about education. And I thought the way you talked about that anxiety that Wollstonecraft has about the future daughter, I think in the letters from Sweden, doesn't she say, hapless daughter, I dread to unfold your mind? Mm-hmm. And I thought that, it just reminded me of that, was that a phrase that we were talking about folding as well? And I thought the whole question of language and how the simplicity of that language in that extract you showed us was very moving if you compare it to the very sort of sensuous rhetoric of the vindication or something, and the danger of political rhetoric running away from itself, as we saw in the last paper, that sort of, but a different kind of equivocation, so that you have, and I just thought there are ways you could look back as well to Locke's essay on education, where that you learn through experiment, and there's almost an element of trying to teach a child how to think through example, or by, I mean, it's very moving, that extract you read about caring for your parents by seeing one care for the other and that. But I suppose in terms of a question, it's not very well formulated, but I was just really interested in thinking about traditions of conversation and education, and I know you've done a lot of work on Edgeworth as well. And for Wollstonecraft as a radical in the Romantic age, I mean, I thought there's something about Romanticism that's problematic for women because their passion lies in reason, and that passionate reason is something quite different from the kind of imagination that some male writers feel, perhaps. And I just wondered if you could comment on that, or if that...
Yeah, I mean, I think that when I look at the lessons, when I look at Wollstonecraft's lessons, when I look at Edgeworth's idea of conversations with children, she's really interested in not sort of in not stifling their own voice and eliciting from them that kind of imaginative reasoning. But as you say, it's not a kind of, it's not a sort of, it's an imagination that's really rooted in what they know. So moving from the known to the unknown in a kind of very natural, organic kind of way. And it's very much a kind of relational, kind of embodied, sort of connected kind of imagination. So that final kind of extant conversation is very much about that kind of, that kind of empathic, moral kind of understanding, that understanding of others. And you see the child really movingly, yes, I find it really moving, the way the child thinks about her father and treats him in that kind of gentle way as a vulnerable being. And so something really sort of beautiful about that, and it's not kind of belabored, it's not sort of, it seems that she's showing you as a reader, as an adult reader, how the child has kind of learnt lessons that aren't violent lessons. They're lessons that are gentle, that are warm, affectionate. They come through feeling, but that kind of sense, that feeling and thought, imagination, those are so sort of deeply linked together, and I think that's what I find most wonderful about that work.
Yeah, it always strikes me, that line, "I love you, kiss me." It's so rare in 18th century literature to see that level of affection and interactivity between
we do see it in Edgeworth as
well.
Yeah. But yes, she definitely connects the word kiss. The first time the child learns the word kiss is connected with the word good. Yeah. So that sense of that warm, intimate kind of affectionate morality that is kind of very natural.
Yeah. Authentic emotion again, in fact. Yeah. I believe, so we're out of time, but we have one more online question. Okay, right. We will not be able to ask that question after all because we're looking forward to cake, I think. So I would like to thank our panelists once again because they've been absolutely fantastic.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for those online. I hope you've got your cake ready at home. For those of you in the room, the COVID protocols of New Unity forbid us to sing, but you are allowed to hum. So we're going to play Happy Birthday to Mary Wollstonecraft in just a moment, and I invite you to hum along with it. There will be a beautiful presentation cake coming up right now. And And we're going to sing the presentation cake. You can come up and have your photos taken with it. There will be photos available online as well. And then to eat it, for those of you in the room, if you file out that way, there's tea, coffee, and cake. There's a half-an-hour break. You're welcome to go outside, mingle. It's probably easier to circulate around the building by the alleyway, which allows you to have your cake in front of Stewie's portrait, more photo opportunities. And those of you at home, I hope you've got your cakes ready and your candles ready, because we are now going to hum Happy Birthday to You. Oh, that's it. That's enough. Right. COVID protocols, no blowing.
Just to mention that the cake is plant-based, so vegans can eat the cake without any hesitation.
Emma and I had great fun choosing the cake yesterday, whether it was rational or sentimental, you know, if it's rational to have a cake at all, and, you know, the necessity of sometimes going beyond the rational, I think. Indeed. So half an hour's break, refreshments out that way. Radical tea towels available to wipe the cake off your faces should you wish to purchase. Well, it's still here, Amy, since it looks good. So we're looking for the representatives of the 3 societies, associations, fellowships. Amy's here. Great.
Who would like to represent the Wollstonecraft
Is Sandrine or Alan, one of you?
Maybe still taking pictures.
So another brief bit of housekeeping for those of you who are in the building. You may not have raised your eyes to the elevation of the plaques. I don't know if Stephen can make the cameras do their things on the plaques. But when we refurbished the chapel, the Heritage Lottery Fund rehung the plaques. So loosely, I call them the A list, the B list, and the C list. The A list are of international importance, the B list of national importance, and the C list presumably of local importance, and our archival research, which again is done by our volunteers and coordinated by our paid staff member, is digging up the stories behind the plaques upstairs. But for the A list, we have, of course, Wollstonecraft, and as I said this morning, this is a new plaque by the congregants of New Unity, mainly Deborah Hinton. But we also have the 2 old plaques, one to Richard Price and one to Anna Letitia Barbauld. If any of you have been in this building before, you may remember that Barbauld used to be here and was not only the most verbose plaque I've ever come across, but the most illegible by reason of height. So you can now read all about Anna Letitia over there, and we've named one of our new rooms. The basement room is named after her, also known as the yoga studio with the mirrors and stuff, but you can hire that out for any purposes you desire when you're in London. And Richard Price as well, you can read more of his stuff there, for those who are interested. Right, so now we're over to, who's chairing
Is it just me? Where's everyone else? I don't mind.
It says here, 4:15 to 4:35, Amy Todd, Program Manager, Newington Green Meeting House, revolutionary ideas since 1708, also known as Uncovering the Dissenters' Legacy at the Birthplace of Feminism. That was the title of the bid that won us the money. And then updates on Wollstonecraft-related associations. So we have the empty chairs here for the Mary Wollstonecraft Fellowship, a literary society, the Wollstonecraft Philosophical Society, and the Wollstonecraft Society and Educational Trust. Now we have to do a clap-a-thon to see which one is the most popular. Yeah! All of them, they all tie for clapping. Right, so over to you, Amy.
Okay, so I'm Amy, I'm the Programme Manager of the Meeting House. I work here in the building on a Friday, on a Thursday and a Friday, 12 till 6 when we're open to the public, me and a team of volunteers, where we open up the building so that people can access this building, because before the building wasn't always accessible, Heritage Open Days and things like that, but because of the National Lottery Heritage Fund, it's enabled us to install the interpretation and the renovation, make the building accessible, and all pay for the staff time and for the activities and deliveries and all sorts of different things that we do on the project, which I'm going to kind of explain. And a lot of that work is obviously sharing Mary's legacy, engaging the local community with Mary's story, thinking about how their lives and experiences match up with Mary's experiences. And obviously she had such a diverse life, and you can draw on her abolitionism or her interest in kind of relieving poverty or her interest in intersectionalism and these kind of things. So it means that you can really engage lots of different community groups and different audiences with different interests based on many different aspects of Mary and the dissenters and the radicals like Richard Pratt. So, yes, next slide, please, Steve. So I'm just going to run through some of the ways that we do that, and that we have been doing that on the project for the last couple of years. So obviously that was during a pandemic. So we had the building and it was restored, but we couldn't really open it up and share it to the public. The funders have been extremely generous and flexible, and basically allowed us to, we couldn't deliver anything that we were supposed to deliver because a lot of it was based on having a physical site. So they allowed us just to be really creative, which actually was a really nice way of doing it, because when you put in these bids for funding, things change, you know, groups that you wanted to work with or communities that said, well, this is what we need and this is what we want to work with. Later down the line, those kind of things change. So you do have to kind of reflect and review. We just had to do that really, really quickly and make it an online thing. So the Women and Work programme, the Women and Work programme was and is an ongoing online kind of free event where we get self-identified women to come and talk about women and work. And that could be their lived experience. My mum's a carer, and she talked about working as a carer during the pandemic. Or it might be someone's research about the marriage bar, or it might be an activist talking about a campaign today, like we had someone from the Nanny Solidarity Network. So this is one of the ways that we've managed to engage kind of new audiences with some of the themes that Mary talks about. And we mentioned already that we had an amazing theatrical performance of Bee's play on Wednesday. That was all done by congregation members and volunteers too. So it was an awful lot of work. And because we have Stephen, who's done the AV today, and Stephen's skills, it means that theatrical performances, we've had some amazing exhibitions that have lots of really interesting kind of tech elements, and because we can stream online, it means that we have lots of skills within the team, and because of the funding, we have lots of excellent equipment to be able to target different audiences and do different things that are a bit more experimental and creative, like something like this. Some of the other things that we have done is the Her Stories programme. So this was a free 6-week online kind of like an anti-university style programme where we were talking about women's history in a really accessible way. And that was really targeted at a kind of local audience too, with various different speakers talking about their experience and women's histories and stories. So you'll see some of them are very explicitly like Mary related, and others are more kind of like vaguely related on themes, and some links are tenuous. We have a film night, a feminist film club, which is ongoing. This was a poster from the first one, curated by Katie, who used to be a curator at the BFI. So these are films from the BFI archive that explore local women's activism. So the first one was about a group of mums in Islington that were campaigning against closures of nurseries in the 1980s and access to open spaces for children. So And that was great. Film is a great medium for us that we've found to, engage local audiences because it's entertainment and it's fun and it's engaging. I thought I'd made that bigger. So we also worked with Girls Zine Fair, and unfortunately the exhibition closed. It was supposed to be open so that you could see it today. We used some of the other rooms in the back part of the building for exhibitions, but logistics-wise, it didn't work. But these exhibitions explore different aspects of kind of the building. The Girls Zine one was full of queer and feminist zines. And so we've worked with Lou before to do zine-making workshops. These were some online zine-making workshops, but we've also done them in person. And last month we had a zine fair. So we had lots of zine makers coming and expressing themselves through their zines and their experiences. And then we had there was hairdressing, and there was nail painting and all sorts of different amazing things, and we had live music all day, so that was really fun. And those kind of ways of engaging people with feminism and Mary's legacy today means that we get like a really diverse audience there too. So Lou has a big following of like a young queer following, and that group might not necessarily engage with Mary Wollstonecraft if it said an event about Mary Wollstonecraft, but they might if they come to a zine fair and then you make them feel comfortable in the space and they know who you are, and then they keep an eye out for something else, and then that way you can kind of create a relationship with them. So we work like that a lot. That's the zine fair. This was a great event that we had on the right-hand side, so that was looking at more local feminism. So there was a commune on Grosvenor Avenue, and the women from the commune were the women that protested against Miss World in 1970 when it was at the Royal Albert Hall. And we had the honour of having 3 of the women come to the building and speak about their experience. Their book is for sale in reception, and I think they've signed them. I think they're signed copies. But that was an amazing event. And also that was not my idea. It was someone else's idea locally who said, oh, you should do that. Wouldn't that be great? And so part of the programme too is just being really flexible and open to community need, people's ideas, people's thoughts on what might be a good thing to have in the building in their community. This is just to plug some exhibitions that are coming up. On the right-hand side, we've got Diane Bielick's photography exhibition, which is currently being installed upstairs. We've got some events coming up over next month if you want to join for that. There's an artist talk and there's a drawing workshop, all based on a found portrait of a woman that she found in a charity shop and built a kind of story around that through photography, and it's gorgeous. And then we also have it's an exhibition about stories of Turkish and Kurdish women's work in history. That's in June. So you can see they're very varied kind of themes, the exhibitions programs all come with events. This is a program that we did with the Wollstonecraft Society, which was all about getting in young people in the holidays. This was in the pandemic, so this was Rachel's idea. This was looking at Wollstonecrafts, so craftivism and art. And so we interviewed artists, we interviewed Stewie, and recorded the video. And then each week, the kind of young people were then challenged to do a craft activity inspired by the work of a craftivist. This was another event. This is an example of something that we tried to try and meet a community need. So we realised that we were not engaging working class communities locally, and so addressed that by designing a 1-week programme which explored what it meant to be working class in this area today, from film to talks to poetry workshops to photography exhibitions and all sorts of different things like that. And I think this is the last one. One of the things that's kind of naturally come out of the project, which wasn't the intention, is publishing and writing. There seems to be a real love of kind of writing, poetry and prose in this local area, and we noticed that a lot of people that were coming here were looking for a kind of network or community to do that with, or a space that was an accessible space for them. So we being Caroline, who's a local poet, me and Nick, who's the general manager of New Unity, who all have a love for kind of DIY publishing. We created Enzine, which is a local publishing, it's a zine that we publish twice a year. And we publish local writing from Islington and Hackney, and it's not edited at all. We just publish whatever you send in. And the contributions have been absolutely fascinating and amazing. And we're just about to print the second edition. We've got 40 multilingual poems and prose and all sorts of things like that. Oh yeah, this is the last one, I promise. This is the comic book that we worked with a lot of different people, including the Wollstonecraft Society again, to create an accessible version of Mary's story for a higher Key Stage 2 audience. So this is based around a Year 5, Year 6 audience, which tells Mary's story in a comic book form. And we printed and sent a copy to every school in Hackney and Islington so that they can have it in their library. And we all know how hard it is to get engagement in schools. So by sending a copy and putting it in their library, I thought that was a good start. So that is many of the ways that the project works with all the different audiences from schools and community groups and things like that to kind of work in Mary's legacy today.
It is fantastic what Amy and the team's been up. Please stay, Amy, so we can build a panel one by one. Can we please have an update from the Mary Wollstonecraft Fellowship? Excellent.
Thanks, Roberta. We'll make this quite a brief panel because we're about to get onto the roundtable section of the day. Very proud to be associated with the project you've just been hearing about. And thank you so much, Amy, for all the hard work you put into organising the day today. Again, I hope you've been enjoying it. In 2019, we had introductions to all three of the organisations. There was a sort of launch that you're going to be hearing about now. And I think I might recycle a quip I probably made at the time. You wait more than 2 centuries for Wollstonecraft Society to come along, and then 3 come at once. And that's still the case 3 years down the line. We're going to try and differentiate them a little bit for you and explain why. There are these 3 different bodies who are all engaged together in continuing Mary Wollstonecraft's legacy. I suppose the main thing that the Mary Wollstonecraft Fellowship has done is this. And I think the intention behind it is to create a sort of umbrella organisation, open to all, doing basically the work of a traditional literary society to some extent, celebrating the works, encouraging research, not just within universities, but for those who are interested in pursuing it as private scholars, as independent scholars. I was inspired very much by the example, in fact, of the Jane Austen Society, a very thriving body. And people really dedicate a lot of time and energy and expertise to keeping that going, most of them not academics. And I would really like the Mary Wollstonecraft Fellowship to be inclusive in that way. And, well, not just inclusive, but actually be driven by people who are simply interested in Wollstonecraft's works for their own sake. And one thing we did before the pandemic was a Mary Wollstonecraft reading group. And that was hosted by King's College, thanks to Alan Coffey over there. That was fantastic. You know, there was a really broad profile of participants, and we discovered all sorts of interesting things. I think on the one hand, it's about the works, really paying attention to the works, looking at the full range of them. Partly it's about sociability, just having fun, getting together. And part of it is about maybe chasing down some of those details about Wollstonecraft's life which just haven't been fully covered. You need a village, really, to conduct that kind of research on an important literary figure. And that's something that really struck me when I was in Paris a few years ago. And I was very interested in where Wollstonecraft actually lived. And I discovered nobody actually knew, and nobody had really looked into the archive to figure out exactly where on the given street she lived. And then once you discover that, you can start to think about, well, what was going on in the neighborhood at that time? So it's the whole sort of contextual body of work that comes out in a publication like the Jane Austen Society reports. An absolute goldmine if you're interested in Austen, and I really depended on it when I wrote the book, which has been on sale in the entrance. So yeah, building a community is what it's about, and we're at the very early stages of that. You know, I'm a bit, I suppose, a little troubled at the number of thriving societies there seem to be devoted to, you know, writers who are interesting but not necessarily important on I don't think, on a level of Mary Wollstonecraft. Or at least, why shouldn't there be a literary society devoted to Wollstonecraft when, for instance, there is one? I mean, it's fantastic that it's appeared, but Hannah More, you know, in a way, her main antagonist in the 1790s. There should be a Hannah More Society, don't get me wrong, but there should also be a Mary Wollstonecraft Literary Society, and I think that's what I'm trying to get off the ground. So if anyone would like to join me in this, please contact me if you're out there on the internet. Please get in touch with me by email. If you're here in person, we could have a chat afterwards. This is the Mary Wollstonecraft Fellowship cake. And anyone who signs on the dotted line will be entitled to a generous slice. Okay, I will hand over now to the wonderful B. Rolette, representing the Wollstonecraft Society.
I was going to talk about the Wollstonecraft Society in the next bit, and that, Amy, you were going to cover the whole thing, which I know you could do. No, you've worked so hard. But I think Amy's given you a flavour of what the Wollstonecraft Society is. We're an educational charity targeting, that sounds a bit weird, but aimed at benefiting and bringing the legacy of Wollstonecraft's human rights energy into young people's lives, and very much in the atmosphere of what Amy's just described, of very accessible comics. Although yours is very much in the locality, we are also able as a national charity to have that. Indeed, we did send that comic into schools up and down the country, and so it's very much wider, and we're very consciously focusing on schools out of London and in areas with various poverty indices, the kind of places that don't naturally stumble across Wollstonecraft in their park or in a wonderful library or space like this. That's very much our focus, which might seem a sort of separate world from the world we're in right now, but I see it as a continuum. You know, we're creating the future people that will read the books that you guys are writing, and and keep regenerating and replenishing the ever-burgeoning Wollston sphere, if I may, inspired by Rachel. Because it does keep expanding. Yes, only 3 societies. I'd be very happy to see 7 or 8 more. We've got a big show coming up. We've got more books on the horizon. The appetite is endless. But I think at the other end of the spectrum, there are, young kids out there who might think feminism isn't for them, might think human rights is just a distant, alien, meaningless concept. And that's where I see the work of the Wollstonecraft Society. 2 very important announcements. We've got a big event on, I know this is our big event as well, but we've got a big event on Tuesday. Please tune in. It's the Wollstonecraft Society lecture. We did it last year with Amartya Sen. It's free, it's online, it's in partnership with the London School of Economics. This year we've got Helena Kennedy, I know, and Fawzia Amini, who's one of the amazing women judges who fled Afghanistan. So it's a story of international feminist solidarity, which is very Wollstonecrafty. So please join that on Tuesday night if you can. The other thing, and this is, again, testament to Amy's amazing recent hard work, is we've just launched a series of incredible materials for, and creds to you, Amy, they're designed for young children, and it's about, you know, what is human rights and what does that mean in your life? What does it mean to say that something's not fair? And it's really accessible, sort of very poppy primary colours. I'm absolutely delighted with it, and that's being sent out now to primary schools, states primary schools up and down the country. So that's what we're up to. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea. And do we have a philosopher in the house? One or two? Come on up and just say your piece, and then we can all clap each other for that. Alan Coffey of the Wollstonecraft Philosophical Society! Woo!
Thanks, Roberta. That was a very enthusiastic build-up for what's going to be a little bit of a quiet announcement. I think after what we've just heard from Amy and Bea, and look what Emma's done too, and we haven't even got cake. So, but yeah. So I think a philosophical society is more of a slow burn than some of these other exciting events. But I mean, 10 years ago, when Sandrine and I first started thinking about Wollstonecraft as a philosopher, it was very hard to think of anywhere that was teaching Wollstonecraft in philosophy. Journals were sort of turning their noses up at the idea of her as a philosopher. And in only 10 years, that has changed dramatically. She's now a fixture at universities. She's a fixture on sort of curriculums and in journal articles and things. And I'm not in any way implying that Sandrine or I did that personally, but it's nice to have been part of a general change in the culture and in the climate. So things are sort of happening philosophically. She's now sort of widely accepted. In terms of the society, we have a website that's still in development. The main thing that we were doing was building a community of philosophers researching, and there are a lot of people who weren't able to make it here today: Martina Reutzer, Elena Haldenius, as well as obviously Eileen and Sandrine and myself. So there's a sort of wider community of philosophers now working on Wollstonecraft, the people here today as well. And it's more than just Wollstonecraft, it's other philosophers, and women philosophers in the history, particularly around that time, that we try and focus on. So we've heard about Anna Barbauld now being considered more for a philosophical contribution rather than just her activism or her poetry. Catherine Macaulay, even in Wollstonecraft's own family, she has a sister-in-law, Nancy Kingsbury Wollstonecraft, who's a tremendous philosopher and a very, very engaging thinker, and people are sort of working on that too. So as a society, we ran and hosted a number of conferences, excitingly coined by Eileen. Wallapalooza. It was a sort of celebration as well as a kind of broad discussion of Wollstonecraft. So there have been 3 iterations of those. It sort of fizzled out a little bit with the pandemic, but I do hope that we will continue. We certainly plan to, and I certainly hope that we can continue those. It's gone from annual, perhaps it's fizzling into sort of biannual, but there's always time to bring that up too. And just as we heard that the Wollstonecraft Fellowship has an annual lecture, it just occurred to Sandrine and myself that an annual Philosophical Society lecture will be an excellent thing to do. So I do hope that this time next year, if we're invited, then we can announce that series will be running. I think that will be wonderful. So yes, a lot of talk and very little action, but things are moving. So thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you to all the speakers. And I have to say that Sandrine wins the day for the competition of best face mask. I don't know if Stephen can get Sandrine on camera at some point, if not right now. And I said to Sandrine, what's on the other side of it? Is it Olympe de Gouges on the reverse? It's a mystery. We'll never know. Right, so let's move swiftly on, shall we? To the... If it's okay, we'll move on now to the roundtable, dissenting from patriarchy then and now, with Emma as your able chair. I'll hand over the microphone to Emma. We're skipping the break. I'm reading the room that we'd rather continue on, as it were. If you're at home, feel free to take a break whenever you like. Your cameras are off. You can stretch. You can do whatever you like. So our last session today, it runs until 6 p.m. and it's a roundtable dissenting from patriarchy, then and now, chaired by the very wonderful Emma Cleary.
Okay, look, yes. Coming up. Well, where should we go? Doesn't matter. You want to go here? Yeah? Want to come in? Yeah. Have you got a microphone there? Yes, what would be?
Do you need one?
So, yes, I think it's time to inject a little bit of performative dissent into the occasion. And this, as a very good start to that, there's been a little bit of disagreement about how we'd organize this particular session. Where I think everyone has their own ideas about how they're going to approach it. It's a round table, and we invite everyone at this point. In fact, we might need Roberta back again to field online contributions. We invite everyone to take part in this conversation. So I think that the way we're going to approach it, we've got this title, Dissenting Against Patriarchy, Then and Now. And so we're thinking about the topicality of Mary Wollstonecraft. We're maybe thinking about some elements of her thinking, her writing, that perhaps grates, that is in friction with some of our ideas today. So I've asked the contributors to this panel, who are B. Rolat, you've just heard from, Hannah Dawson, who is the editor, most recently, of the wonderful Penguin Anthology of Feminist Writing, and quite a number of other works. I mean, you're working quite centrally on Wollstonecraft at the moment, having published on a number of other 18th century philosophers. That's right. And we've also got Eileen Hunt here, from the Philosophical Society, Wollstonecraft Philosophical Society, that you've just been hearing about from Alan. And she has just published a monumental 2-volume set called Portraits of Wollstonecraft, which is not only all the visual reception material relating to Wollstonecraft, but a lot of publication material, a lot of textual material as well. But that's just the start of what Eileen has done on Wollstonecraft. She's published very substantially a whole monograph on Wollstonecraft and her 19th century legacy, and a raft of very important articles as well on Wollstonecraft. So we've got a great panel here, and I've invited them to sort of start us off, start the conversation off. There it is. Fantastic. 1 and 2. To start the conversation off with a choice of a passage to get us closer to Wollstonecraft's own voice. So I think the starting point was going to be you, B, because you're taking us back to the very first book that she published while she was still at Newington Green, Thoughts on the Education of Daughters. And I think we don't have the text on the PowerPoint, so you're just going to read some of it. Are you okay just sitting down? Yeah? I mean, feel free to use the lecture if you prefer.
So Emma asked us to find a text. I chose Thoughts on the Education of Daughters. And I'm going to sort of go a bit rogue here because we are all among friends. It's interesting to me because it's quite badly written. I said it. Is that allowed? I think that's really important because it shows the progress of Wollstonecraft developing as a writer and as a thinker and as a human. So it's never been my favourite read at all. But of course she was so young when she wrote it. She was in her 20s. She got, 10 guineas for it? And this marks the moment at which she became the first of a new genus. I can do this, I can be a writer. So for that reason I love it. But I always found it quite prim, a bit derivative and just irritating, so I thought, no, I must try harder. And also, to be entirely honest with you, I thought it would be a crafty way of me crowbarring in some of the work around the Wollstonecraft Society, but I've kind of already done that. So now here I am talking about Thoughts on the Education of Daughters in a slightly rude way. But, it does contain, whilst it has things that are hard for the modern reader to swallow, like the section on treatment of servants, and, quote, Hottentots, gulp. It does have flashes of future genius. For example, the line, whenever a child asks a question, it should always have a reasonable answer given it. And this harkens exactly to Susan's earlier point about her later lessons. In fact, these two works bookend her writing career and her life in a certain way. So she begins her writing life and she ends writing about educating children and how we talk to children and why that matters. And I find that incredibly powerful. So another quote that comes from it, I love this one. I wish them, children, to be taught to think. Thinking is a severe exercise. And of course, the immortal line, nothing, I am sure, calls forth the faculties so much as the being obliged to struggle with the world. Who hasn't read that and just got a chill over that? Kind of almost distills her entire life. And of course, she was quite young when she said this and couldn't have known how much of a struggle with the world she would go on to have. So it's an interesting book. I've just noted here some of the chapter titles. It's a bit like taking your shopping trolley down the supermarket aisle of Wollstonecraft's bewildering mind. So, we have playing cards, matrimony, the temper, unfortunate situation of females fashionably educated and left without a fortune. Just cruising on from one thing apparently at random. It's so odd, the things. Of course, some of them are incredibly important. But that struck me as a potential for some of our people of a dramatic, theatrical bent, scope for an extraordinary work of creative, a song or some kind of crazy poem could be made out of that. Yes, I've found that I've prepared my talk, but I've been like a magpie, just completely distracted by all the gems of brilliance that have happened throughout today, and I've scrawled them on my thing, so this does get a little bit random. But I've chosen to pick. Well, I'm cherry-picking, really, from this collection. But I've chosen the bits that most importantly describe some of the finest gifts of life, reading and writing, which were, of course, the most important things to Wollstonecraft. And they are the things that raise us above the brute creation, above all. So please join me in this meandering. I'm going to read you a short extract. Writing may be termed a fine art, and I'm sure it is a very useful one. The style in particular deserves attention. Young people are very apt to substitute words for sentiments and clothe mean thoughts in pompous diction. Industry and time are necessary to cure this and will often do it. Children should be led into correspondences and methods adopted to make them write down their sentiments. And they should be prevailed on to relate the stories they have read in their own words. I think that's quite brilliant. Writing well is of great consequence in life. As to our temporal interest, I don't actually know what that bit means, and of still more to the mind, as it teaches a person to arrange their thoughts and digest them. Besides, it forms the only true basis of rational and elegant conversation. And I'm going to skip a few pages. Oh, the next section is on reading. A relish for reading, or any of the fine arts, should be cultivated very early in life. And those who reflect can tell of what importance it is for the mind to have some resource in itself and not to be entirely dependent on the senses for employment and amusement. And that harkens me back to young Wollstonecraft being forced to sit in silence in a corner and just letting her mind roam on the things that she'd read and the words that she'd encountered. And, you know, almost instituting a sense of sort of mental self-sufficiency through the power of the written word. Reading is the most rational employment if people seek food for the understanding and do not read merely to remember words or with a view to quote celebrated authors and retail sentiments they do not understand or feel. Judicious books enlarge the mind and improve the heart. Jumping forwards again a little bit more. I love this next bit as well. I just think it's really sound advice, and I feel like she's kind of talking to herself in this section. I would have everyone try to form an opinion of an author themselves. Though modesty may restrain them from mentioning it, many are so anxious to have the reputation of taste that they only praise the authors whose merit is indisputable. I'm sick of hearing of the sublimity of Milton, the elegance and harmony of Pope, and the original untaught genius of Shakespeare. These cursory remarks are made by some who know nothing of nature and could not enter in the spirit of those authors or understand them. And again, I'm jumping forward. Apologies for this sort of rather cherry-picking approach, but like I said, some of the bits just aren't that good. It may be observed that I recommend the mind's being put into a proper train and then left to itself. Fixed rules cannot be given. It must depend on the nature and strength of the understanding, and those who observe it can best tell what kind of cultivation will improve it. The mind cannot be created by the teacher, though it may be cultivated and its real powers found out. I'm so excited by her advocacy of the power of reading and the power of writing. I think that's a really important part, and for her to have written that at such a young age is very impressive. But to sort of end this section, I want to go back to being a little bit trivial and shallow, because I think it's quite funny. And let's not forget, Wollstonecraft is really funny. And there's some bits in this, and I think it's partly failings in my reading, but some of these bits really made me chuckle, and I was going to try and find those for you as well, lest we become far too erudite. There's a chapter called Love. This is my mistake, okay? There's a chapter called Love, but what I've got here is it's written in the old, the old style English where all the F's are S's, or the other way around. And so it says, and this really caught my eye, I got quite excited. Circumstances must, she's talking about love, circumstances must, in a great measure, govern the conduct in this particular, yet who can be a judge in their own cafe? And I thought, she was in a cafe? Oh, wow, like, was she in coffee houses, or coffee houses were a thing, and I was imagining her in Starbucks. Of course, she'd never go to Starbucks, but of course it's a judge in their own case. Oops. And finally, I just want to end with a quote, which I just sometimes Wollstonecraft's voice comes through in such a belting way. So my last lines are from probably the best chapter title of all time, The Benefits Which Arise from Disappointments. And, as well, it's quite a long chapter as well. And the closing thoughts of the chapter before, which is Desultory Thoughts, she says, I have almost run into a sermon, and I shall not make an apology for it. So I love that. And then the next chapter, Benefits Which Arise from Disappointments, says, most women, and men too, have no character at all. She absolutely cracked me up. So the thoughts that I'd wanted to sort of squish into the middle of that presentation were about the Wollstonecraft Society and its work in going outside of the bounds of kinship, of tribal loyalties. Some of the very interesting talks today have touched on this exact idea. We've been thinking about this a lot in the Wollstonecraft Society, about how to extend familial love beyond your family, how about just national identity, how about to pushing that outside of the borders of national identity, how to just engender and encourage an ardent affection for the human race, which is what Wollstonecraft teaches us. I think that's such an important thought. I think it's something that children can learn quite easily. I'd love to talk about that more, but I'm going to stop now.
There'll be plenty of opportunity to come back to it, but thank you, Bea. You've absolutely fulfilled a precept, actually, from Wollstonecraft herself, which Catherine Packham mentioned in her wonderful talk from the last panel, the importance of the equivocal. So thoughts on thoughts. And I did want to come to our two philosophers on the panel first. What about thoughts on the education of daughters? Is that below the notice of philosophers? Is she a philosopher there? What would you say about this very early work from Newington, the Newington Green period?
I mean, I think it anticipates a lot of what she says in a vindication of the rights of women on female education. There's certainly a kernel of the argumentation we find there. There are some differences. One thing that I found actually amusing about thoughts on the education of daughters, to build on Bea's comments, is the chapter on dress. What's interesting about reading that in light of the many portraits made of her during her lifetime is to remember that even though Wollstonecraft argued that women should be modest and we should have a simple appearance and so forth, and she wasn't a big fan of the frills of aristocratic dress of the time period, she herself was quite concerned with dress. And she devotes a chapter to dress in the thoughts. And when I studied the portraits of Wollstonecraft for the book Portraits of Wollstonecraft, I was struck by how much attention Wollstonecraft seemed to place on her own appearance and the way she depicted herself in those portraits. I mean, she obviously chose her own clothing. She decided how she was going to look, whether she would wear makeup or not, how her hair would be set, and what kind of other hats and other garb she would adorn herself with. And I think that's a dimension of Wollstonecraft that I had missed before I thought about thoughts on the education of daughters in light of her real life and the way that she represented herself to the public through art.
I mean, I think that I think it's a wonderful text for many reasons, not least, of course, because it addresses the central theme in early modern feminism, which is that of education. And, the core thought that runs, from kind of the 16th century through to the end of the 18th century is the thought that the difference between men and women is not a function of nature, but is primarily a function of culture, that's to say education, and that the minds of human creatures are malleable, and that with the right education, with mixed education, with holistic education, girls might achieve the same equal reason to that of boys, and therefore have an equal right to independence. So it's crucial. It's a crucial text. And it's also wonderfully interlaced, of course, with her action in the world, which, as we all know, was about education. I mean, that's what she went about doing. I mean, and it's so fantastic to have that combination of theory and practice. Yeah.
Absolutely. Her practice here at Newington Green, just across the green, the school that she ran. Thoughts from the floor or from the internet?
Oh.
If Mary Wollstonecraft was to come to the 21st century in a time machine and saw the progression of feminism, would she have been appalled or not surprised in the least?
Oh, thanks.
typical volcanic furies would have been provoked by many things about now. Feminism would definitely be one of those, because feminism is still and remains a work in progress, and it has gaps that need work, to my mind. But I think she would have been worried about a lot more. MPs watching pornography in the House of Commons. I think she would have been astonished by what our current government and people in positions of huge power get away with, and with apparent impunity. So yes, she would have been pretty furious still.
And, you know, and to another case in point, the remarks of the Minister for Social Mobility saying that girls don't have any aptitude for hard maths. Really, I mean, Bee was involved in the setting up of an exhibition which would have coincided with this event if it had been held in 2020, unfinished business. I think that's probably what she would have said, but great question, thank you. Other comments on Newington Green? Yes. Mary?
Thanks, but I'm really intrigued by thoughts on the education of daughters as well. And I wondered if the panel, if you get a sense of what Wollstonecraft was like in her classroom across the road from that text or from other evidence, because it's a fairly abstract discussion of principles, perhaps more than practice. But what do you think Wollstonecraft was like as a teacher?
That was a bit blurry, sorry, could you?
What was Wollstonecraft like as a teacher? It's a bit difficult to tell from thoughts on the education culture. We don't know what her curriculum we don't know what her curriculum was. I think probably, Mary Fairclough asked that question, you'd probably be in a better position to answer that than a lot of people looking at the female reader. I think this text, The Female Reader, which was the next, is that right? Original Stories intervenes, but then there's The Female Reader, this anthology of texts. Presumably, she would have presented them to the pupils at her school. Yeah?
Well, we do know that when she worked as a governess in Ireland for the Kingsboroughs, that she was quite an experimental teacher in that the children she educated look back upon her as a very warm and caring teacher, a friend. And Lady Kingsborough did not like Wollstonecraft's teaching style, so obviously it didn't fit the aristocratic norms of education at the time period. She didn't do the job she was hired to do. She loses the job, comes back, becomes the first of a new genus. But as for her teaching in the school, from what I understand, it was coeducational. Is that true? Yes, which I think is extraordinary, that the school was in fact coeducational. I know in the United States at the time, in Boston, there were coeducational schools beginning to be developed, at least in the Boston area, but it was rare. And so for Wollstonecraft to be running a coeducational school at that moment, late 1780s, is extraordinary. So I think that says it all to me. What she actually did in that classroom, in some sense, doesn't matter. The fact that she had boys and girls in there and teaching them literacy, that's what matters.
But I wonder if we're perhaps being a bit generous to the text because we're reading it with the knowledge of what she went on to write, and would it stand on its own merits? I don't know.
Well, moving on perhaps to... Maybe we can come back. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Lizzie.
Oh, okay. You want to come back?
Well, we're going to continue with the theme of education to some extent, with vindication of rights of women. So perhaps we can come back to your question at that point. So Hannah's going to... Microphone, please. Oh, sorry. Hannah's going to take us through a couple of passages from Vindication of the Rights of Women, keeping to this theme to some extent of education.
Thank you, and hi everyone. Yes, so that is the first quotation that I've chosen. So I love Mary Wollstonecraft, in part, of course, for the reason that we all love her, because of her fight to try to make the world better. But I also love her because of the depth of the understanding that she has for the difficulty of making the world better, for the kind of depth of patriarchy, for how difficult it is to dissent from patriarchy. And I think that this quote here, you know, it's uncomfortable in a way, because what it's about is about the way that tyranny
that in tyranny, not only the tyrant is corrupted, but those who are tyrannized are also corrupted, that tyranny does terrible things, that being unfree does terrible things, not just to the masters, as it were, but to the women, in this case, who are tyrannized by men. And one of the reasons, I mean, I just think that to acknowledge her acknowledgement of the depth of patriarchy and the difficulty of getting out of it is such a resonant thing, because I think that's something that we probably all feel, because we were asked to reflect on dissenting from patriarchy then and now. And I think that one of the experiences of that we all have of contemporary feminists is of our proximity to despair, that there are waves upon waves of feminism and nothing seems to change. And I think that was very, well, and you might have talked about this already today, that was very well exemplified in the case of Me Too, when, as we all know, social media, Twitter, lit up like this kind of beautiful, or, well, horrific, but nonetheless indisputably bright guy, it was completely proven that violence and harassment of women was a fact. It seemed like surely, when it was so visible, when it was so evident that things would change, that would be recognized, and yet it's very hard exactly to see what has changed, if not arguably, things have got worse. So that sense of, why is it so difficult? Why is it so difficult to effect change when it's so clear what the problem is? And so this quote from her, I'll just read the bit in bold, where she says, "From the tyranny of man, I firmly believe the greater number of female follies proceed, and the cunning which I allow makes at present part of their character. I likewise have repeatedly endeavored to prove is produced by oppression." So here she's talking about the way in which the characters of women are corrupted by being subject to the power of men. And the thought is that if you are dependent upon the will of your husband for your well-being, for your life, for your kind of daily happiness, for your safety, just as now many women are dependent on men for their pay, for their promotion, and indeed still, of course, as we know, for their physical safety, it is in your interests, it makes complete and utter sense to put all your energy into trying to please that person, into fawning and flattering and pleasing and smiling and being, as Wollstonecraft says, like a spaniel to your master. So it creates a kind of obnoxiousness, a kind of slavishness of spirit, which the coquette, the sort of simpering, smiling coquette, which is a problematic figure for Wollstonecraft. It also, and she's very acute on this, leads to kind of competition and envy between women. So if you're competing, as it were, for the attentions and affections and power of men, then it leads to a kind of to difficulties between women, to envy and a deep lack of sisterhood, an absence of friendship. And I think that's also, something that is very resonant. And the other thing that she talks about here is the way in which to be a dissenter necessarily turns you into a dissimulator, because you can't be true to yourself. You have to pretend. If you're dissenting from the status quo, you have to pretend that you're going along with it in some way, and that the distinction, as it were, between what you are and what you have to sometimes claim to be is going to, it twists you up. It makes it fractures you. And then the second quotation, which I think hopefully will be, I'm coming up, here we are, yes. This is just another way in which she talks about the corrupting effects of being unfree on women, which is that, which has to do with the priority that's put on women's bodies and on women's beauty and on their appearance. And so I'll just, again, read the bit in bold in the center of that, where she says, it's a famous quotation, but it is so amazing. Taught from their infancy that beauty is woman's scepter, the mind shapes itself to the body, and roaming round its gilt cage only seeks to adorn its prison. Such an amazing quote, isn't it? I mean, she's really come on with the writing. Yeah, so the thought there is that if you're valued for your appearance, if what matters in the world is your beauty, that you will, of course, invest everything in that, and you will come to think that that is also the source of value. You will, as it were, turn yourself inside out, de-center yourself, start to see yourself through, as we've come to think of it, the male gaze, and fail, you sort of lose your center, lose yourself. Your entire self is kind of flows out, thinking about pleasing and satisfying the gaze of the other, who, of course, has all the power. That's the point about the male gaze, that it's not just about, wanting to be beautiful, it's about the fact that structurally the men have the power. Yeah, so those are two, I think, very powerful things that resonate today. And I just want to end by thinking about two solutions. We've already touched on one of those, which has to do with education. And one thing that I think is, as I've already said, exactly, that through education she thinks it might be that men and women will transcend this kind of corruption of mind, because they will both be brought to the capacity for reason. But what I like about her prescription for education is that it's not just about reason, it's not just about the mind, it's also about the body in a very robust way. She's interested in girls being strong, just as she's interested in them being intelligent and developing their minds. And she has an amazing account of the lifestyle of girls, the ways in which girls are educated, being physically very constricted. She compares it to sort of Chinese foot binding, the fact that they're always in their chairs, they're made to be small, that they're not out there, as she says, frolicking in the open air like the boys. She wants the girls to go frolicking in the open air like the boys. And I think that, and we were talking about this, of course, on her birthday with Lizzie, that thereby, I think that she thinks that the distinction between girls and boys and between men and women will not just be kind of eliminated in the context of reason. It's not just that their minds will achieve equality, but actually that their bodies will become more and more similar. And I think she has an amazingly interesting account, not only of the malleability of mind, but also the malleability of bodies. And that the distinction between the sexes really just sort of dissolves altogether, in a sense, which I think is a very powerful thought. And the second, so the first sort of answer is kind of education, and the second answer, and we've touched on this, but it's so powerful in the Vindication, is her account of friendship, which is... because she doesn't talk that much about the state, or at least the way in which she talks about the state or the vote, or these are sort of modern, but what she does talk about is friendship, which, as she says, has two key qualities. One is trust, and the other is respect. So I think we could take those away from her. Thank you.
But can I ask a question about that? A lot of her attacks are on women. Yes. And one of the reasons that I love Vindication of the Rights of Men is that she goes straight to the man. She goes to the authority. She goes to the patriarchy. She takes it to the top, the loudest, poshest man, and picks that fight. And that amazes me. And yes, of course, women, yes, and feminists have to look inwards, but it's very exciting that in the other Vindication she takes it somewhere else, because let's face it, the patriarchy should be doing the work. Feminists are already feministing away, and she's kind of saying, do more, do it harder, which is true, but, what about the patriarchy? Just a thought.
Yes. Well, I really loved your selection of quotes. And this one here with the gilt cage is powerful because in 19th century feminist literature, I'm thinking of Charlotte Perkins Gilman, this image of the bird cage becomes prominent and goes on into 20th century poetry, and so on. So you can almost think of Wollstonecraft as maybe inventing that metaphor that has become so central and powerful to feminist art since. It also reminds me a little bit of Foucault, this idea of the prison, where we're trapped in a prison. And we don't realize it. And of course, that's part of what she theorized in Maria, The Wrongs of Woman, in representing Maria as a victim of domestic violence in an abusive marriage, being trapped in an asylum against her will, being told she's insane when she in fact is the only sane one, around, it seems, until she bonds with another woman, Jemima, a servant at the asylum. And I guess this brings me to Bee's point about the patriarchy. In that novel, her final novel, Wollstonecraft ties together her whole corpus of work philosophically in a work of fiction, which is really remarkable. And so the asylum, as it were, is the symbol of the patriarchy, and two women take it down from within. And so there's a way in which Wollstonecraft, I think, moves more strongly towards a vision of female solidarity over the course of her life. And I think that's because of everything she went through. And I think at the time she wrote The Rights of Women, I mean, maybe one reason why we don't feel the solidarity sometimes as much as we want to feel it, is that Wollstonecraft really hasn't gone through the things that really kind of break her and almost destroy her, especially the relationship with Imlay. And there's a way in which I think Wollstonecraft learned a lot in those middle years when she was in France and then comes back to London. And then we see that reflected in The Wrongs of Woman. So she takes this great insight about tyranny, but then she puts it to work in a very sharp way against the patriarchy, I think, in The Wrongs of Woman.
Yes. Yes, you need a microphone. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, and then there's a question over here.
Just thinking about the theme of the round table, patriarchy then and now, and listening to this idea of education and then the idea of the woman's body, I'm sort of grappling with just this idea, and I'm wondering what you feel about this. So we are looking, I think, at a grab back of power. In America, for example, with the attack on abortion rights, and in the idea of the housewife and the woman's place. Yes, she is writing in a context, as is Simone de Beauvoir, as is Hannah Arendt, all these feminist writers. Are we going to find a way out of where we are now by looking back at this body of feminist writing? Or can we find a route through using feminist writing from the past? Or do we have to acquire a new vocabulary, new tools, however much they may be rooted in some way, shape or form in what's come before?
Brilliant question.
Absolutely, I share your utter dismay at the direction of travel. I just find so much solidarity in the work of Wollstonecraft, and if there's one thing that's going to pull you through, it's sisterhood and solidarity. But just from the apparently trivial, the crossing and uncrossing of legs in Parliament, it's not trivial at all, to the legislative attack on women's bodies in the US, it's a whole spectrum of hatred of women and minorities that is on the rise, apparently. Whether we need a new vocabulary to address this, I just would love to throw that out more widely. But for myself, I can say, Wollstonecraft went through this, and there was a really interesting, was it in Catherine's presentation about, about fake news. You put up an extract which just to me described Twitter and the hatred of Twitter and the extremities of Twitter. So yes, I think a grounding in what human rights is and where it came from gives us a framework to tackle very modern problems that didn't exist in Wollstonecraft's time. At least I hope so, and hope is very important.
Is your thought? Oh, sorry, go on. Yeah.
No, get Karen.
Okay. No, well, I mean, it's such a brilliant question, and I think that it doesn't have to be either or. So it's not. We don't have to either look, as it were, to the past or to the future. That I mean. So I edited this enormous volume of feminist writing, and
available in all good bookshops. It's amazing.
Yeah. And the thing, thank you very much. And I mean, I found myself kind of oscillating between a sense of kind of horror. You know, I didn't know what I would find when I was commissioned to do that book, and what I found was kind of deeper and more extensive. And more intractable than I could have imagined. You know, it's a global, I mean, sexism, patriarchy is a global phenomenon, and it runs back deep into time. And so there is this question about kind of change, which I began with. But I also think that there is, you know, that it is also a solace to read other voices, you know, that have precisely, articulate various kind of pains. And that, so it's both upsetting, but also, as I say, it's an act of recognition, if you like, to look into the past that I think helps us look forward to. You know, it's that business that this is, you know, it's long. The history of oppression is long. And also what we know, I mean, I think, you know, what we learned in the last few years is exactly that we can't take progress for granted. I mean, we can't take it for granted in any context. We can't take it for granted in the context of sexism. We can't take it in the context of liberalism, whatever that is. You know, I mean, the rise of the strongman politician globally, the laws that are being passed, in Russia, that decriminalize domestic violence. I mean, you can't take it for granted, which is another reason why sort of reading the kind of battles of the past stiffens one's resolve as well.
Can I just come back to
yeah.
briefly? I'm sorry about this, but the idea, I mean, one of the issues I've got 4 daughters and a granddaughter, and I look at with horror and dismay at what is going on in terms of their future. Yeah. And one of the issues for me also is the idea of female woman as a body. I then look at Amy Coney Barrett. I then look at Marine Le Pen. So when we talk about sisterhood, when we talk about solidarity, I think in a way it is a solace, but it's also, we can't avoid the fact that some of the structures of patriarchy and the ideas of patriarchy, their strongest proponents are women. And it was ever fuzz, but these are women in powerful positions.
Yeah, I agree. And that is exactly why I brought up those passages, precisely because I agree, of course, you've got to take it to the patriarchy, but you've also got to acknowledge exactly, well, not just get your house in order, but understand. I mean, I think, one way of thinking about this is to think about feminism as a political proposition. Feminism is the view that women are oppressed and that that's a problem and you've got to try to fight it. And of course, men and women can be feminists. I mean, it's a political proposition. Do you believe in that or not? Barrett doesn't. Le Pen doesn't. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for bringing up Judge Barrett, who's a member of the law faculty at Notre Dame, my university back home. No, and I think it's a really important case. And I think the American case is really poignant right now because we are the country that inspired Wollstonecraft and her generation to take up the cause of the rights of humanity. And yet we have been failing in terms of preserving our own democracy, especially around the rights of women, for some time now. And the corrosion of the institutions of women's and other human rights has been systematic over the last few decades, really since the 1980s, and the kind of rise of the alliance between the Republican Party and the religious right. And we've let it happen. I mean, leaders, people in power, supposed progressives have just let it happen. People in education have let it happen. So how do you change that? Well, I agree. I mean, it's actually a mix of what Bea and Hannah are proposing. One is we have to stick it to the patriarchy, and then the other one is women have to hold each other accountable. Yeah. You can't let other women get away with it when they are buying into what the patriarchy is selling
to the people. So I think in my country, the biggest issue right now is reproductive rights, and it is terrifying. I think that, you know, rereading The Handmaid's Tale a few times last year and teaching it made me worry that, you know, after Biden is, you know, gone from office and a Democrat is not elected in his place, that we really could enter a very dystopian time in American history and therefore in democracy itself, especially for women.
Can I add one more point as well, and just to completely do a reversal on my, you know, earlier picking up on your Wollstonecraft quotes, which sort of attacked women. There is a lot more that feminism can do, as you know. So we're talking, you know, at these two levels of what feminism can do, and it goes back to your question. Sorry, I don't know what your name is, Mr. Photograph. The state of feminism, and you know. This is no criticism of anybody at all, but you know, this is not a diverse audience or a diverse panel, and feminism just cannot proceed on that basis. You know, we need a much wider and more inclusive and diverse feminism. And that, to me, is a way of strengthening the cause, not weakening it, not dividing it, but strengthening and widening it and deepening it. And so let's make that a mission for our gathering next year.
Can I just see, yes, thank you for you know, wonderfully eloquent addressing of those issues. I did wonder, though, on the question of diversity, which I agree is an issue, of course. Is Wollstonecraft an obstacle to diversity in discussing broader questions of feminism? But I'll just leave that out there. I want to see how many questions there are and then come around to them. So, yes, there's 1, 2, 3. Anyone else? 4. Okay, but then we must go to Eileen after that. So can you keep them fairly brief so that we can get on to the third set of questions?
Thanks, Eileen. I loved it when you showed that portrait of Wollstonecraft. And in our exhibition that we did a long time ago of women intellectuals of the 18th century, brilliant women at the Portrait Gallery, the Wollstonecraft portrait that you showed, that's from the Tate collection where she's reading the book, that was the last image in the show, because it seemed a great sense of relief that finally you're seeing a real woman, because all the blue stockings, they're very much in virtue, they're in their allegorical, and they're either muses or Amazons or so on. And you felt that that was a real portrait of someone who's thinking and breathing, and it just felt very much a relief to me. But and it seems that does suggest, in historical terms, a shift in the kind of feminism that you see, because it's perhaps somehow approaching modernity or something. But I wondered, what seemed to me to be so striking about the passage you chose, Hannah, from this chapter 3 is that underneath the image of the cage, there's always the image of freedom of the bird flying out of the cage, and I think she manages to suggest that underneath that.
Yes.
And it's very, I think it's important to remember that, because it does always seem quite dark, her view of the construction of female education to make women into sexual parasites or creatures, or but actually what she's really concerned with is the freedom of flying. And I found a lot of imagery of flying amongst the blue stockings that Montague says of her education. She talks about if I had been born a boy, when I'd gone a bird's nesting, I would have gone up to the eagle's eyrie, which I like that, because it shows the kind of ambition of wanting to fly and have courage to do things. And I think that's the thing about Wollstonecraft is, although she wants us to have virtue in a way, it's hard to teach the vindication of the rights of women to modern women, because they find it very claustrophobic, I think. But actually, her life, the life she lived, she was just so brave and courageous that that aspect of her is very important to think about too. So that sort of theory and practice it's almost like her life and her writing have different sort of tones to them, I suppose. But anyway, thanks.
And she didn't give up, and neither should we. You know, we shouldn't be crushed by the horror of the news. You know, we should draw strength from her writing and strength from her strength, I think.
Yes. Sorry, just next to you, Debbie.
Thanks. Well, thanks for the really powerful invocation. Really moving to hear you talk. I guess I wanted to make 3 points. The first is this girls' education is just as tainted as all other areas of continuing sexism in the society. The Prime Minister's major international development intervention, he sees girls' education as, in his words, the Swiss Army knife, the Black & Decker toolkit that will solve all development problems. And this is in the context of not giving enough money, you know, radically reducing the aid budget, and then squashing everything else to promote a version of girls' education, which is in a way linked to seeing education as contraception primarily, or linked to various forms of entrepreneurship. So we can't, I mean, the kinds of ways, the radical ways in which you're drawing out from Wollstonecraft's work an idea about education, that has to be fought for. That's not together. You know, it has to be constantly challenged. And I think that's, the second point of that is the kind of resonance and dissonance of her work with the work of other women, particularly women of colour, black women who've been fighters for education and fighters for human rights. And I think you've got to read her much more internationally to read that. The guilt cage thing, how it talks to the Maya, you know, the very famous Maya Angelou stuff. I mean, all of that, there's so much to be said. And I think the localism is really important, but the internationalism, you mustn't lose it, or mustn't, even if you're going to see warts on Mary Wollstonecraft, the warts we've got to talk about and understand. And yeah, sorry, it's more of an observation, but just thanks for your, you know, passionate distillation of her.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, there's, I think, just behind you.
Hi, I'm just hearing Hannah Arendt and thinking, if I understand it correctly, that fascism has very specific ideas of what women are for and what role they play in a society. And we've already, Todd alluded to the backlash against the Enlightenment. And I'm just thinking, if that's happening, if academics increasingly are saying we can de-evolve as well as evolve, how do we take someone who's amazing but an exceptional individual, and from a very specific demographic, and from, you know, more than 200 years ago, and say to people, guys, this is today. I think maybe B's best place to, I don't know, to answer this, but and say this is your thing, and it's now. Does that make sense?
I don't know, does it?
How do we say to people, you know, Mary Wollstonecraft, yes, it's the 1790s, but look, this is now, and it's really important, and maybe you're not in that specific demographic, but this affects you too, and, you know, oppression shames everyone. How do we make it relevant?
I'll tell you what doesn't hurt. Bridgerton. I know. I mean, I don't even like it, but I've now had to love it because it's the most successful show that Netflix has ever done. And in the opening episode of season 2, boom, Wollstonecraft's there. The image of Wollstonecraft, the quote, the sass, the whole thing. I mean, that's shorthand for where does feminism come from? You can't buy that. I mean, that has just gone into millions of teenagers and young people's subconscious. I like to think it's a byproduct of all our collective efforts that got that there, but, you know, that's a really good thing. Just the name, just the word.
Yeah, I was going to say the arts. I know we have a playwright here and scriptwriter who's working on a big Wollstonecraft project. that I've had the honor of seeing in development. And I honestly think it's getting more recognition of Wollstonecraft in the arts that will do it. And Bridgerton is the case in point right now.
Yes, fourth question over here, and then we'll move on to Eileen's choice of text.
Just thinking about the responses, and I think, from my own experience of studying, well, not really studying, but piquing my curiosity about the feminist movement, I read some Wollstonecraft, but I also read other feminists like Andrea Lords, and she's quite interesting. A couple of days ago, I read one of her books, Sister Outsider, about raising her son as a lesbian mother. And it's interesting that her solution is to educate men not to be dependent on women for their emotional and material and the social needs, and teach them to be teach us to be independent, because in her view that much of the violence and much of the fear comes from us men being too independent. And she even quotes the Greek myths like, what's his name? Oedipus and Seti, and I'm not going to get too graphic about it, but you know, Greek myth, and that's how she views Western, the myth structure. But I think when we go back to the 18th century, I mean, it is an existential event for most of Europe. And ironically, because of that, the reaction, it also becomes an existential event for other cultures around the world with the expansion of European empire. So I think, in my own opinion, I think it's best to go back to the books, read them properly, read what the nuances of what's being said, and then I think the problem with the feminist movement is I actually appreciate its diversity, but it's too ideologically fractured for it to come together as a unified whole, and that's a problem. And I think for all students, both men and women, I think feminist 101, Feminism 101 should be a global impact, starting from Mary Wollstonecraft, because she's one of the few female philosophers in the Enlightenment, and to also understand that the background and the context to her biography is that Europe was going through an existential political event where they were doing away with thousands of years of hereditary leadership, the monarchy, aristocracy, and into a more sort of idea of a fruition of the practice of the idea of democracy. And from a modern point of view, considering democracy, despite that it has its lineage going back to the Romano-Greek era, which is like 3,000 years old, I mean, the practice of democracy by the people is very young. I mean, much of the rise of the modern state happened in the 19th century. And you don't really see the proper sort of liberal rise of the nation state after the Second World War, which is 1945, when we got people who were born in that time. So it's very young.
Yeah. I mean, arguably Wollstonecraft is the Enlightenment philosopher to theorize you don't have democracy unless you include women, period. I mean, that's her critique of Rousseau in particular. And she deserves credit for that. And, you know, Bee's work and bringing Wollstonecraft to classrooms is very important. But I also think, you know, at the primary school level, that's where we need to start, bringing Wollstonecraft to very young children. But I also think Wollstonecraft belongs in civics curricula, where children learn about what democracy is and how it's practiced. How does it need to function in order to be legitimate? And you have to include women in their rights, period, for it to work.
Shall we, you've got, okay, just a brief one, yes?
But we must move on, I think, in a moment. Yeah, so just one last question.
Well, the question then follows on quite neatly from Bridgerton, etc. It looks likely that the minister who is elected tomorrow by this dissenting community might be overseeing the transition of the monarchy, as in our previous minister who was here for 15 years, and it seems like in the next 15 years it's quite possible we might have a new monarch, which is, you know, the epitome of the patriarchy in one way, except we tend to forget that because it's been a woman. And we think, you know, it's easy to think of it as stage dressing, changing of the guard, etc. But when we think of the structure of how society is structured and what the new monarch, male, might do with that power, what do you think Wollstonecraft would have to say about the power of the monarchy and how we have structured that today?
Could we come back to that one?
It's a good question.
So, we have the next slide, thanks.
I think this is it here.
Oh, this is it.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, I selected a quote from her letters written during a short residence in Sweden, Norway, and Denmark.
2 slides.
That's right. It's a long quote. Would you like me to read it, do you think? I think it's such a beautiful passage. I think it shows that Wollstonecraft was something of a poet, even though she, as far as we know, only wrote or left prose to be preserved. So she writes, "Nature is the nurse of sentiment, the true source of taste. Yet what misery, as well as rapture, is produced by a quick perception of the beautiful and sublime when it is exercised in observing animated nature, when every beauteous feeling and emotion excites responsive sympathy, and the harmonized soul sinks into melancholy or rises to ecstasy, just as the chords are touched, like the Aeolian harp agitated by the changing wind. But how dangerous it is to foster these sentiments in such an imperfect state of existence, and how difficult to eradicate them when an affection for mankind, a passion for an individual, is but the unfolding of that love which embraces all that is great and beautiful. When a warm heart has received strong impressions, they are not to be effaced. Emotions become sentiments, and the imagination renders even transient sensations permanent by fondly retracing them. I cannot, without a thrill of delight, recollect views I have seen which are not to be forgotten, nor looks I have felt in every nerve which I shall never more meet. The grave has closed over a dear friend, the friend of my youth. Still she is present with me, and I hear her soft voice warbling as I stray over the heath. Fate has separated me from another, the fire of whose eyes, tempered by infantine tenderness, still warms my breast, even when gazing on these tremendous cliffs. Sublime emotions absorb my soul. And smile not if I add that the rosy tint of morning reminds me of a suffusion which will never more charm my senses unless it reappears on the cheeks of my child. Her sweet blushes I may yet hide in my bosom, as she is still too young to ask why starts the tear so near akin to pleasure and pain. Yes, I know, it's beautiful. It really is. She was truly a poetic writer and thinker. Actually, one of her last writings was on poetry, right before she passed. She truly cared about poetry. The Romantic poets were very inspired by her. But one thing I would like to emphasize in my contribution to this lively roundtable is Wollstonecraft's relationship to Fanny Blood, who is the friend she refers to here, who she imagines she can still hear her voice warbling over the heath as she wanders in Norway, I believe, along the seashore. Fanny was Wollstonecraft's best friend from her childhood. She met Fanny when she was 16, and Fanny was 18. Fanny was an independent woman in many ways already. She was a botanical artist, and Virginia Woolf argued in her essay on Wollstonecraft, published in the Second Common Reader in 1932, that it really was this relationship that gave Wollstonecraft the desire to live independently, to have a home. She wanted to share a home with Fanny. She wanted to share a home with someone who respected her and understood her as a person, as an intellect, and someone she could share love with. And what I think is so powerful about this passage is that Wollstonecraft clearly loves Fanny. It's not simply a friendship. This is a truly passionate love relationship. And Godwin himself begins, I believe, chapter 2 of the memoirs by describing this attachment that Wollstonecraft has to a person of her same sex as fervent. And it's in the second edition of the memoirs that he changes fervent to warm, because the first edition was quite controversial. In part because of the way Godwin recounted with great honesty all of Wollstonecraft's love affairs, including with Fanny. And so in many ways, Fanny was, in Godwin's words, the ruling passion of her young life, the ruling passion of her young womanhood. And in this passage from the letters from Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, we see Wollstonecraft, in fact, making this very argument. What she's saying here is that her love for Fanny animated her love for her first common law or Republican marriage with Gilbert Imlay, and it also animates her love for her daughter, produced from that marriage, that daughter named Fanny. So Fanny lives on, not only in her imagination, in her memories, but Fanny lives on in her ongoing love affair with Imlay, and which, although it has formally broken up by this point, we see her in this passage, which is so poignant, her saying, in some sense, it's never over. Those memories are always part of her. They have scarred her. They have made her who she is. And the same goes for her relationship with her daughter. All of these relationships, all of these ghosts that haunt her are shaping her relationship with her daughter Fanny. And of course, as all of you know, the story of Fanny Godwin is quite tragic. Fanny identified with her mother to the point that she herself committed suicide wearing her mother's stays. And I think this is really one of the most difficult parts of Wollstonecraft's life story. But it also shows the ways in which Wollstonecraft's legacy is both dark and bright. And in this passage, I think Wollstonecraft shows us in a very raw, emotional way how much love matters to her thought. We think of her as a philosopher now, but in many ways, like Silvana Tomaselli has taught us, she's a philosopher of love first and foremost. And she's someone who philosophizes love in a real embodied way, to use Hannah's language, which I think is very apt. Wollstonecraft was interested in the lived, embodied experience of love. Those of you who've read Simone de Beauvoir's Second Sex, you know that she talks about lived experience of women. I think Wollstonecraft is the beginning of this phenomenological tradition of really thinking about women's lived experience of things like love. But I wanted to highlight the importance of the relationship with Fanny, because later feminists, especially in the 20th century, looked back to Wollstonecraft's relationship with Fanny as an inspiration for their own thinking about what feminism is, and I believe also for emerging conceptions of what it meant to have solidarity with queer people, people who were members of the LGBT community. Also, Wollstonecraft's relationship with Fanny became an inspiration for the gay black playwright Lorraine Hansberry, who wrote A Raisin in the Sun, the first Broadway play to be written by a black American. Hansberry was writing a play on Wollstonecraft in 1960, just a few years before she died of pancreatic cancer at the age of 34. And I've been able to study the notes of Hansberry on the Wollstonecraft play she was writing. And she highlights the relationship with Fanny several times. And she actually underscores Godwin's description of it as the ruling passion of Wollstonecraft's life. And this is a theme that goes back in the feminist tradition. Before Hansberry, we see Ruth Benedict make this point in an essay she wrote around World War I about Wollstonecraft, that Fanny was the one who awakened Wollstonecraft's mind, helped her to see that the life of the mind, the life of the brain, is what actually is the true seed of love itself. And Virginia Woolf, of course, writes her essay and highlights, in many ways, the Fanny Wollstonecraft relationship as one that leads Wollstonecraft eventually to Godwin, because it's not until she finds Godwin that she's able to realize what she wanted with Fanny, which was to live in a room of their own, so to speak, right, and have that together. She finally realizes it with Godwin. And also, Emma Goldman in the World War I era also gave a lecture on Wollstonecraft, and she, I think, put it best. She also said that it was Fanny who taught Wollstonecraft what it meant to be independent, and that's why Wollstonecraft fell in love with Fanny. Fanny represented the independent woman she wanted to be, and I think the great testament of Wollstonecraft's love for Fanny is she actually realized it. She went on to become the first of a new genus, so I think she was living out what she saw in Fanny, what was ripped from Fanny so unfairly and dying from childbirth tragically at a very young age. And Wollstonecraft went out to live that out. And Emma Goldman saw that and said it was Fanny who taught Wollstonecraft the value of independence. But what Goldman also said, which I think is very apt, is that if Wollstonecraft never wrote a word, her life would have furnished food for thought. And I think a lot of the 20th century feminists, and all the feminists I have mentioned, beginning with Goldman through Ruth Benedict, her lover Margaret Mead, who edited her essay on Wollstonecraft, Virginia Woolf, and Lorraine Hansberry, all have various affiliations with the LGBTQ community. All of these feminists in the 20th century were rethinking what it meant to be in love or to show love, and where love fit into a democratic or egalitarian philosophy. So those are my remarks. Thank you very much.
That just was such a wonderful exposition that also takes us back to Newington Green, because of course that's where their relationship really thrived. I mean, it's a great sadness that it was so undocumented. Yes. There are no letters from Wollstonecraft during the period when she and Fanny and Wollstonecraft's two sisters ran the school together here, only after Fanny had departed to go to Lisbon and to her untimely fate. So it's great that you brought us back to, the Newington Green roots of so much of Wollstonecraft's ideas and experience. And yeah, I mean, would anyone like to add to that? We're just gone 6, but we could.
May I very briefly say that you raised a question just before as to whether Wollstonecraft is a sufficient figure for an inclusive and more diverse feminism, and I think that just answers it. Yes, she is. She absolutely is.
She can be.
She can be, and she must be.
But we need to acknowledge her limits, I think, is what I was trying to say. She is a white European. She has her blind spots. And her appeal is limited to some extent by those characteristics. I mean, I just want to come back to Hannah's wonderful anthology, actually, on this score, because I love the way that her work there appears in a medley of writers from what's the earliest one? I think it's 1405 onwards, across continents. And I think it's incredibly important that we see her as part of an evolution of feminist ideas that don't just begin here, in England, in Newington Green, or wherever. I think we need to acknowledge limits, I think, is what I was trying to say. And we need to share these stories, for sure, but maybe become more aware of other national traditions, international traditions.
Can I say, though, in response to that I feel like, that was so lovely, Eileen. It was really great. And I think it answers your question, why so that she's not just, as it were, a purveyor of propositions, which, turn out to not necessarily, a lot of them don't fit our current time in all sorts of ways. But she is an extraordinary
sort of writer and person. I mean, the whole thing, and I think that something that this discussion has brought up really well, and Lizzie, you brought this up lovely in thinking about that simultaneously with the image of the cage is the image of the bird flying free. Simultaneously with the thought of friendship is the kind of understanding, the kind of visceral understanding of the embodied love that might be part of friendship. You know, that there's nothing kind of clean cut, or, I mean, it's precisely because of the sort of depth of ambiguity and the multi-directionality of her thought, the fact that there are sort of simultaneously at least two things going on, in a way, that are often in tension in every sentence that she writes. It's that depth of her kind of literary vision, of her imaginative vision, that means, like any great, you know, writer, you know, they don't have to stand for anything except for themselves. And, you know, it's great just to read her in that. Yeah.
But I do want to come back and say that lived experience is really important. And in my, you know, I'm used to talking about Wollstonecraft to people that don't know anything about her. And to me, it's really significant that she was a single mum. She was skin all her life. She had a horrible, abusive father. I mean, she had a lot to overcome. Yes, she was a white European, but, you know, she's a person that you can recognize as well as being an incandescent Enlightenment genius. She was a person that you can, you know, she was relatable, as people like to say nowadays.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Lorraine Hansberry, a black Marxist, feminist, gay playwright in 1960, is planning on writing a play on Wollstonecraft, researching it with all of the available scholarly sources, and planning on launching it on Broadway with perhaps Vivian Leigh in the starring role, which is amazing. Yeah, I know. And I think that shows Wollstonecraft's range, as it were. You know, also at the same time she was writing her Wollstonecraft play, she was developing a play on the Haitian Revolution, and so I think that's another point we can emphasize when we try to make Wollstonecraft relevant. Wollstonecraft was anti-slavery, and she learned those anti-slavery values right here at Newington Green.
Yeah. Can I just say on that diversity point, I think you're absolutely right. But for me, just like with the canon, black women, black men, a diverse readership is just as much a debate about the diversity of the whole field as it is, you know, they're both equally important. So once you get the readership and you get to read her just as much as you read Audre Lorde or any of the other, you know, non-white feminists, she will enrich that process, and also the readership, as they become more diverse, will enrich the critical acclaim and analysis. So I think just the word diversity seems to sort of sometimes to some people suggest something of a sort of, you know, we need to push her aside and maybe a narrowing. It's actually a very big opening up of the field, and then the critical interactions with it, which is the example I think that you were giving there.
Thank you very much. So I think that was a wonderful note to end on. Thank you very much. This idea of the expansion of the field. Well, it's been the most marvelous day. I couldn't have hoped for better, and I just thank you so much for being part of it. Everyone out there who's been watching virtually as well, thank you very much for tuning in. Thank you to our brilliant speakers here. This has been such a stimulating and really marvelous roundtable. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, yes. And thank you to all the speakers today and everyone who's taken part in the broader conversation. And thank you, Roberta.
And thank you, Emma, and thank you, Amy. And In addition to thanking our speakers and our eminent host, I'd also like to thank those of you who have journeyed to the Meeting House to see it in its new splendor. And I'd also like to thank those of you who are at home and who have stayed up till goodness knows what hours on the other side of the world. We appreciate your presence. We appreciate your questions and comments as well. So that's pretty much it for today. There is going to be another walk around the green, which is not much of a walk, really. It's me pointing and telling things and so on, which is due to start, I think, let's say 20 past. So in 10 minutes, meet by the sculpture. If you're interested, it's a repeat of the morning. So if you did it in the morning, you don't need to bother again in the evening. If you want dinner, there's tables available. Just ask Emma. And if you don't want dinner but you don't want to break up yet, there's various pubs, and there's a good one down on the corner, the Lady Mildmay, which used to have the world's largest portrait of Mary Wollstonecraft, which has disappeared. But nonetheless, you can drink in its shadow. Thank you all so much for being part of what has been an absolutely wonderful day. I said at the beginning of the day that I couldn't tell you how glad I was that that Wollstonecraft has come home to Newington Green. And again, I am inarticulate in attempting to tell you how very glad I am that this whole day has pulled together and that we've got the spirit of Wollstonecraft here in the Newington Green Meeting House. Thank you all very much.